Every summoned hero got a combat skill. Dachi's circle exploded with black lightning, and a horned war beast crawled out of it, 10 times bigger than the tiny leather bag that appeared in my hands. The beast hit the marble floor on all fours, then rose until its horns scraped sparks from the summoning hall's silver ceiling. It looked like a minotaur built for war, all black hide, iron muscle, and yellow eyes that already hated the first person it saw. The priests called his skill Beast Tyrant. The king smiled. Dachi smiled wider. That was the kind of power a kingdom wanted from a summoned hero. Loud, huge, easy to understand. A monster that made the air shake just by breathing. Then my circle lit up. Storage. A little brown bag dropped into my palms, barely big enough to hold one coin pouch. The priest stared at it for a second, like the system had made a spelling mistake. Then he read the description out loud. Single item storage. Capacity, 1 object. For 1 second, the hall went quiet. Then Dachi laughed. His war beast stepped beside me, and one claw was bigger than my entire skill. Perfect, Dachi said. Even in another world, you're still the weakest. Everyone laughed after that. Some tried to hide it, most didn't. It felt exactly like school. Same faces, same order, same people waiting for someone stronger to decide what was funny. Maki should have been the first one to look at me. She was my girlfriend before we were summoned. At least, that was what she called herself when nobody important was watching. Back home, when Dashi shoved my desk into the wall, she told me not to make it awkward. When he copied my homework, she said I should take it as a compliment. When he called me useless in front of everyone, she laughed. Then apologized later like that made it disappear. In the summoning hall, she finally stopped pretending. Her circle flashed red and black, and a rose-shaped mist opened around her hands. Lifesteal. The priests murmured like it was beautiful, a rare skill, a dangerous skill, a power that could take strength from an enemy and pour it back into her own body. Everyone looked at her like she was mysterious and special. I looked at her and thought it fit too well. Maki glanced at the bag in my hands. Then she ran straight past me. She went to Dachi and hugged him like he was the hero she had been waiting for since the moment we landed in this world. Dachi looked over her shoulder at me like he had won, but I wasn't looking at him anymore. I was looking at the message only I could see. A hidden effect unlocked. Any item placed inside storage will upgrade to its maximum possible level. Current limit, 1 item. 1 item. Not useless. Restricted. There was a difference, and years of strategy games had taught me exactly what that meant. A weak starting skill with a broken scaling mechanic was not trash. It was late game power pretending to be garbage. Daki was still laughing when I walked across the summoning hall and slapped him across the face. The sound cracked through the room louder than any spell. The hall went still. Dachi stumbled 1 step. Maki screamed like I had done something impossible. His minotaur beast lowered its head and growled, but it did not move right away. That was the first crack in Dachi's perfect power. The beast wanted to attack. Dachi wanted it to wait. For 1 breath, it listened to neither. The guards reached me before anyone else decided what to do. 2 of them caught my arms. A third stepped between me and the Minotaur. I did not fight them. There was no point. A room full of priests, knights, summoned heroes, and 1 massive war beast was not a room I could win in. Not yet. The king finally looked interested. He leaned forward on his throne, Asta then rested, eyes moving from Dachi's red cheek, to Maki clinging to him, to the tiny bag in my hand. He did not ask why I slapped him. He did not ask what Dachi said. He only judged what was useful. Then he raised 1 hand. 7 days outside the barrier, the king said. If the storage boy returns alive, we will decide whether he has any use. The hall went silent again. This time nobody laughed. Everyone knew what that meant. The barrier was the only thing keeping the kingdom safe from the wilderness. Outside it, monsters owned the roads after sunset. Even trained knights did not leave alone unless they had scouts, healers, and a beast handler. Sending me out there with no weapon, no beast, no magic output, and a bag that could only hold 1 object was not a fair punishment. It was an execution with a countdown. Dashi recovered first. He rubbed his cheek, then smiled like the sentence had healed his pride. Try not to get eaten by a rabbit, he said. Maki did not say anything. That was fine. Her silence had always been her most honest answer. The guards dragged me out of the summoning hall, down a long corridor lined with banners, and through the outer gate. The air outside the castle was colder. The road sloped away from the walls into open grass and distant trees. At the gatehouse, 1 guard tossed something at my feet. 10 bronze coins scattered in the dirt. Enough for a meal and a dirty floor, he said. If your mighty bag can even carry them. The other guards laughed. I crouched, picked up 1 bronze coin, and dropped it into the bag. The bag opened. Then it closed. I picked up a 2nd coin. The mouth of the bag stayed sealed. I tried a 3rd. Nothing. The first guard nearly bent over laughing. It really can only hold 1. The royal storage hero, another said. Defeated by pocket change. I left the other 9 bronze in the dirt. They thought that was the joke. I saw the first investment. As I walked away from the kingdom, a thin line of text appeared at the edge of my vision. Item stored. Bronze coin. Upgrade in progress. Current form hidden until extraction. I almost laughed. Not because this was easy. It was not easy. I had no food, no map, no allies, no clue how the monsters in this world actually fought. But I had a system, and systems had rules. Rules could be tested. Rules could be broken. 7 days. That was the sentence. I turned it into a plan. First, money. Without a bankroll, I would be sleeping in mud and fighting with my hands. Second, experience. If levels mattered in this world, then I needed a repeatable way to turn monsters into growth. Third, a way home. Because surviving the crown did not mean I belonged to it. Money, levels, a route back. If I returned with all three, the king would not be deciding whether I had value. He would be trying to figure out how he had thrown it away. Day one had one objective: get money and shelter before night reached the road. So I walked toward the nearest village with one bronze coin inside a useless bag, while behind me the kingdom closed its gate like I was already gone. By the time the village lights appeared, my school uniform was dirty at the cuffs, my legs hurt from walking, and the sun had turned orange behind the hills. The place was not impressive. A wooden palisade leaned around a cluster of stone and timber buildings. Smoke rose from low chimneys. A watchman stood near the gate with a spear that looked older than him. He saw my clothes before he saw my face. That was the first thing people noticed. Not the bag, the uniform, black jacket, white shirt, classroom shoes ruined by a dirt road. Nothing about me matched this world. Watchman's eyes widened. Summoned one? I could have lied. I did not know enough yet to make a good lie. Yes. His grip tightened on the spear. Not worship, not excitement, fear and caution. That told me something important. The kingdom loved summoned heroes in the palace. Villages outside the comfortable walls had a different opinion. In is straight ahead, he said. Don't start trouble. Wasn't planning to. He looked at the tiny bag on my side, then at my empty hands, and seemed to decide I was either harmless or already doomed. Both worked for me. The inn had a faded sign hanging above the door. A painted fox curled around a mug. Inside, the common room smelled like stew, wet wood, and people who had worked all day. Conversation thinned when I stepped in. A few men at the back table looked me over. A woman carrying plates stopped between tables. The innkeeper stood behind the counter. Broad shoulders, gray beard, sleeves rolled past his elbows. His eyes went straight to my uniform. You're from the castle. Not anymore. That got more attention than I wanted. I walked to the counter and kept my voice low. I need a room, 1 meal if you have it. The innkeeper looked me up and down. 3 bronze for the common room floor, 5 for the small bed, 10 for the best room, meal is 2. I nodded like I had options. Then I reached into the bag. My fingers touched cold metal. For 1 second, I felt the shape of a coin. Then I pulled it out. It was not bronze anymore. It was pale, heavy, and stamped with a crown I had not seen before. The common room went quiet. The innkeeper did not touch it at first. He just stared. Then he reached out carefully, picked it up with 2 fingers, and held it near the lamp. His face changed. Respect did not come first. Panic did. I can't accept this. That was not the reaction I expected. It's fake? No. His voice dropped. That's the problem. The woman with the plates came closer. She saw the coin and nearly dropped an entire bowl of stew. The innkeeper put the coin down like it might explode. We couldn't change a platinum if we emptied the whole till. Most of this village has never seen one. I can't take this for a room. A platinum. The system had just turned 1 bronze into 1 platinum. I kept my face calm because the room was watching. Inside, the number landed hard. 1 platinum was worth 10 gold, 100 silver, 1,000 bronze. The king had banished me with pity money. My useless bag had turned it into a fortune. The innkeeper pushed the coin back toward me. Put it away, quietly, before someone stupid sees it and thinks about doing something stupid. Too late for that. Everyone had seen it. At the back table, one man whispered something to another. A hooded traveler near the wall stopped stirring his cup. He had not taken a single drink since I walked in. I noticed him. I did not look long. Looking too long tells a watcher they have been seen. I placed my hand over the platinum. Then don't change it. The innkeeper blinked. What? Keep it. I need food, a room, local information, and someone to vouch for me at the guild tomorrow. The king gave me 7 days outside the barrier. If I survive, I prove I have some use. If I don't, nobody in the castle loses anything. The room went quieter. Not shocked quiet. Angry quiet. Not at me. At the sentence. The innkeeper looked toward the gate, then back at my uniform. They threw a summoned boy out alone. After giving me storage, I lifted the tiny bag. Someone near the hearth snorted before he could stop himself. The innkeeper did not laugh. He looked at the bag, then at the platinum, then at my face. How old are you? 17. His jaw tightened. R.E. The woman with the plates set the stew down on the counter. You're eating first, talking after. That was how my first alliance in this world started. Not with a vow, not with a contract, with stew. It was too salty, too thin, and the best thing I had eaten since the summoning. The innkeeper's name did not matter yet, neither did his wife's. What mattered was that they treated the platinum like a responsibility, not just money. They moved me to a corner table, kept their voices low, and told the room I had paid for lodging through the week. Nobody challenged it. 1 platinum was more than this inn probably saw in a year. That kind of coin changed the shape of a room. The hooded traveler left before I finished the bowl. He left too cleanly. No stumble, no farewell, no empty cup. I filed him away. Later, upstairs, the innkeeper showed me their best room. It was damp. The ceiling had a dark water stain near the corner. The blanket smelled like smoke. The shutters did not close all the way. He looked embarrassed. It's the best we have. It's a room with a door. That's already better than the road. His wife brought bread, cheese, and a second bowl of stew. Then she stood there like she wanted to ask something but was afraid of pushing too hard. The innkeeper asked for her. What happened in the castle? I could have given them the clean version. Bad skill, bad temper, bad luck. Instead, maybe because I was tired, I gave them enough of the real one. I told them about the summoning hall, about Dachi and his Minotaur beast, about Maki running to him. I did not dress it up as heartbreak. That would have given her too much credit. She was always like that, I said. Back home, when Dachi made me the joke, she told me to ignore him. Then she laughed anyway. Today, she just picked the winning side faster. The innkeeper's wife made a small sound. And you hit him? Slapped him. The innkeeper looked down at the tiny bag on my hip. With no weapon and no magic. I had one good moment left. I used it. He stared at me for a second. Then he laughed once, quietly. Foolish. Probably. Still, he said, I understand it. That helped more than it should have. Before they left, the innkeeper disappeared downstairs and came back with a wrapped object. He placed it on the bed. We don't have adventurer gear. This village gets what the guild doesn't want, but if you're going there tomorrow, take this. I unwrapped it. An old carving knife. Not a sword, not a dagger made for fighting. A kitchen blade with a worn wooden grip, a stained edge, and a nick near the tip. We use it for breaking down monster meat when hunters bring something in, he said. It cuts hide better than it looks. To anyone else, it was almost insulting. To me, it was perfect. A tool already tied to monster harvesting. A weak item with a specific purpose. Those were the best things to upgrade. I thanked him and waited until the door closed. Then I opened the bag. The platinum was no longer inside, of course. I had spent it. The bag was empty again. I slid the carving knife in. The leather mouth swallowed it with no resistance. Black panel appeared. Item stored, worn carving knife. Upgrade in progress. Estimated completion, 7 hours, 58 minutes. Current form unknown until extraction. I sat on the edge of the damp bed and read that twice. Unknown until extraction. So the bag would not tell me what I had until I took it out. That meant every use was a gamble, but a gamble with a timer was still a system. I lay back, stared at the stained ceiling, and smiled despite myself. Objective 1 was money. Objective 2 was a way to turn danger into levels. If that knife became what I thought it might become, then tomorrow I would not need a party to carry me. I would need a party to lead me to the first pile of monsters. The bag glowed faintly beside the bed while I slept. By morning, the rain had stopped. The room smelled like damp wood, and the first thing I checked was the bag. The timer was gone. Upgrade complete. Current form hidden until extraction. I almost pulled the knife out right there. Then I stopped. That was beginner impatience. If the item came out glowing, humming, or obviously impossible, I did not want the whole village seeing it before I understood what it did, so I left it inside. That decision made the next hour more annoying than it needed to be. Downstairs, the innkeeper had already prepared breakfast and a story. The story was for the guild. I was not a royal exile with a suspicious platinum coin and a useless bag. I was a paid guest under his roof who needed temporary adventurer registration for legal work. A stranger needs a local name behind him, he explained as we walked through the village. Otherwise, the guild assumes you're a bandit, spy, runaway debtor, or worse. What's worse than those? Noble's problem. Fair. The guild outpost sat near the east gate, a squat stone building with a monster skull over the door and a quest board hammered full of paper. It looked less like a grand adventurer hall and more like a warehouse with weapons. Inside, people were already moving. A pair of fighters checked shield straps near the wall. A mage in a blue scarf counted glass vials. Someone with a small hawk-like beast on his shoulder argued with the clerk about travel pay. 3 porters were tying ropes around bundles of tools. The room smelled like oil, leather, and wet iron. The innkeeper walked me to the front desk. The clerk looked bored until he heard the vouch. Temporary registration? For him, the innkeeper said. The clerk's eyes moved to my clothes. The boredom thinned. You are not from here. No. Name? Tommy. He dipped a pen into ink. Age? 17. Origin? I hesitated for half a breath. No point hiding what my clothes already shouted. Summoned. The pen stopped. So did half the room. Someone near the quest board turned fully around. The mage with the blue scarf lowered 1 vial. The hawk beast clicked its beak. The clerk looked up slowly. Summoned, he repeated. The word traveled through the hall faster than any spell. A summoned person meant royal ceremony. It meant huge mana output. It meant a class worth feeding, guarding, and training. Even in a poor village outpost, people knew what summoned heroes were supposed to become. For 10 seconds, nobody laughed. They stared like I had walked in carrying a crown. The clerk became careful. Class? Storage carrier. That took some of the shine out of the room. Not all. Storage could still be useful. In a world with monster parts, travel supplies, and dungeon loot, a good storage skill had value. The clerk reached under the desk and set a clear crystal on a brass stand. Place your hand here. Standard output test. A summoned person should flare the crystal at least gold, sometimes white. Every eye moved to my hand. I placed my palm on the crystal. Nothing happened. No light, no pulse, no faint glow pretending to be special. The crystal stayed clear. The clerk frowned and tapped the brass base. Again. I tried again. Still nothing. A long, confused silence stretched through the guild hall. Then someone said, "Is it broken?" The clerk tested it with his own finger. The crystal glowed pale green. A few people laughed. Then more. The awe drained out of the room so fast it almost made a sound. A summon with no mana output? How does that even happen? Maybe the kingdom threw him out for a reason. Storage carrier with no mana. That's not a class, that's a backpack with legs. I kept my face still. Inside, I logged the information. No mana output, not low, none. The kingdom had said awakened power was fixed. You got your skill, your class, your value, and that was it. If the crystal was right, then publicly I was even worse than I looked. Privately, I had a bag that had turned bronze into platinum overnight. So, I did not correct anyone. The clerk cleared his throat, trying to regain the professional tone he had lost. Skill test. You said storage, show capacity. I can't. That made the laughter sharper. You can't use your own skill? It's already holding one thing. The clerk blinked. Empty it. No. The room liked that. A fighter near the wall slapped his knee. A storage skill so bad he can't even prove it. The clerk looked annoyed now. Capacity? One object. One object, he repeated. I nodded. His pen scratched hard enough to almost tear the paper. A few seconds later, he stamped a thin wooden card and slid it across the desk. Public registration appeared in black letters. Name, Tommy. Origin, summoned. Class, storage carrier. Skill, single item storage. Mana output, none detected. Combat rating, none. Adventurer grade, provisional porter. Provisional porter. Not even adventurer, not fighter, not scout, not mage. A person legally allowed to carry other people's things. The clerk pushed the card closer. You can take labor work, salvage work, and porter contracts. No solo combat quests. No dungeon entry unless attached to a registered party. If you cause a party wipe, your vouching in pays the fine. The innkeeper stiffened beside me. I picked up the card. Understood. Trod? That answer disappointed the room. They wanted embarrassment. I gave them compliance. Compliance got me closer to a dungeon. A shout came from near the quest board. We still need a porter. Ars drank himself under the table. The clerk looked toward the voice, then back to me. Lucky day. Cave clearing party heading out now. Low mid dungeon. They need someone to carry tools and harvest sacks. Pay is poor, but it is legal. The man who shouted looked me over and smirked. Can he lift? He has arms, the clerk said. Any magic? The room laughed before the clerk answered. None detected. The man shrugged. Fine, give him the bags. That was how I joined my first dungeon party. Not as a hero, not as a fighter, as the extra pair of hands nobody wanted to waste healing on. They did not give me their names, that was fine, I did not need them. They gave me weight instead. Ropes, empty core jars, folded salvage cloth, iron wedges, a bundle of torches, 3 water skins, a coil of binding cord, a pack of harvesting tools that clinked against my back with every step. The bag at my side could have changed everything if I showed them what was inside. I kept it closed. One object, one secret. For now, my shoulders could suffer. The walk to the dungeon was short, barely outside the village fields, and into a rocky slope where pine trees grew between gray stone. The party moved fast, so the explanation came in pieces. Monster cores are the money, one of them said without looking back. Do not crack them. Cracked cores sell cheap. Another tapped one of the empty jars hanging from my pack. Clean cores go in glass. Bloody materials go in cloth. Teeth, claws, scales, horns, anything intact. If you make a mess harvesting, the guild docks the price. The beast handler's hawk circled overhead. Bosses can drop gear, skill shards, or rare materials, he added. You see anything glowing, you call one of us before touching it. What does a porter get? I asked. The lead fighter snorted. Less than the people keeping him alive, usually 20% if the contract is generous, less if he slows us down. 20% of dungeon loot. For a normal porter, that was crumbs. For me, it was access. The cave entrance appeared ahead, a black crack in the hillside with old claw marks around the stone. The party stopped joking. That was the first time I saw them become something organized. The shield fighter moved to the front. The mage checked her vials and loosened her fingers. The beast handler lowered his hand, and the hawk dropped silently to a lower branch. The support adjusted the charms around his wrist. Everyone had a place. Everyone knew it. The lead fighter pointed at me. Porter stays in the back. Do not touch anything during combat. Do not run ahead. Do not make us waste mana protecting you. When we clear a room, you move when I say move. I looked past him into the cave. Dark stone, damp air, the faint scrape of something moving deeper in. Then I looked at the formation. Front line first. Damage behind him, summoner watching the sides. Support keeping everyone upright. Porter in the back waiting for the field to be safe. They thought that made me the least important person in the raid, but it also put me closest to every core after the fight. The bag at my side was quiet. The upgraded knife inside it waited. For the first time since the king threw me out, I felt the shape of step 2. Money got me through the door. This cave was where experience started. The party entered the cave in the same order they had practiced 100 times. Shield first, damage behind him, summoner watching the walls, support in the middle, me at the back with enough rope, glass, and metal on my shoulders to build a small shop. Topic balance, I-5. The cave narrowed almost immediately. Wet stone pressed close on both sides, and the torchlight broke across old claw marks in the walls. Then the first goblin came running out of the dark. It was small, fast, and carrying a knife made from something that had once been a cooking pan. 3 more followed it. Then 6. The shield fighter did not chase them. He planted one boot, pushed mana through his shoulders, and became a wall. The first goblin bounced off his shield hard enough to knock down the 2 behind it. The mage flicked 2 fingers. A narrow line of fire crossed the tunnel, forcing the rest into a single lane. Fighter swung once. The whole rush ended in seconds. Fast but stupid. Punish the charge. Do not chase. Let them enter the space where they have already lost. It was exactly how the first wave worked in a strategy game I used to play after school. The game always started with cheap rushing units. Their purpose was not to beat you. Their purpose was to make you panic and break formation. This party did not panic. They moved on. The next chamber opened vertically. Bone arrows came down before I even saw who fired them. The support raised both hands, and a pale shield curved over the party. Arrows snapped against it like dry sticks. Above us, skeleton troops stood on narrow ledges with bows drawn and empty light burning in their eye sockets. They were fragile. That did not matter while they had height and distance. The party archer put one arrow through the nearest skull. The mage froze the footing beneath the second line. The beast summoner whistled once, and his hawk shot upward through the arrow rain, scattering the remaining shooters long enough for the archer to finish them. Ranged enemies did not need armor, they just needed everyone to forget they existed. The third encounter waited in a passage barely wide enough for it. An ogre stepped into the torchlight with a club thicker than my body. It raised the weapon slowly. The fighter shifted left. The ogre swung. The club struck the wall where he had been and buried itself in stone. The mage did not cast until that moment. Her spell struck behind the ogre's knee. The archer hit the wrist. The fighter drove his shield into its chest before it could pull the club free. Huge strength. Long wind-up, long recovery. Punish the miss. The ogre fell across the passage, and the party stepped over it without celebrating. They had expected to win. The stone lizards were different. They waited on the walls and ceiling, almost invisible, until one opened its mouth and fired a blast of grit that turned the air gray. The fighter's axe bounced off the first lizard's back. An arrow cracked against another and dropped harmlessly. The creatures stayed low, armored from above, using their tails to sweep the floor and break everyone's footing. The beast summoner became the center of the fight. His contracted hound lunged under one lizard, caught it behind the front leg, and twisted. The creature rolled onto its side. The mage placed one precise bolt beneath its jaw. The fighter pinned a second, while the support cleared dust from his eyes. Control first, damage second. Armor meant nothing once someone else forced the weak point open. The whole sequence, from goblins to skeleton troops, from ogre to stone lizards, took less time than the walk from the village. 2 or 3 clean movements from each person. No speeches, no wasted magic. Every member fought the kind of enemy their role handled best. I stayed behind them and watched. Guild party had 5 people, but really it had 5 jobs. Hold attention, deal damage, control space, keep everyone standing, find what the others missed. It was not just a party, it was a template. The boss chamber combined everything the cave had shown us. A stone-crowned ogre waited in the center, taller than the first ogre and plated along one shoulder with natural rock. Smaller stone lizards crawled between the pillars around it. The raid leader pointed behind me. Stay at the entrance. If it charges, move farther back. Do not make us turn around for you. I nodded and moved to the wall. This time, nobody fought alone. The shield fighter drew the ogre's attention and kept its plated side turned away from the mage. The summoner's hound cut across the chamber, forcing the smaller lizards off the fighter's legs. The support reinforced the shield whenever the ogre's club came down. The archer struck joints, eyes, and every opening the fighter created. The mage waited. That was the detail I noticed. She had enough mana to throw fire from the first second. She did not. She waited until the ogre committed to a full swing. The fighter stepped inside the arc. The summoner's hound struck the back of its knee. The ogre dropped 1 level. The stone plate along its shoulder separated from the skin beneath it. Then the mage released everything. A white blue spear crossed the room and entered the exposed seam. The boss went down so hard the chamber floor jumped beneath my shoes. For a second, nobody moved. Then the raid leader lowered his shield. Clear. The party relaxed all at once. That was when they remembered I existed. Order, the leader called. Start with the boss core, then the lizards. Keep the plates intact. They dropped their harvesting cloth beside me and moved away to drink, check wounds, and argue about which materials would sell highest. The gross work was mine. The slow work was mine. The thing none of them wanted to touch was mine. I reached for the worn carving knife the innkeeper had given me. Then I remembered it had been inside the bag since the previous night. I had spent the entire raid carrying steel tools on my back while a completed upgrade waited at my hip. I opened the bag. Rainbow light leaked through the opening. I stared into it. That is not the knife I went to bed with. The weapon that came out was still short enough to be called a carving knife, but nothing else about it belonged in a kitchen. Gold lines ran through the dark blade. Small jewels rested along the grip. A shifting aura moved over the edge in colors that did not stay still long enough to name. A message opened in front of me. Upgrade complete. Worn carving knife has reached maximum form. New item, mythical aura blade. Perfect harvest, EXP siphon, 100-fold drop loom, loot grade ascension. The raid leader noticed the light. Where did you get that? The inn kitchen. He looked at me, then at the blade, then decided I was making a joke too stupid to investigate. Just do the job. I touched the edge to the first stone lizard. The chamber flashed. A clean mana core rose from the creature without resistance. Then a second item appeared beside it. Then 5. Then enough material to cover the harvesting cloth. Perfect scales. Purified stone dust. A small shield plate. Coins. A glowing fragment of skill energy. The party stopped talking. A second message opened. Perfect harvest activated, contribution recalculated, EXP gained, 100-fold drop bloom triggered, loot grade increased, level gained. The feeling hit a moment later. Heat moved through my arms and chest, my breathing became easier, the weight of the porter bags felt slightly less ridiculous. I had not landed the final strike. The blade had counted harvesting as contribution. I touched the next creature. Another burst. The archer stood up. That dungeon does not drop that. The mage came closer. It just did. The third harvest filled 2 more cloths. The fourth created a core so pure the beast summoner reached for it without asking. I moved it away first. Porter, the raid leader said, faster. We do not have all day. I looked at the mountain of materials around my knees. Yeah, hold on. The bag pulsed. Storage vessel has absorbed high-grade loot resonance. Stage progress complete. Storage stage 2 unlocked. Previous capacity, 1 object. New capacity, 5 small objects or 1 medium object. Living conversion seed detected. The bag did not grow on the outside. That was the funniest part. It remained a tiny brown pouch, barely large enough to hold a coin purse. Inside, the space unfolded. I grabbed the nearest monster cores and placed them in one after another. 1 goblin core, 1 skeleton core, 1 ogre core, 1 stone lizard core. The 5th slot stayed open. The party assumed I was finally using my storage skill correctly. For approximately 10 seconds, so did I. Then the bag kicked against my hand. Something inside squeaked. I opened it. A tiny goblin tumbled onto the stone. It was barely taller than my boot, wearing a scrap of leather armor and holding a dagger the size of a dinner knife. A name tag appeared above its head. Storage summon, Goblin Scout, rank, legendary seed, level 1, owner, Tommy, EXP share, active. The second creature crawled out behind it. A small skeleton archer assembled itself from pale light, bow already in hand. Then came a baby ogre with oversized fists and the balance of a tired toddler. Last came a stone lizard no longer than my forearm. It planted itself between me and the party and made a sound like 2 rocks rubbing together. Nobody spoke. The goblin scout looked up at me. The baby ogre sat down. The skeleton archer drew an arrow at the ceiling for no reason. The stone lizard continued guarding my left shoe. The beast summoner crouched slowly. Those were our cores. Not anymore, I said. He reached toward the lizard. The name tag brightened. Bonded summons cannot be transferred. The lizard snapped at his glove. He pulled back. The party stared at the 4 creatures. Then someone laughed. It was not the same laugh as the guild hall. This one came from confusion trying to protect itself. Legendary, the archer said. That thing could lose a fight to a bucket. The baby ogre tried to stand, tipped forward and caught itself with both hands. More laughter. I saw tiny monsters. I saw level 1. There was a difference. The bag had upgraded what they could become, not skipped the path required to get there. The goblin scout noticed a wounded cave pest moving near the wall. It ran forward, stabbed once, and jumped back. Message appeared. Storage summon gained EXP. EXP share active. Tommy gained linked EXP. Goblin Scout growth accelerated by Aura Blade contribution. Step 2 became real in that moment. I did not need to find one unbeatable monster. I needed a repeatable way to turn every cleared core into a creature that could grow beside me. The party did not share my excitement. The raid leader looked at the missing cores, the bonded name tags, and the loot piled across the chamber. Those cores belonged to the contract. You told me to store them. We told you to harvest them. I did. He argued for several minutes with the mage and the beast summoner. None of them knew what category to put the summons under. They could not sell them, they could not take them, they could not pretend they were still cores. So they did what people usually did when a rule did not benefit them. They changed the payment. 5%, the leader said when we reached the cave exit. 5 gold. The bonded creatures count against your share. He expected me to complain. A normal porter had been promised 20%. 5 gold was an insult compared to the upgraded hall behind us. I took the coins. Stage 2 storage could hold 5 small objects. The maximum form of gold was platinum. 1 platinum coin was worth 10 gold. They thought they had cut my pay. They had given me 5 separate investments. I placed the 5 coins into the bag. Items stored. Gold coin X5. Upgrade route detected. Maximum form platinum coin. Estimated completion 2 hours 12 minutes. The raid leader waited for anger. I smiled instead. That worried him more. The party offered to take me on their next raid. Not because they respected me. Because they wanted the blade near their loot pile again. You can porter for us tomorrow, the leader said. Same rate. No. The answer came too quickly for him. You will not find a better party at your grade. I am not looking for one. I called the 4 summons toward me. The goblin scout moved first. The stone lizard followed. The skeleton archer walked into a wall, corrected itself, and continued. I had to carry the baby ogre under one arm. The party watched us leave. From a ridge above the cave road, a hooded man watched too. He had been in the inn when the platinum coin hit the counter. He had been near the guild crystal when it called me empty. Now he was holding a small communication stone near his mouth. I could not hear the entire message from where I stood. I heard 2 words, Ark Shepherd. Then he saw me looking. He lowered the stone and disappeared into the trees. I did not chase him. I had 4 level 1 summons, a blade I barely understood, 5 gold coins becoming 5 platinum, and no mana I could actually control. Chasing a spy before I knew who paid him would have been emotional. I needed to be useful. Back at the guild, the raid hall caused exactly the kind of problem I expected. Appraisers opened sacks, stopped, checked the dungeon report, and opened them again. The stone lizard plates were too complete. The mana shards were too pure. One of the boss materials carried a rarity mark nobody had seen from that cave in years. The clerk who had laughed at my empty mana crystal stared at the table. This came from the lower cave? That is where they took me. That cave cannot produce this quantity. Then somebody should tell the cave. The raid party claimed it was luck. That explanation spread because it was easier than the truth. A hidden luck skill. A rare harvesting effect. Something that did not show on mana crystals. The wrong answer was useful. It let people become interested without understanding enough to become dangerous. I sold a small portion of my materials and kept the pieces that made the bag react. Then I went to the guild supply counter. I bought a beginner mana manual, 3 basic mana potions, monster feed, a set of cheap training wraps. The shopkeeper looked at my adventurer card. No measurable output. That is what the crystal said. Potions restore mana. They do not make talent. Then the book should be cheap. He sold it to me because my money was real even if my class was not. I read the manual in the inn's damp room while the 5 gold coins continued upgrading inside the bag. The first page changed the story the crown had told us. Mana output is not fixed. A class determines affinity and starting path. Levels, circulation practice, potion support, and combat exposure can increase output over time. Even a dull crystal may indicate dormant flow rather than permanent emptiness. I read that paragraph twice. In the summoning hall, the priests had treated every first result as final. Dachi received Beast Tyrant, so he was valuable. Maki received Lifesteal, so she was rare. I received Storage and showed no mana, so I was disposable. But the cheapest book in a poor village said a first reading was only a starting point. If mana could grow, then the crystal had not measured my ceiling. It had measured level 0. The crown knew summoned students came from a world without mana training. They also knew training existed, yet nobody in the hall had explained circulation, level growth, potion support, or the difference between starting output and potential. That did not make sense if their only goal was to make us strong enough to save them. Either they were careless on a scale too large to believe, or they wanted us strong in a very specific way, at a very specific time, without understanding how to grow outside their control. I looked at the bag. The gold coins had another hour. I placed 1 beginner mana potion inside instead, temporarily pausing the coins. The timer changed. Beginner mana potion stored. Upgrade route detected. Estimated completion 18 minutes. When I pulled it out, the cloudy blue liquid had become clear enough to reflect light like glass. Upgrade complete. New item Origin Mana Elixir. Permanently opens dormant mana channels. Permanently increases mana capacity. Unlocks basic mana circulation. Improves compatibility with aura weapons. Warning, first use may cause temporary overload. The shopkeeper had said potions did not create talent. The bag had disagreed. I drank it. Heat entered my chest first, then my arms. Then every line beneath my skin seemed to open at once. I fell to one knee beside the bed, gripping the floorboards while pressure moved through places in my body I had never been able to feel before. The mythical aura blade reacted from the table. Rainbow light ran along its edge. 4 small summons reacted too. The goblin scout stood straight. The skeleton archer's eyelights brightened. The stone lizard pressed itself flat against the floor. The baby ogre began glowing and looked deeply offended by it. Dormant mana flow awakened. Basic mana circulation acquired. Mana output recalculating. Level recalculation complete. Tommy has reached level 3. The pressure settled. For the first time, I could feel mana instead of reading about it. It was not a giant ocean of power. It was a current. Small, uneven, but mine. The manual taught a basic circulation loop. Breathe in. Pull mana toward the center. Move it through the arms and legs. Return it without letting the flow break. The first attempt failed halfway through my shoulder. The second reached my hand. On the fifth, the aura blade responded. A thin silver line appeared across the table leg. Then, another message opened. Skill acquired, weak line cut. Type, combat utility. Effect, after observing a target, briefly reveals the weakest line in its movement, armor, or attack posture. Limit, close range. User must still reach and strike the line. That was not overwhelming power. It was better. It was a skill I understood. Watch. Wait. Strike where the structure failed. A second skill tried to form beneath it. Skill fragment detected. Formation link. Unlock condition not met. Requirement 3 bonded summons reach level 5. Current status dormant. The next step wrote itself. My summons needed levels. So did I. The innkeeper let me use an old storage shed behind the building after I promised not to break the wall. I brought the 4 creatures outside after dark. They looked less like a legendary force and more like a badly organized children's parade. The goblin scout rushed every target before I finished pointing. The skeleton archer missed a bottle from 6 feet and struck a bucket behind it. The baby ogre tried to block a padded training post, leaned too far and fell over backward. The stone lizard planted itself in front of me and refused to move. That last one was accidentally correct. I assigned the roles I had seen in the cave. Scout, range, frontline, control. The goblin learned to circle instead of charging straight. The skeleton began waiting for the goblin to expose the target. The baby ogre practiced standing between me and the padded post. Stone lizard learned that turning sideways made its small armored body wide enough to block a narrow path. They were clumsy. They were tiny. They listened. That mattered more than size. Each time I practiced weak line cut with the aura blade, faint EXP moved through the bond. Storage summon training synchronized. EXP share active. Goblin Scout reached level 2, Stone Lizard reached level 2, Tommy gained linked EXP. The gains were small. The engine worked. While I was learning what the crown had not bothered to teach me, the rest of my class was still inside the barrier, hearing the same truth from royal instructors 2 days late. Their training hall was larger than the village guild and cleaner than the king's throne room had any right to be. A royal instructor stood before the summoned students and drew a circle of blue light in the air. A class is a starting path, he explained. It is not a finished state. Mana grows through use, circulation, level pressure, and controlled exposure. Fighters reinforce the body and weapon. Mages shape external forms. Beast users must establish dominance, trust, or resonance. A powerful beast without control is a liability. One student raised his hand. So it is basically like a video game? The instructor stared at him. I do not know what that is. Then he continued. Daki was not listening. He stood in the practice arena with his minotaur towering behind him. Charge the center dummy, he ordered. The beast charged the left row instead. 3 training frames exploded. A student dove out of the way. Stop. The minotaur continued to the wall, struck it once, and turned only when it felt like turning. Dachi's face went red. Kneel. The minotaur looked down at him. It did not kneel. The instructor crossed his arms. Beast Tyrant is not volume. Your beast is reflecting the tamer. Few students laughed before Dachi turned toward them. Maki practiced on the opposite side of the hall. Her lifesteal skill looked beautiful from a distance. Dark red light moved from a bound training creature into her hands. The weakness left the target and became color in her cheeks, mana around her shoulders, strength in her posture. The instructor praised the efficiency. Maki smiled modestly. Then, her eyes moved past Dashi toward an older student, whose spell had just split a stone target in half. She watched him a second too long. Dachi noticed. His minotaur noticed Daki noticing and snorted like it found the whole situation embarrassing. Above the hall, the king watched from behind a crystal screen. The students were improving, not fast enough. "This batch is behind schedule," he said quietly. 5 days remain, and most still cannot circulate mana without instruction. An advisor mentioned Dachi's Beast Tyrant and Maki's Lifesteal. The king did not look comforted. A communication crystal lit beside him. The hooded spy's report came through in a whisper. Subject Tommy survived first dungeon exposure. Storage skill produced bonded monster signatures. 4 creatures, growth classifications hidden, possible scripture match. The advisor leaned closer. Which scripture? The spy gave the code name. Arc Shepherd. The room went still. The king looked toward the training hall below, where 40 summoned students were learning basic mana control under his supervision. Then he looked at the road beyond the barrier, where the one student he had thrown away was already building a party from monsters. That was supposed to awaken inside the barrier, the advisor said. The crystal went dark. I knew none of that yet. I only knew my summons could grow, so could I. And the kingdom had lied about at least one of those facts. 7-day plan progress. Bankroll secured. EXP engine discovered. Route home unknown. New discovery. Crown information unreliable. Time remaining 5 days. The next morning, I looked at the 4 small creatures lined up in the inn yard. Formation link remained locked. 3 of them needed to reach level 5. Training in a shed would take too long. I needed a dungeon where nobody could tell me to stay in the back. This time, I would not enter as a porter. I would bring the party myself. The 5 gold coins finished upgrading before breakfast. I knew because the bag pulsed once against my hip, the same way it had when the bronze coin became platinum. I waited until I was alone in the damp room before opening it. 5 white coins rested inside, each one stamped with a crown and edged in blue mana glass. Upgrade complete. Gold coin X5 became platinum coin X5. I held one between 2 fingers and ran the math. 1 platinum bought 10 times what the raid party had given me. They thought cutting my share from 20% to 5% had punished me. Instead, they had paid me in the one denomination my bag could still improve. I had made 10 times more by being cheated. That was the sort of trade I could live with. I separated the money in my head before I spent anything. 1 platinum for dungeon access, 1 for knowledge, mana, food, and anything my summons needed, 1 reserved for the dragon root mission the guild had been whispering about, 2 stayed untouched. A bankroll was not money you showed people. It was time you had already purchased from the future. The guild hall changed when I walked in. Yesterday, people had laughed because the mana crystal called me empty. Today, they watched me like a coin that might land on either side. The raid party had returned before me and apparently talked too much. The guild appraiser was waiting beside the counter with 3 pieces of harvested material laid out on black cloth. One was a stone lizard plate, one was a polished ogre horn, the last was a mana shard so clear it looked like frozen air. None of those things should have come from the dungeon we had cleared, not in that condition. The appraiser held out his hand. Card. I gave him my provisional porter card. He placed it over a scanning slate. The same humiliating information appeared. Storage carrier. No registered mana output. No combat rating. He looked from the card to the materials. Do you possess a luck blessing? No. A harvest trait? Not one the crystal found. Appraisal? No. His eyes narrowed. Then explain these. I cut what they told me to cut. The raid leader, standing near the wall, made an irritated sound. He touched the blade to one creature and the floor covered itself in loot. If that is not a skill, I am a palace dancer. I looked at his shield, his beard, and the shoulders that barely fit through the door. You would need a larger palace. A few people laughed. Not at me this time. The appraiser turned the mana shard under the light. Great Ascension, he said. A low dungeon source refined beyond its normal ceiling. Rare passive luck skills sometimes produce no visible output because they alter probability instead of mana. That explanation was wrong. It was also useful. The guild had found a box for me. I had no reason to kick my way out of it yet. The clerk slid a purchase form across the counter. I bought a beginner mana manual, 6 basic mana potions, hardened boots, monster feed, a pair of wrist wraps, and 2 return charms. Then I placed 1 platinum coin on the counter. The room went silent again. The clerk looked at the coin, then at me, then back at the coin. We cannot break this for purchases that small. Put the remainder on my guild account. You opened that account yesterday. Yes. You were paid 5 gold. Yes. This is platinum. You were very good at identifying currency. The clerk stopped asking questions. The Border Guild rarely handled platinum. The transaction needed 3 signatures, a tax stamp, and a crystal record. That flashed toward the Kingdom network the moment the coin entered the lockbox. That was when I saw the hooded man again. He stood near the quest board with a notice held in both hands. Upside down. Same narrow shoulders as the traveler at the inn, same boots as the man who had watched my crystal stay dark, same habit of never quite looking at me directly. I replayed the last 2 days in reverse. He had left the inn after my platinum coin appeared. He had been near the guild counter during my registration. He had watched the raid party return. Now he was watching a provisional porter deposit money that did not exist the previous night. The kingdom had not forgotten me. It had started counting. I let my eyes pass over him without stopping. A spy who thought he was invisible was more useful than one who knew he had been found. Across the kingdom, the same man appeared inside a communication crystal before the king. I learned what he reported much later. The subject has converted 4 monster cores into named bonded creatures, he said. Each carries an unreadable growth ceiling. He also produced ascended loot and acquired platinum with no sponsor. A royal advisor opened an old book whose pages were bound in dark metal. Carry the fallen lines and return them named, he read. The shepherd walks with a vault that is smaller than his hand and larger than a battlefield. The king's jaw tightened. Ark Shepherd, the advisor whispered. That power was supposed to awaken inside my hall, the king said. The spy waited. Do we retrieve him? No, not yet. The king looked toward the training yard, where the rest of my class practiced under royal supervision. His sentence was public. If we drag him back after calling him useless, we expose fear. Observe him, learn the limit. He returns on the 7th day either way. The crystal dimmed. Back at the guild, a brass bell rang over the quest board. The clerk removed a red-edged request and carried it to the counter. S-rank protection roster, she announced. Seasonal Dragon Passage, Hearthglen Village. The room changed. Some adventurers looked interested. Others looked at the floor. Dragons did that to people even when the contract claimed they were only passing through. The clerk glanced at me. The guild wants your luck on the harvest team. I do not have a luck skill. Then bring whatever you used yesterday. What is the assignment? Protect the village while the migration crosses the ridge. Recover shed scales, nest minerals, damaged cores, and anything abandoned after the passage. You are not expected to fight. Which dragons? Roundbelly ember drakes, mostly B rank, young adults and late juveniles. Why this week? They wake from seasonal torpor when the ridge warms. What triggers aggression? Noise near the den mouths, sharp mana changes, threats to eggs. Why are beginner summon students training in the same village? The clerk's mouth opened, then closed. A man farther down the counter answered for her. Royal decision. That was not an answer. It is the only one we have. I looked at the red quest sheet. The crown knew dragons crossed that ridge. The crown knew unstable beginners would be throwing new magic into the same ground, and somehow nobody in the guild could explain why those two facts belonged together. I will take it, I said, after one private dungeon run. The clerk almost laughed. Private? My summons need combat levels before I stand near B-rank dragons. Beginners cannot reserve dungeons alone. Then I will buy someone else's reservation. The raid party from yesterday had one booked that afternoon. I walked over to them. The leader crossed his arms. Changed your mind about joining us again? No, I want your gate. He stared at me. For what? To clear it. With those toys? 4 small heads appeared above the edge of my bag. The goblin scout grinned. The skeleton archer's jaw clicked. The baby ogre waved. The stone lizard looked personally offended by the word toys. The party laughed. I said 1 platinum coin on the table between us. The laughter stopped so cleanly I could hear the guild clock turn. The leader picked up the coin, bit it, then looked at the clerk. She nodded. Real. You had 5 gold this morning, he said. I trade well. For 1 dungeon window? For privacy. He closed his fist around the platinum. You sign in as our delayed 5th member. We open the gate, withdraw, and claim you insisted on scouting. If you get trapped, we never made this arrangement. If I clear it, then I forget I laughed. That sounds expensive for you. He took the coin anyway. The same guild members who had laughed at my 1-item bag watched me purchase an entire dungeon session. They did not respect me yet, but mockery had turned into caution. That was enough. The Dragon Root quest remained stamped in my name. Departure waited for the morning. First, I had to prove that 4 tiny monsters could replace a party. The private dungeon was called Ironroot Quarry. It looked nothing like the cave from the first raid. A stone gate opened into an abandoned mining complex where enormous roots had split the floors and shallow water ran through rusted rail channels. Broken carts hung from chains above a central pit. Old mana lamps flickered on and off as if the dungeon itself was breathing. The former raid party opened the gate, watched me step through, and withdrew outside. One of them called after me. Return charm is on your belt. Try not to waste our coin by lasting only 5 minutes. The gate sealed behind me. I released all 4 summons. The goblin scout bounced on its toes. The skeleton archer held a bow almost as tall as its body. The baby ogre rolled its shoulders like it had been waiting all night to hit something. The stone lizard lowered itself against the wet ground. I pointed down the first passage. Scout finds the route. Archer stays behind me. Ogre holds the lane. Lizard controls the floor. They all moved at once. That was the first problem. The goblin sprinted too far ahead. The baby ogre followed because it thought forward meant attack. The skeleton lost line of sight around the corner. The stone lizard braced in the exact place the rest of us needed to retreat through. 3 iron mining crawlers dropped from the ceiling between us. One swung a hooked arm at the goblin. Another rolled toward the ogre. The third blocked my path to both. I could not shout 4 corrections fast enough, so I stopped trying. Basic mana circulation tightened around my legs. I stepped inside the nearest crawler's swing and looked for the pale seam weak-line cut had shown me during training. There, one cracked joint beneath the hook arm. I cut through it. The arm dropped, but the construct kept moving. The stone lizard shifted at last and caught its wheel against a raised strip of rock. The crawler tilted. The skeleton found its angle and put an arrow into the exposed mana lens. The baby ogre recovered, grabbed the second construct by both sides, and held it long enough for the goblin to strike the cable behind its neck. We cleared the first group, badly. The goblin had a dented shoulder plate. The skeleton had lost 3 arrows. The ogre was standing in water up to its knees looking pleased with itself. The stone lizard remained exactly where I had first told it to brace. Spoken commands were too slow. I did not need them big yet, I needed them useful. The quarry gave each one a lesson. The first was a trap corridor. Old pressure plates lined the floor. Some dropped iron cages. Others released stone darts from the walls. The goblin scout rushed forward, triggered the first plate, and vanished under a cage. It stared at me through the bars. I stared back. That was the opposite of scouting. It looked offended. I cut the weakened block and freed it. The second time, it moved slowly. It tapped stones with the end of a broken arrow. It marked safe plates with chalk for my pack. When it found a narrow side tunnel bypassing half the traps, a soft pulse moved through our bond. Goblin Scout reached level 3. Skill learned, danger ping. The goblin pointed at a ceiling plate before it moved. Progress. The next chamber rose 3 levels around us. Mana-powered sentries stood on balconies with crystal bolts loaded into metal bows. The skeleton archer fired too quickly and missed. The sentries did not. I used Clearing Step before I had officially unlocked it, though at that point it was only instinct and mana. I crossed behind a pillar, while the stone lizard dragged the ogre into cover. Do not shoot the bodies, I told the skeleton. Shoot what makes them bodies. The goblin marked the glowing nodes. The skeleton waited. 1 breath. 2. Then it struck the first node. The sentry folded. Second arrow. Second node. By the final balcony, the skeleton no longer needed my finger to show it where to aim. Skeleton archer reached level 4. Skill improved. Mana node sight. The minecart lane belonged to the baby ogre. A stone ram construct barreled down the tracks toward us, pushing broken carts ahead of it. The ogre ran forward to meet it. The first impact sent the little beast rolling backward 3 times. It stood up, shook itself, and charged again. I caught the strap across its chest. Not charge, hold. It looked at the machine, then at its own hands. The stone lizard dug its claws into the rail bed and raised a ridge behind the ogre's heels. I pushed mana through the bond the way I had pushed it through my legs. The ogre planted both feet. The ram hit. This time, the ogre moved only half a step. The skeleton struck a wheel pin. A goblin released the brake chain on an empty cart above us. The cart smashed into the construct's side and turned it across the rail. Baby ogre reached level 4. Skill learned, lane holder. It raised both fists and roared in a voice far too deep for its size. The flooded platform belonged to the stone lizard. Thin-legged quarry beasts moved through ankle-deep water faster than any of us could turn. Their feet spread across the surface tension. Every time the goblin chased one, it slipped. Every time the ogre swung, the creatures were somewhere else. The stone lizard lowered its chin. The ground changed. Small ridges rose beneath the water, not high enough to see, but high enough to break the creature's rhythm. One stumbled. The skeleton hit it. A second tried to turn and found the water suddenly pulling around its feet. The ogre blocked the lane. I moved through with weak line cut, striking only the bright seams my skill revealed. Stone lizard reached level 5. Skill learned, terrain grip. The EXP crossed the bond and struck all of us at once. I reached level 6. The goblin reached level 4. The skeleton reached level 5. The ogre reached level 5. 3 summons. Level 5. The locked skill opened. Formation link unlocked. Shared functions available. Directional awareness. Silent command pulse. Target priority. Limited sensory overlap. The dungeon hit me all at once. The goblin's view was low and fast. The skeleton saw mana as faint blue pressure. The ogre felt weight through the floor. The lizard knew every stable patch of stone within several body lengths. I staggered and grabbed the wall. 4 sets of senses were not a gift if I let them become noise, so I treated them like a strategy map. I did not need to see everything, I needed markers. Danger, target, hold, move. I narrowed the link until each summon became one clean stream of useful information. The next enemy group was waiting in formation. An armored quarry guardian blocked the center lane. 2 crystal casters stood behind it. Fast cutters moved along the side rails. A real party, just not a good one. The goblin's danger ping marked the flankers before they moved. The stone lizard shifted the wet floor beneath the guardian's left foot. The ogre received one silent command. Hold. It met the guardian and stopped it in the narrow lane. The skeleton's mana node sight found the first caster's focus crystal. 1 arrow broke the spell before it formed. The goblin crossed behind the second caster and cut the stabilizing cord on its back. The guardian tilted as the ground gave way. My new movement skill completed itself. Skill unlocked. Clearing step. Defeating or contributing to a dungeon creature grants one short burst of movement. Chain ends on a miss, delay, or superior rank resistance. I used the first defeated flanker as the beginning. One step carried me across the lane. Weak line cut severed the second creature's exposed knee seam. The chain refreshed. Another step. The skeleton broke the guardian's shoulder node. Another step. I passed under its arm and placed the aura blade against the cracked core housing. The guardian stopped. The whole fight lasted less than 10 seconds. My summons looked at me. I looked at them. I looked at them. That was the first moment we were not a boy with 4 pets. We were a formation. The boss waited at the bottom of the central quarry pit. The quarry warden was built from ironroot wood and mining stone, twice the height of Dachi's minotaur and heavy enough that each movement shook dust from the walls. Chains ran from its shoulders to old counterweights. A furnace-like core glowed inside its chest behind 3 layers of armor. The baby ogre could not hold it directly. The aura blade could not reach the core while the armor remained closed. That was fine. The room was full of machinery. Machinery was just terrain with instructions. Through formation link, the goblin found the chain controls behind the left wall. The skeleton saw the locking pins above the warden's shoulders. The stone lizard mapped a cracked section of floor beneath the eastern counterweight. The ogre felt the exact rhythm of the boss's steps. I gave 4 silent commands. The goblin climbed. The skeleton aimed. The lizard moved the ground. The ogre waited. The warden charged. The baby ogre did not try to stop all of it. He caught one arm and turned the charge half a degree. That was enough. The boss stepped onto the cracked floor. The lizard dropped it. One leg sank to the knee. The goblin released the first counterweight. The skeleton broke the locking pin. A slab of ironroot crashed into the warden's plated shoulder and forced the armor open. The furnace core flared. Weak line cut showed me one bright line running from the chest to the neck. Too far. 3 creatures fell in the earlier chamber behind us when the warden's shockwave broke their damaged housings. Clearing step registered the contributions at once. 3 charges. I crossed the pit in bursts. First step to the rail. Second to the broken counterweight. Third onto the boss's lowered arm. The warden turned its head. I drove the aura blade through the bright mana line. The core light snapped out. The entire body settled into the quarry floor. I record confirmed. Ironroot quarry complete. Solo party classification detected. The harvest filled half the chamber. Perfect harvest released reinforced mana plates, a high-grade quarry core, an aura step fragment, crystallized root fiber, coins, tools, and one clear stone shaped like a small stable door. Living stable crystal detected. Compatible with storage vessel. Absorb? Yes. The crystal dissolved into the bag. The little leather pouch did not look any larger. Inside, space opened like a building unfolding in darkness. Storage stage 3 unlocked. Capacity increased. 20 small objects, 5 medium objects, 1 large object. Bonded creature stable unlocked. Upgrade speed increased. The 4 summons vanished into a space made for them instead of being compressed between coins and potions. I could feel the stable through the bond. Dry ground, training lanes, mana warmth. Enough room for the ogre to grow without using my entire inventory. The final EXP settled. Tommy reached level 11. Goblin Scout reached level 8. Skeleton Archer reached level 8. Baby Ogre reached level 7. Stone Lizard reached level 8. They were still small compared to normal adult monsters. They were no longer toys. When the gate reopened, the previous raid party was sitting outside playing cards. The leader checked the time. That was quick, he said. Return charm fail? I walked past him carrying the warden's clear mark. The gate crystal changed from active red to completed gold. Nobody said anything. The clerk scanned the record twice. Solo party clear, she whispered. The leader slowly folded his cards. You cleared Ironroot Quarry with those 4? The baby ogre leaned out of the stable and flexed both arms. The stone lizard pushed its face beside it. The goblin stole one of the leader's cards and disappeared back inside. I handed the card back. 5, I said. What? You forgot the porter. The kingdom spy stood across the road pretending to examine a saddle. This time, his hand shook when he wrote the clear time. I sold only the ordinary-looking loot. Rare plates, stable fibers, and aura fragments stayed with me. The appraiser tried to promote my card before I left. He placed the Ironroot clear mark beside my old registration and frowned at the words provisional porter. Regulation says a solo clear qualifies you for field rank. The clerk beside him looked at my public class. Regulation also assumes the person has measurable mana. I do now. They brought the same crystal that had stayed dark on day 2. This time, when I put my palm against it, a thin blue light climbed 1/4 of the way up the glass. The guild hall went quiet for a different reason. Mana output detected. Current capacity, E rank, growth pattern, recently awakened. The clerk stared at the results. You had nothing yesterday. I learned. You cannot learn mana in one night. That sounds like crown information. The appraiser coughed before the conversation became expensive. He changed my card. Adventurer rank, D. Registered specialty, Harvest Auxiliary. Combat assessment, incomplete. It was another wrong box, but this one opened better doors. A D rank card let me purchase field restraints, monster feed, and independent quest insurance. It also meant nobody could legally assign me porter wages again without my agreement. The original raid leader watched the new rank burn into the card. Yesterday, you carried our bags. Yesterday, you had a dungeon reservation. He looked at the platinum coin in his hand like he had only just realized which one of us had purchased whom. The solo clear created a new problem immediately. 4 growing summons ate more than 4 tiny ones. The baby ogre had already consumed a full basket of root cakes. The stone lizard needed mineral salt. The goblin wanted anything sweet enough to steal twice. The skeleton did not eat, but its mana string weakened without refined core dust. Power needed maintenance. That was good. A system without costs becomes noise. A system with costs becomes an economy. I bought the cheapest mixed monster feed the guild stocked. It came in a coarse sack and smelled like somebody had swept 3 barns into one bag. The merchant laughed when I asked whether it was suitable for legendary bloodlines. It is barely suitable for goats. I placed the whole sack into storage. Stage 3 accepted it as one medium object. The timer estimated 4 hours. While it upgraded, the guild appraiser offered to buy the clear quarry core. 8 gold. No. 10. No. 12, and I stopped asking where the blade came from. You were going to stop asking anyway. He smiled without denying it. I kept the core. High-grade materials were not wealth until I needed to sell them. Before that, they were options. The feed completed shortly before departure. Mixed stable feed became adaptive growth ration. Effect converts into the correct nutritional and mana profile for any bonded storage summon. Effect improves EXP assimilation. Limit cannot replace combat experience or force an evolution. The ugly sack had become a small silver tin containing colored pellets. Green for the goblin, white for the skeleton's core flame, brown for the ogre, gray-blue for the lizard. The 4 summons gathered around it with more discipline than they had shown during their first training session. The goblin still tried to steal the brown pellet. The baby ogre caught its wrist. Formation had limits. I gave each creature its ration and felt their unstable post-dungeon growth settle into something usable. The guild saw a lucky porter who had bought a rank with 1 abnormal clear. The spy saw a prophecy class acquiring mana, legal access, and a self-sustaining monster roster. I saw what strategy games call the point where the opening ends. The economy was running. The army could feed itself. Now I needed to take bolts somewhere the crown had already made dangerous. Then I returned to the quest counter and placed my card beside the red-edged request. Hearthglen, I said. I am ready. The clerk stamped the contract. You understand this is not a dragon hunt. What is it? A protection mission. She looked toward the mountains beyond the village. You are being sent to keep Hearthglen alive when the dragons wake. Hearthglen sat beneath a ridge full of warm mineral springs and sleeping dragons. That sounded worse than it was. The guild handler explained it over a map before we left. Round belly ember drakes, he said, tapping a chain of red circles across the mountain. B rank. Heavy bodies, short wings. They can glide from a ridge, but they are terrible at staying in the air. Mostly they want heat, roots, livestock feed, and somewhere quiet to sleep. One of the temporary escorts beside me snorted. They look stupid until one sits on a barn. The handler ignored him. The village lies between their winter hollows and the upper springs. Every year, the drakes wake, cross the lower fields, soak in the mineral pools, and move toward the northern caverns. Usually they do not care about people. Usually? I asked. They care if you block the path. They care if you make loud mana near their young. They care if you touch an egg. So this is not a clearing mission. No, you move livestock, mark the crossing lanes, reinforce roofs, redirect anything confused toward the ridge. If one attacks, you subdue it and move it. Do not finish it unless there is no other choice. Adults smell their own bloodline from miles away. The red quest sheet called the assignment S-ranked because the consequences of one mistake were S-rank, not because every dragon was. That distinction mattered. A weak strategist sees the enemy rank. A useful one sees what makes the situation collapse. Then the handler pointed to a blue square on the village map. Royal Training Camp. My stomach tightened. The students are already there? Arrived yesterday. Were they taught the migration lanes? Royal instructors handle royal instruction. Were they told the springs are nesting territory? The handler rolled the map closed. Ask the crown. That was the second answer I had received. That meant nobody wanted to say the real one. I traveled with 6 temporary guild members, including 2 from the first raid. They no longer called me useless. They also did not call me by name unless they wanted something. That was progress in its own way. The road climbed through black stone and pale grass. Old landing scars marked the trees. Round footprints pressed deep into dried mud, each one wider than a wagon wheel. We passed rocks polished smooth where dragon bellies had scraped across them for generations. My formation link stretched farther than before. The Goblin Scout moved along the roadside, marking recent tracks. The Skeleton Archer watched the ridgeline. The baby ogre carried a pack almost its own size and looked proud to be useful. The Stone Lizard tested the ground near every warm air vent. Fresh signs gathered as we approached Hearthglen. Broken brush, warm claw marks, a thin piece of shell near a mineral run, and human boot prints crossing directly through all of them. During the trip, I placed a cheap cooling charm into the bag. The guild used those charms in summer storage rooms. The original was a blue ceramic disc that could keep one great cold for an hour. By the time the village roofs appeared, the upgrade timer reached completion. I pulled out a silver-white lantern with a heart-shaped crystal suspended inside. Upgrade complete. Basic Coolin Charm became Winter Heart Beacon. Effect creates a temporary path of calming cold. Fire-aligned creatures may follow the field toward thermal relief. Range increases with supplied mana. That was not a weapon. It was better. You could only defeat one dragon at a time with a blade. A path could move all of them. Hearthglen looked poorer than the first village. The houses were stone at the bottom and patched wood above. Half the roofs carried old scorch marks. Fences leaned outward from previous impacts. People had stacked water barrels beside every building, not because they expected fire exactly, but because anything involving dragons eventually needed water. The royal camp across the field looked like a different country. White tents, clean banners, new timber platforms, crates of food and potion glass stacked under guards. The crown had spent more on 3 days of student comfort than Hearthglen had spent repairing itself in 10 years. The villagers saw my old world school clothes beneath the guild cloak and went stiff. One man with a hammer looked at my porter card. Another summoned hero? Banished one. That changed his expression, though I could not tell whether it improved it. I asked where the dragons usually crossed. He showed me. I asked which roofs failed first. He showed me those too. I asked where the young drake stopped when frightened. That was when the villagers began answering before I finished the questions. We moved livestock from the eastern pens. We painted white mineral lines across the safe migration path. The stone lizard packed loose ground beneath 2 barns. The baby ogre helped lift support beams while pretending not to enjoy the attention from village children. The guild escort watched me work. You ask more questions than most heroes, one said. Most heroes were not given 7 days to prove they deserve food. He laughed once. Then a fire spell exploded across the field. The sound rolled off the ridge. A flock of ash birds lifted from the trees. My goblin scout froze and pointed toward the royal camp. Another spell followed. This one missed its target and scorched a long black mark across the warm stone above the springs. Dachi's minotaur roared. The answer came from inside the mountain. Low, sleepy. I felt it through the stone lizard's feet. The dragons were not awake yet. They had started listening. I walked toward the ridge markers with the village elder. Half of them were gone. The old posts that once warned travelers away from nesting hollows had been pulled from the ground and stacked beside a royal supply wagon. Why? I asked. A royal worker shrugged. They blocked the training field. They marked dragon dens. We were told this is controlled beginner terrain. Fresh claw lines ran across the rock behind him. Your control is missing several facts. He touched the sword at his side. Royal orders outranked village superstition. The village elder's face closed. The guild mission lead pulled me back before the conversation became useful in a different way. We warn them, he said quietly. Orders are orders. That sentence was becoming the kingdom's favorite way to place consequences in someone else's hands. Day 4 was almost over. I had money. I had an EXP engine. I still did not have a way home. But the more the crown lied about power, the more certain I became that the summoning system and the road back came from the same hidden place. If I wanted the third answer, I would have to survive long enough to force it out of them. Across the ridge the next morning, the rest of my class thought they were finally becoming strong. Their spells hit targets now, mostly. Fire users could produce flames larger than their hands, though the edges scattered. Weapon users could reinforce a strike, then spent the next minute breathing like they had run a race. Beast users managed simple commands, as long as their beasts already wanted to do the same thing. Supports restored mana in small amounts, then needed more recovery than the people they helped. 5 days in, they were better than students. They were not ready for dragons. Daki stood in the center of the royal training yard with his minotaur behind him. Charge the 3 center targets, he ordered. The beast lowered its horns. Black mana rolled over its shoulders. It hit the first target, the second target, the third target, and then kept going. Stop. The Minotaur broke through the boundary fence and buried one horn in a supply cart. The class cheered. They saw the power. The instructor saw the missing control. Daki walked over like he had intended every part of it. Beast Tyrant, he said. It knows not to waste momentum. The Minotaur yanked its horn free and shoved him aside with one hand. Maki covered a smile. Her own skill had improved too. A restrained training beast stood inside a red circle while she extended one hand. Dark rose light moved from the creature into her body. Its legs weakened. Her posture straightened. The exhaustion left her face. Then she touched Dachi's shoulder and transferred a thin stream of energy into him. He brightened slightly. Namas. She remained almost fully restored. Excellent support conversion, an instructor said. Another student watched the training creature sway. She kept most of it. Maki heard and smiled sweetly. Control takes practice. Her eyes moved past Dachi, toward a royal knight whose aura had just split a stone pillar. Dachi followed her gaze. His minotaur followed Dachi's anger and pawed the ground. Above the camp, the king stepped into a private command tent. A crystal communicator waited on a black stand. He activated it. Static moved through the room like breath behind a wall. "These kids are not ready yet," the king said. "We need more time." The answer came from the crystal in a voice too deep to belong to the small light inside it. "You know he waits for no one." The king's fingers tightened around the edge of the table. "The convergence is still 2 days away. The measure begins when the seventh sun sets. Your walls stand because the pact stands." The light went dark. The king stayed still for several seconds. Then he called the instructors in. "Distribute the royal mana accelerants." The senior instructor went pale. "Your Majesty, their channels have not adapted. Accelerants increase available mana before the body learns to carry it. We could see spell expansion, aura ruptures, emotional instability, beast resonance. Control can be taught after output reaches the required level." The instructor looked at him. Not strength, not survival, output. That was the word the king cared about. Blue potion bottles appeared on every student's table before noon. The liquid inside looked almost identical to the basic mana potions I had upgraded. Almost. Mine had become an origin mana elixir that rebuilt the body to hold what it gave. Theirs forced mana into channels that were not ready. Dachi drank first. Power surged through him so fast the air around his arms cracked. He laughed. His minotaur's eyes turned red-black, and the beast grew half a head taller as its own mana answered the spike. A mage threw a fire sphere and accidentally produced a wall. A fighter reinforced his sword and split the practice platform beneath his feet. Maki's lifesteal range expanded far enough to drain 3 targets at once. The red aura around her became almost beautiful. The class cheered. For the first time, they felt like the heroes the summoning hall promised. Nobody told them power that arrived faster than control was not theirs yet. The instructors moved training toward the hot ridge. Stronger targets waited there. More danger meant more output. Dachi led because he refused to walk behind anyone. His minotaur stomped through one of the white migration lines we had painted and scattered the mineral powder into the wind. A fire mage aimed at a stone practice beast near the springs. Her spell doubled in size after she released it. The blast missed. It struck the mouth of a warm cavern. Stone collapsed inward. Dachi's minotaur roared at the echo. The entire ridge answered. Ground moved beneath the village. Vast steam burst from 3 mineral vents. A round orange head pushed through the broken cavern mouth, eyes half closed, cheeks swollen from months of sleep. The first dragon looked almost harmless. Then it opened its wings, slid down the ridge like a falling boulder, and flattened a royal watchtower without slowing. More shapes moved behind it. The students raised their weapons. The villagers ran for the marked shelters. Through a viewing crystal, the king watched the ridge wake. The senior instructor reached for the evacuation signal. The king stopped him. "Let them fight. They are unstable. Then pressure will stabilize them, or break them." He did not say which outcome he expected. The first B-rank Drake slid toward Hearthglen. Before anyone explained why it was angry, Dashi pointed at it. "Beast Tyrant, charge." His minotaur lowered its horns and ran directly into the migration path. The village bells started before the minotaur reached the dragon. 1 bell meant fire, 2 meant a beast breach. Hearthglen rang every bell it had. I was on the western edge, helping the baby ogre hold a roof brace when formation link filled with danger marks. The goblin scout was already on a chimney. Through its eyes, I saw 3 round shapes sliding down the ridge, not flying. Sliding. The first ember drake spread its wings just enough to steer its weight. The second bounced off a stone terrace and rolled through a fence. The third came down backward, corrected itself with one furious flap, and landed on a hay wagon so completely that only the wheels remained visible. They looked clumsy. They were still B-rank dragons. A bad landing from one could erase a house. "East Lane," the mission lead shouted. "Move the villagers." The royal students did the opposite. They formed a loose attack line across the migration route. Someone yelled, "Dragons," as if naming them made panic useful. A fire mage threw a spear larger than anything she had produced the day before. The potion doubled it after release. The spell passed over the target, struck the hillside behind it, and showered hot stone across the path. The dragon opened its mouth and answered with a burst of ember wind. Students scattered. Dachi did not. He pointed at the largest drake. "Beast Tyrant, crush it." The Minotaur wanted that command. That was the problem. It charged before Dachi finished speaking. The dragon was not facing the village. It was trying to turn toward the upper springs. The Minotaur struck it from the side and knocked it off the marked lane. The drake rolled through a stone wall and landed in the center street. People screamed. Daki lifted both hands like the collision had proved something. See, it cannot stand against me. The dragon stood. Its eyes went from sleepy to furious. Dachi's Minotaur looked pleased. Neither of them cared that a family was trapped behind the broken wall. Maki moved through the students surrounded by red light. One boy had burned both hands controlling an oversized spell. Another had collapsed from mana exhaustion. Maki passed them and went straight to Dachi. She placed one palm against a wounded training beast caught under a fence. Rose-colored energy streamed from it into her. Then she touched Dachi's back. His aura steadied. The training beast stopped struggling. The boy with the burned hands stared at her. I need help. Maki did not look at him. Daki is holding the front. He was not holding anything. His beast was turning one panicked dragon into a battle because it enjoyed being challenged. I released the 4 summons from the stable. They landed around me, larger than they had been in the quarry, but still small beside the dragons. The guild members nearest me hesitated. Your plan? The mission lead asked. Stop treating this like a hunt. I activated Formation Link. The village became a map. The Goblin Scout marked moving heat, blocked alleys, trapped people, and the direction every dragon kept trying to turn. Northwest, toward the springs. Exactly as the guild had explained. They are not attacking the village, I said. They are trying to cross it. A royal instructor snapped. They have already destroyed property. Because you built a camp in their road and started throwing mana at their beds. Another dragon slid into the eastern fields. Students raised their spells. Do not fire, I said. Daki laughed from across the street. Listen to him. The porter thinks he commands heroes now. I sent one silent pulse through Formation Link. The Goblin Scout vanished onto the roofs. It moved faster than any student in the street, dropping chalk markers at clear turns and banging shutters where people still hid. It found the family behind the broken wall and marked a side window before the dragon could turn. The skeleton archer fired. Its arrow cut the trapped window latch. The baby ogre reached the house, braced both hands beneath a sinking beam, and held it while the family crawled out. It was 1/4 the Minotaur's height. It obeyed before I finished thinking the command. The stone lizard planted itself at the intersection. The drake came sliding toward 3 houses, belly low, claws tearing lines through the road. Terrain grips spread to the ground. The lizard raised a ridge no higher than my knee along one side of the street and softened the opposite edge. The dragon's front foot caught. Its weight shifted. Instead of crashing into the houses, it turned through the open livestock yard. Villagers on the roofs stared at the tiny armored lizard like it had moved a river. That was what control looked like. Not bigger force. Correct direction. The largest drake drew breath in the center street. Orange light gathered behind its teeth. The royal students froze. The skeleton archer's mana node sight marked the flare beneath its jaw. One arrow struck a hanging training rope above the dragon. The heavy practice net dropped across its horns. The drake jerked its head. The breath burst went upward and burned empty air. Hearing step activated as 2 small ridge crawlers fled the disturbed ground and crossed my path. The goblin tripped the first. I cut its weak line. 1 step. The skeleton struck the second. Another step. I crossed the street before the dragon pulled free of the net. Black line cut showed pale fractures where the Minotaur's charge had damaged one scale seam. I did not try to cut the dragon down. I cut the royal restraint collar tangled around its neck. The instructors had apparently fitted tracking bands onto the sleeping drakes before training. The broken device had been shocking it every time it turned toward the springs. The collar fell. The dragon stopped fighting the net for half a breath. That was enough. I placed the Winterheart beacon in the road and fed it mana. Cold spread outward in a silver line, not freezing, calming. A path of cool air moved from the center street through the western gate and toward the mineral springs beyond the village. The largest drake lifted its head. Its nostrils widened. The anger in its eyes shifted toward confusion. Then it took 1 step after the cold. Dachi shouted, "It is running, finish it." His Minotaur charged again. I sent 4 pulses through Formation Link. The goblin marked the angle. The lizard raised stone under the Minotaur's left foot. The skeleton cut the loose strap on its shoulder armor. The baby ogre braced against a market pillar before the collision reached it. The Minotaur stumbled sideways, not enough to drop it, enough to miss the dragon. It hit an empty trough and split it in half. Dachi's face twisted. "Get up, attack the dragon." The Minotaur looked at the drake following the Winterheart path, then at my formation, then at Dachi. It did not move. Attack. The beast struck the ground with 1 fist and roared at him. The sound threw dust off the roofs. Dachi stepped back. For the first time, everybody saw the truth. He did not control the Minotaur. He negotiated with its ego and called the moments it agreed obedience. I did not have time to enjoy that. A second dragon had reached the student line. The royal potion surge began to collapse. One mage lost her spell halfway through forming it. A weapon user's reinforced legs failed under him. Maki's red aura flickered as the nearby training creatures ran out of vitality she could take. The dragon lowered its head and charged the exhausted class. The students who had laughed in the summoning hall stood in a cluster with no formation and nowhere to go. I could have let the royal instructors solve it. They were too far away. I could have let Dashi prove Beast Tyrant meant something. His Minotaur was still refusing him. So I used the template the first raid had taught me. Scout, control, front line, range. The goblin crossed the dragon's sight and drew its head 2 degrees left. The stone lizard softened the road under its leading foot. The baby ogre planted in front of the students. It was not strong enough to stop a B-rank dragon. It did not need to stop it forever. The impact pushed the ogre backward, boots carving trenches through the road. It held for 1 second, then 2, long enough. The skeleton's arrow struck the damaged scale beneath the dragon's foreleg. Weak line cut brightened the same seam. Clearing step carried me across the final distance. I hit the line with the flat of the aura blade and released mana through the crack. The dragon's front leg folded. Its charge turned into a slide. The stone lizard raised the edge of the street and guided the whole body away from the students. The drake stopped beside the Winterheart path, stunned but breathing steadily. The beacon pulled at it. The dragon stood and followed the cold. One by one, the others did the same. Goblin ran ahead, marking the route. The lizard shaped the turns. The ogre held broken gates open. The skeleton cut every rope, sign, and damaged barrier blocking the lane. The royal students watched 4 creatures they had laughed at move like a trained unit. The last dragon hesitated near the village well. Daki's Minotaur stepped into its path without being ordered. The 2 beasts stared at each other. Daki grinned like control had returned. Then the Minotaur moved aside. The dragon followed my beacon. The silence after that was louder than the battle. Villagers came out of shelters. A woman grabbed my hands and thanked me before I knew which house had been hers. Children surrounded the baby ogre. The stone lizard received 3 bowls of water and ignored all of them until someone added warm rocks. The goblin appeared with 6 stolen royal badges and had to be convinced to return 5. The skeleton stood beside me with its bow lowered. Royal instructors looked at my summons, then at Dachi's Minotaur, then away. Dachi recovered his voice. They were weak dragons. His Minotaur snorted. Someone laughed. Daki turned, but he could not tell who had done it. Maki approached while I checked the boy whose hands had been burned by his own spell. She had cleaned the dust from her face. Her voice returned to the soft one she used when she wanted to sound harmless. Tommy. I kept wrapping the boy's hands with upgraded salve. I was scared in the hall, she said. Everything happened so fast. Dachi had a beast. The king was watching. I did not know what would happen. You knew enough to choose. Her mouth tightened. We were together when nobody important was looking. That is not fair. I finished the bandage and stood. No, it was accurate. She reached toward my sleeve. The goblin scout appeared on my shoulder and bared tiny teeth at her fingers. Maki stopped. I turned back to the villagers. That hurt her more than shouting would have. Dachi had taken her because he thought she was a prize. She had chosen him because she thought he was the winner. Neither of them understood what happened when the room stopped agreeing. The goblin tugged my ear and pointed toward the ridge. One last danger mark pulsed through formation link. Not danger exactly. Weak life. I followed it into a collapsed warm hollow above the springs. Broken shell pieces lay beneath the stone ledge. Most were old. One small egg remained wedged between roots, cracked along the side and cold compared to the surrounding ground. A round adult drake stood above it. One wing dragged slightly from the panic below. The guild escorts raised weapons. I lowered mine. The dragon looked at the Winterheart beacon in my hand, then at the migration path where the others had disappeared. It pushed the egg toward me with its nose. The shell rolled once and stopped against my boot. Public appraisal appeared from my adventurer card. Damaged dragon egg. Hatch probability near 0. Rank unreadable. Trade value negligible. The bag gave a different answer. Ancient bloodline detected. Maximum evolution route available. Estimated upgrade time 36 hours. The adult dragon waited. It was not giving me a treasure because it trusted humans. It was giving the egg to the one person who had not treated its whole family like targets. I placed the egg into the bag. Upgrade initiated. Time remaining 35 hours, 59 minutes. The dragon watched the pouch close. Then it turned and followed the others toward the springs. By sunset, the crown had received 3 reports. Tommy saved Hearthglen. Tommy commanded 4 named core beasts in formation. Tommy acquired a dragon egg. The king read each line twice. The royal advisor beside him whispered, "The Ark Shepherd is collecting bloodlines." The king looked toward the arena being prepared for day 7. Then we cannot allow him to arrive with the students already believing him. 7-day plan progress. Bankroll secured. EXP engine secured. Route home unknown. Time remaining 2 days. I had just proven the crown withheld information that could have saved an entire village. On day 6, I decided to tell the class directly. I learned that proof and belief were not the same thing. The royal instructors rewrote the dragon attack before the dust settled. By the time the students reached their camp, the official version was already moving from tent to tent. Unexpected field test. Controlled territorial response. Royal training successfully contained the situation with civilian assistance. Civilian assistance meant me, 4 summoned monsters, 1 village guild, and every local who had spent the morning moving people out of the crown's mistake. Language was another kind of storage. Put failure inside the right words long enough and somebody would pull out a victory. I found the empty potion vial beside the damaged training fence. Blue glass. Royal seal. A thin red residue around the neck. The label read exactly what the instructors had told the students. Royal Mana Accelerator. Temporary mana increase. I held it near the bag. Hidden structure detected. Incomplete siphon primer. Effect: forces external mana through unadapted channels. Effect: creates unstable excess output. Secondary effect: leaves the user compatible with large-scale mana extraction. I read the last line twice. Potion had not simply made them stronger badly, it had prepared them to be emptied. I placed the vial inside the bag. Because it was nearly empty, the upgrade took less than an hour. When I removed it, the blue glass had become clear gold and the liquid inside had thickened into one perfect drop. Upgrade complete. Incomplete siphon primer became balanced mana foundation elixir. Effect: expands mana capacity only after adapting the user's channels. No extraction compatibility. Stable growth formula. The safe version existed. The crown had chosen the one that damaged control and made later harvesting easier. That was no longer incompetence. It was design. I asked the royal instructor for 10 minutes with the class before they returned to the capital. He refused. Students gathered anyway. Some came because I had saved them. Some came because Dachi told them not to. Maki stood beside him with her arms folded. Her smile was calm again. Dachi's cheek had stopped being red from my slap days ago, but every time his minotaur looked toward my summons, the old humiliation returned to his face. I did not start with accusations, I started with facts. The crown treated awakening like a final verdict, I said. It is not. Mana grows through circulation. Levels grow through combat. Skills can be learned. The kingdom knew that before we arrived. A student near the back nodded slowly. He had been the one who compared the system to a video game. I continued. They delayed teaching us basic circulation. They placed your camp beside a known dragon route. They removed warning markers. They gave you potions that force more mana into your body than your channels can control. I held up the blue vial and the gold one. This is what they gave you. This is what the same formula becomes when it is made stable. One girl looked at the burns along her wrist. Why would they give us the bad one? That is what I am trying to find out. Dachi laughed. Not because the answer was funny, because he needed everyone else to hear confidence before they heard doubt. You got thrown out, he said. You survived, found some tricks, and now you need everyone to believe being thrown out made you better than us. That is not what I said. It is what you mean. He pointed at the 4 summons. Those things came from monster cores. Nobody knows what you turned yourself into outside the barrier. Now the crown that fed us, trained us, and protected us is suddenly evil because they did not recognize your bag? That argument worked because it was easier than mine. Believing me meant the roof over their heads belonged to people using them. Believing Dachi meant they only needed to train harder. Maki stepped forward. Tommy, you have been through a lot, she said softly. Maybe you are scared. Maybe you are seeing patterns because you expect everyone to betray you. She looked around the group. The kingdom gave us food, teachers, safety, a place in this world. We cannot turn against them because one potion made us dizzy. Several students relaxed when she said it. Not because she proved anything, because she gave them permission not to choose. A quiet boy near the side said, "But Tommy saved us." Nobody answered him. Dachi's eyes hardened. The royal instructor entered the circle with guards behind him. "What is that vial?" "Your potion," I said. Corrected. He held out his hand. "Turn it over." "No. Royal alchemy cannot be verified by an unregistered ability. Then let an independent guild verify it. IDS. He took one step closer. Storage transformation is not recognized as evidence. That was when I knew he believed me. People do not rush to disqualify evidence they think is harmless. The guards collected every empty vial they could find. One student tried to hide hers. A guard took it anyway. I put the gold elixir back into my bag before they reached me. Dachi smiled like authority arriving had settled the argument. The quiet students did not. The hooded spy watched from the edge of the camp. His report reached the king before sunset. Subject is influencing the summoned group, he said through the crystal. He presented the accelerator as a siphon component. Several students hesitated. The king's voice became flat. Then he is no longer only an asset outside custody. He is an influence threat. A royal announcement came 1 hour later. All summoned students were ordered back to the capital for the 7th-day hero evaluation. The event would include a public battle royale. The winner would receive command status, elite royal resources, and priority access to the path home once the kingdom was secured. Path home. Those 2 words changed my decision. The safe move was to remain in Hearthglen. The villagers would hide me. The guild could delay a royal retrieval order. The crown would have to expose how much it feared a useless porter to drag me back by force. But the arena was connected to the summoning system. The potions were preparing mana for extraction. Now the king had admitted some kind of return route existed. I was going back. Not to prove I had value, not to win a title. I was going back because the answer to Objective 3 had finally shown itself. I spent the rest of Day 6 preparing for a trap everybody else called a competition. Formation link training came first. I stood in the village square while the force summons spread to opposite edges. The goblin moved through rooftops. The skeleton watched from the bell tower. The ogre trained beside the barns. The stone lizard followed underground water channels. I held all 4 streams at once without losing my own sight. Then I narrowed them. Threat, position, need, nothing else. We cleared 3 small monster pockets along the ridge before nightfall. I chose them for training value, not loot. The first pocket belonged to ash wolves that hunted in pairs. One showed itself while the second circled through brush. On our first exchange, the goblin scout marked the visible wolf and almost missed the real threat. I froze the formation, made it watch the tracks instead of the teeth, and sent it back through the route. The second time, it vanished between 2 chalk marks and appeared behind the hidden wolf before the attack began. Goblin Scout reached level 14. Skill evolved. Marked route. Effect: the scout can designate safe movement points for linked allies and move between nearby marks with reduced visibility. Now was not teleportation, it was better pathing performed so quickly the eye lost the middle. In the battle royale, it would let the goblin move through a crowd without treating every student as a target. The second pocket held rockback boars. They were smaller than the dragons but built around the same problem: weight, charge, and too much confidence in a straight line. The stone lizard shaped a shallow funnel. The baby ogre stood at the narrow end. First boar struck and pushed it 6 steps. The ogre wanted to chase after the miss. I sent one silent command: hold. It returned to the same place. The lizard raised a ridge behind its heels. On the second charge, the ogre caught the impact, turned its shoulders, and sent the boar sliding into soft ground instead of striking back wildly. Baby ogre reached level 15. Skill evolved. Impact brace. Effect: converts part of a frontal collision into stable footing for nearby linked allies. Stone lizard reached level 16. Skill evolved. Ridge wall. Effect: raises short defensive terrain along a marked formation link line. Big attacks no longer had to be stopped by a bigger attack. They could become structure for the rest of the team. The third pocket was a cluster of mana moths nesting around stone imps. The moths strengthened any spell passing through their dust, while the imps threw wheat bolts from behind rocks. Individually, none were dangerous. Together, every small spell grew on the way toward us. The skeleton archer watched the mana threads rather than the creatures. Its first arrow pinned one glowing thread to a tree. The amplified spell curved with it and struck empty ground. The second arrow cut a moth's connection to the group. The third broke the imp's focus stone. Skeleton archer reached level 15. Skill evolved. Spell pin. Effect: fixes a visible mana structure to a point for 1 moment, disrupting movement, growth, or combination. That skill would not overpower a stronger mage. It would make a stronger mage's timing belong to us for 1 second. The EXP siphon fed every bond, and the adaptive growth rations helped their bodies settle each gain instead of wasting it. I rose with them. Ami reached level 18. Mana capacity increased. Formation link range increased. Clearing step threshold increased. I spent another hour deliberately feeding false information into the link. Bells rang from one side. Stones rolled from another. Villagers moved through the training field carrying flags while the summons maintained separate jobs. At first, every signal felt urgent. By the end, I could discard anything that did not threaten the objective. Route, weak point, person in danger, everything else became background. Then I used the bag on tools meant to keep the battle non-lethal. A cheap healing tonic became field recovery mist, enough to stabilize a group without refilling the unstable royal mana in one dangerous surge. Ordinary binding cable became oat steel restraint, which tightened against hostile mana but loosened when the restrained person stopped fighting. 3 thin shield plates became impact diffusion plates. Each could absorb 1 overwhelming strike by breaking in layers instead of sending the whole force into my body. The bag could make weapons. The more important discovery was that it could make mercy practical. I did not know exactly what the king planned for day 7. I knew the students might stand between me and the answer. These upgrades gave me ways to move them without treating them like creatures in a dungeon. Then I found an old cracked boundary stake in the village storehouse. It had once stabilized emergency barriers during dragon season, but the crystal inside had split years ago. The bag took most of the night to repair it. Upgrade complete. Cracked boundary stake became world anchor. Effect: stabilizes local space. Effect: prevents forced portal collapse for a limited duration. Effect: can hold 1 realm boundary open if supplied with sufficient mana. That was the first tool I had found that spoke directly to a road between worlds. The dragon egg pulsed inside the bag. A tiny heartbeat moved through the bond space. Maximum bloodline reconstruction, 92%. Hatching condition, high-density sovereign mana. Time alone would not finish it. Something powerful enough to feed a royal ritual might. At dawn, the innkeeper from the first village arrived with a repaired coat sent through the guild road. Hearthglen's villagers added food, gloves, and a small wooden token carved like a round dragon. You already proved you are useful, the village elder said, not to the crown. He looked toward the capital road. That sounds like the crown's problem. For the first time since we arrived in this world, someone valued me without asking what my class could do for them. That was dangerous in a different way. It gave this world something I did not want to abandon carelessly. Day 7 began with the same kingdom gate that had thrown me out. The guards were waiting. They recognized the school uniform beneath my repaired coat. They recognized the tiny bag. They recognized the face they had expected never to see again. One guard looked past me for an escort. There was none. You came back, he said. That was the sentence. The other guard glanced at the road behind me. What happened out there? I learned what the kingdom forgot to mention. They did not laugh. A scanner team met me inside the gate. The crystal passed blue light over my body and bag. Class, storage carrier. Level, 18. Registered combat skill, low. Registered beast contract, none. The last result drew murmurs. Dachi waited beyond the checkpoint in polished black armor. His minotaur stood behind him wearing a new royal harness and looking no happier about it. No beasts, Dachi said, so the village story was exaggerated. The stable space inside my bag shifted as 4 summons reacted to his voice. I kept them stored. You should trust the scanner, I said. It has been very accurate about me. He did not understand the joke. The capital arena had been rebuilt into 6 different battle zones. A central stone platform stood above a shallow water trench. Broken columns filled one side. A planted forest occupied another. Raised paths crossed a beast ring. Glowing circles covered the floor in every section. The crowd saw variety. I saw plumbing. Every bright line beneath the zones ran toward one sealed core under the central platform, the same red geometry as the residue in the potion vial. The evaluation circles were not measuring mana separately, they were collecting it. The whole class entered through different gates. Some looked at me with open hostility. Some would not meet my eyes. The quiet boy from Hearthglen gave me one small nod, then looked away before the guards noticed. The king rose above the arena. 7 days ago, he announced, one summoned student rejected the order of this hall and was given a chance to prove whether even a failed class could serve the crown. The crowd looked at me. The sentence is complete. He returned. A thin wave of applause moved through the lower seats. Not welcome. Surprise. Today, every summoned hero will prove usefulness. The Battle Royale will identify the hero commander, the winner will receive royal resources, authority over the summoned force, and priority access to the path home once our kingdom is secured. The words landed exactly where the king wanted. Home. Students straightened. Maki's eyes brightened. Dachi looked at the throne like it already belonged to him. I raised my voice. Why does every evaluation line feed the same core? The nearest spectators went quiet. The king did not look down at the floor, he looked at me. There is a more urgent matter, he said. The returned student has concealed a forbidden awakening. A royal mage projected images over the arena. My small summons emerging from cores. The dragon attack. The egg entering my bag. The old scriptures name a creature carrying power connected to demon territory, the king said. He hides bonds from lawful scans, converts monster remains into obedient servants, interferes with royal training, corrupts beast bloodlines, and has attempted to turn summoned heroes against the kingdom that protects them. The statement was built from truth with every reason removed. That made it stronger than a simple lie. Dachi pointed across the arena. I knew it. No, he had not. But confidence often arrived after the answer. The king lifted one hand. The evaluation condition is amended. Any student who binds Tommy and delivers the bag to the central platform will be named the winner. The arena erupted. And, the king added, that student will receive first claim on the return path. That turned hesitation into movement. Students who did not care about Dachi cared about home. Students who doubted the crown still feared losing the only door they knew. Maki stepped beside Dachi. The quiet doubters remained farther back, but they did not leave the field. I looked at the floor lines. The first unstable auras were already making them glow. You are powering something beneath us, I said. The potions made your mana easy to pull. The king needs this fight to exhaust you. Dachi drew his weapon. Another excuse. A few students glanced down. The king dropped his hand. Begin. Spells formed across the arena. Weapon aura flared. Beasts roared. Every line under the floor brightened toward the center. The whole class moved toward me. I released the 4 summons, not because I saw my classmates as enemies, because I was the only person in the arena still trying to stop them without becoming one. The first wave thought numbers were a strategy. 12 students rushed the stone platform at once, weapon users in front, fire and wind behind, 2 capture specialists carrying silver bands meant to seal my bag. They expected me to retreat. I sent one command through formation link. Split. The stone lizard struck both front feet into the arena floor. A ridge rose between the weapon users and the mages, not high enough to hurt anyone, high enough to break sight and timing. The goblin scout disappeared into the broken column zone. 3 silver capture bands vanished from their owners' belts before the students realized it had moved. The skeleton archer fired 6 arrows. 1 pinned a sword sleeve to a wooden post. 1 broke a mage's focus charm. 2 struck the ground in front of running students and forced them to change direction. The last 2 cut the straps holding a net above the water trench. The baby ogre caught the net, waited until 4 attackers entered range, then dropped it over them and pushed the whole struggling bundle into shallow water. Nobody was seriously hurt. Everybody was stopped. I used clearing step through the openings. A reinforced spear came at my chest. Weak line cut showed the unstable mana seam along the shaft. I cut the reinforcement, not the wood. The aura vanished. I caught the spear and turned it sideways, sending the student rolling over his own momentum. A fire spell formed to my left. The skeleton marked the focus. I crossed 1 step and tapped the caster's wrist with the flat of the aura blade. The spell broke into harmless sparks. A capture specialist reached for the bag. The goblin scout appeared behind him wearing all 3 stolen bands like bracelets. It slapped one onto his wrist and linked it to a broken column. The first wave ended with 12 students tied, pinned, soaked, or staring at weapons that no longer carried mana. The audience had expected the returned porter to disappear beneath the crowd. Instead, his joke monsters had processed the attack like a veteran unit sorting cargo. A royal commentator spoke too quickly. Forbidden beast interference. Unregistered tricks have disrupted the opening exchange. The crowd did not sound convinced. One of the students in the net looked up at me. You could have cut my arm. I needed you able to notice what the floor is doing. He looked down. Red light moved beneath the water around his knees, flowing toward the central platform. The second wave came with an actual plan. Mages spread across the raised paths. Ranged fighters took the columns. Supports linked their spells into one shared shield. 2 movement users tried to keep my scout from reaching the back line. That was more dangerous. It was also familiar. Armored front, range behind, support holding the system together. The exact lesson the first dungeon party had given me. Target priority moved through formation link. Support first. The goblin could not reach them directly, so it marked the shared mana cords connecting the shield. The skeleton archer shot the first cord. The students reinforced the second. The stone lizard lifted a wall of arena stone against the ranged barrage. The baby ogre planted behind it, then pushed the whole section forward like a moving shield. Fire, ice, and wind struck the wall. The ogre grunted but kept moving. I stayed in its shadow. Movement users came around both sides. The goblin marked them half a second before they appeared. I used clearing step to meet the first, cut the mana line around his ankle, and let his own speed carry him into the sand. The second turned in time. The skeleton pinned the edge of his coat to a column. He stopped so abruptly his boots left the ground. The support group changed casting order. Formation link widened under the pressure. Timing share unlocked. For one instant, the 4 summons did not simply receive my commands. They felt the exact moment I meant. The lizard lowered the stone wall. The skeleton fired through the opening. The goblin cut the reinforced cord. The ogre struck the central shield with both hands. I used weak line cut on the shared link. The whole combination ended in the same heartbeat. The shield vanished. Nobody expected it to disappear while every individual spell still held. The mages lost balance. The support team fell backward. The second wave stopped. Then the arena began taking more than the students could afford. A windcaster tried to stand and produced only a thin breath of air. A fighter stared at his hands. My mana is not recovering. Another student checked her status. I had half left. The red lines under them glowed brighter. Because the arena is eating it, I shouted. The crowd heard. The students heard. The king heard. The king heard. Continue the evaluation, he ordered. That was the wrong answer. Even Dachi's supporters looked toward the throne. Maki moved before the doubt could spread. She extended both hands. Life steel opened across the arena in a web of dark roses. At first, the threads attached to practice constructs released from the beast ring. Then they reached the students who were already down. A girl trapped beneath the net gasped as red light left her chest. A weapon user's reinforced aura collapsed entirely. Maki drew all of it into herself. Her hair lifted, her eyes brightened, mana gathered around her so thick the air shimmered. Then she sent one narrow stream toward Dachi. Most of the stolen power stayed with her. I am supporting the commander, she said. You are draining classmates who cannot move. They agreed to fight for the crown. They did not agree to become your potion. Maki's expression hardened. Winning requires sacrifice. The words traveled farther than she intended. The girl beneath the net heard them. So did everybody Maki had called a friend that week. Minus and Brevere. Weak line cut showed her like steel web as one bright root with dozens of smaller branches. I crossed 2 clearing steps, turned under a red lash and cut the root. The webs snapped. Kyle, Buns, Bills. Stolen mana fell back into the people nearest her in uneven pulses. Maki stumbled. The glow around her dropped by half. For the first time, her skill looked exactly like what it did. She looked from Dachi's failing side to me. Then she changed her voice. Tommy, I can help you expose the king. The sentence was so quick it almost impressed me. Protect me, and I will tell them you were right. You keep changing sides and calling it survival. I am trying not to lose everything. You keep treating people like things you can stand beside until something better appears. I stepped past her. She reached for my arm. The stone lizard raised a small ridge between us. Maki stared at it. Even the ground had rejected the offer. Daki entered the center zone alone. He had another blue accelerator vial in his hand. The senior instructor stood from his seat. Do not drink that. Daki pulled the stopper with his teeth. You all saw him embarrass me because my beast was tired. The minotaur behind him struck its fists together. It had not been tired, it had been unwilling. Dachi drank. Mana erupted through his body in black arcs. The royal harness around the minotaur lit at the same time. Both of them grew inside their own auras, Dachi's weapon stretching into a heavy black blade while the beast's horns lengthened and its muscles swelled. The crowd roared. This was the kind of power they understood. Big, loud, expensive. Daki pointed the blade at me. All you have done is hide behind little monsters. I recalled the 4 summons into the stable. The arena went quiet. Dachi smiled. I kept the aura blade low at my side. Now what? He asked. Now I show you what I did while you were learning to shout. He crossed the distance in 1 reinforced charge. Day 1. That speed would have ended the fight before I moved. Day 7. His mana announced every weakness before his body reached it. The accelerator had overfilled his right shoulder. His left knee reinforcement arrived late. The aura around his blade flared strongest at the edge and thinned near the guard. Weak lines everywhere. I moved 1 step outside the strike. Clearing step did not activate because Dachi was not a dungeon creature and I had not defeated anything. Good. I needed to prove the rest of my growth was mine. His blade struck stone. I cut the reinforcement around his wrist. The weapon stayed intact. His grip failed. Dachi caught it with the other hand and spun into a second strike. I reinforced my legs, lowered my center, and let the flat of his blade pass over my shoulder. The aura blade touched the dark mana around his ribs. Weak line cut. Half his body reinforcement flickered out. He stumbled, not because I was stronger, but because he had expected magic to support weight it no longer carried. Daki recovered with anger instead of balance. That made the next move easier. He attacked high. I stepped inside, struck the guard, and turned his blade into the sand. The point buried itself. I placed my weapon against his chest without cutting. The entire exchange had lasted 6 breaths. The crowd did not cheer. They were busy replacing one story with another. Dachi looked at the blade at his chest, then at me. No. He refused the result like it needed his permission. Beast tyrant, he screamed, crush him. The Minotaur charged into the arena. Not toward me, toward the students nearest the central platform. Its eyes were wild from the accelerator. The Dragon Egg's sovereign aura had been growing inside my bag, and every beast in the arena could feel something they could not name. Daki pulled on the royal harness. Turn, I commanded you. The Minotaur tore 1 control chain free. Students scattered. I released the stone lizard and baby ogre directly in its path. The lizard raised the ground. The ogre braced. They could redirect the charge. They could not stop the frenzy for long. The bag pulsed hard enough to bend the strap against my side. High-density sovereign mana detected. Maximum bloodline reconstruction, 100%. Hatching condition satisfied. Upgrade complete. Damaged dragon egg became primordial dragon god whelp. Current level, 1. Bloodline rank, divine. Authority, ancestor of legendary beast lines. The bag opened by itself. Something climbed out using my sleeve. It was smaller than the goblin had been on day 2. Round silver belly, 4 little black claws, 2 folded wings too large for its body, a crown-shaped ridge of gold scales between bright blue eyes. The whelp reached my shoulder, looked around the arena, and sneezed 1 tiny spark. Dachi stared. Then he laughed. That is your dragon? The Minotaur stopped mid-charge. Its front foot came down slowly. The black blade in its hand dropped into the sand. Then the giant beast lowered 1 knee. Every contracted beast in the arena reacted. Wolves flattened their ears and bowed. Birds landed. Armored mounts lowered their heads. Even the royal beasts outside the field turned toward my shoulder. Humans saw the status panel a second later. Primordial Dragon God Whelp. Level 1. Divine Bloodline Authority. Ancestor of legendary beast lines. Daki's laugh ended without sound. The whelp looked at his minotaur. It made one soft chirping noise. Sovereign calm activated. The frenzy left the beast's eyes. The unstable black aura thinned. I pointed toward Dachi, who had dropped to one knee as his accelerator crashed. Protect him, Frofton, to Efra est. The Minotaur looked at me, then at the tiny dragon. Then it picked Dachi up with one hand and moved him away from the glowing center platform. I had given his beast more useful direction in one sentence than Dachi had managed in 7 days. Daki pushed weakly against its fingers. Put me down. Minotaur ignored him for his own safety. Maki stared at the dragon whelp on my shoulder. Her eyes moved from it to the king, then back to me. For once, there was no stronger person she could reach quickly enough. Several students lowered their weapons. The quiet boy from Hearthglen stepped between me and a royal guard. He was right about the arena, he said. Another student looked at the red lines beneath her feet. They are still pulling mana. The class turned toward the throne. The king saw the movement. He saw the dragon god. He saw the arc shepherd he had thrown outside the barrier standing at the center of every beast's attention. Then he stopped pretending the battle royale mattered. He placed both hands on the throne controls. The central platform opened. Red light surged through every arena line at once. Students dropped as their remaining mana was pulled downward. The royal barrier sealed over the crowd. My 4 summons spread through Formation Link, holding students away from the brightest channels. I planted the world anchor near the core. Space stabilized around us, but the siphon kept building. The king's voice carried through the arena. The measure is sufficient. Daki looked up from the Minotaur's hand. Measure for what? The sky split before the king answered. Not like lightning, like fabric pulled apart from the other side. Dark terrain appeared beyond the opening. Towers shaped from black stone, a red horizon, something enormous moving where the distance should have been. The crystal voice returned from everywhere at once. I told you, it said, he waits for no one. The person the crown called the enemy had just stopped the entire class without seriously harming them. Then the real owner of the ritual looked through the sky. Demon territory did not enter the arena through one doorway. It appeared over everything. Blue sky dimmed behind a red-black layer. Cracks opened above the stands, showing distant ground that did not belong to our world. Black towers leaned across a horizon too large to fit behind them. Heavy mana filled the air until breathing felt like pulling water into my lungs. The arena remained beneath my feet. So did somewhere else. The 2 places had been laid over each other by the ritual. A shape gathered inside the largest tier, not the demon lord's full body. The boundary could not hold that. An avatar formed from smoke, armor, and 2 pale eyes that looked down on the kingdom like it had already counted everything inside. The crowd stopped screaming. Fear reached a point where sound became useless. The king remained standing above the arena. He looked smaller than he had 7 days ago. The avatar spoke. The offering is thin. The words pressed against every surface. The king bowed his head. The summon batch developed more slowly than projected. Dachi heard him. So did everyone else. Offering, one student whispered. The red lines beneath us answered before the king did. They pulled again. Nah. Mana left students in visible streams, not all of it, enough to make knees buckle and skills disappear. The potion residue in their channels lit like hooks. The truth became simple once it stopped hiding. Every 100 years, the boundary between this kingdom and demon territory weakened. The crown had not summoned heroes because only outsiders could save the world. It summoned young people because our souls came from a place without this world's fixed mana patterns. Flexible, dense, easy to reshape. The kingdom awakened classes inside us. Drained us, overfilled us, then placed us in an arena designed to make us spend everything at once. The collected mana renewed a pact that kept demon territory from crossing fully during the Lord's waking cycle. We were saving the kingdom. That part had always been technically true. We were not the heroes. We were the payment. The quiet boy beside me stared at the king. You knew? The king finally looked at the students instead of the avatar. I knew what survival costs. Maki's face had gone white. Daki stopped fighting the Minotaur's grip. The demon lord's eyes moved across the class. 40 vessels, he said. Damaged, poorly ripened, 1 proper shepherd. His attention landed on me. The bag at my side tightened as if the space inside it had become aware of being seen. The royal advisor's old scripture appeared in a projection above the throne. The words were not meant for the crowd, but the ritual had opened every hidden layer at once. Carry the fallen lines, return them named, hold living mana where no crown may mark it, anchor the door between worlds. Arc Shepherd. The title had never meant a person who merely summoned monsters. It meant a living vault that could carry bloodlines, stabilize a boundary, and move mana without allowing either side to own it. The crown expected the ability to awaken among the students under royal control. The Ark Shepherd was supposed to guide beast energy into the ritual, reduce loss among valuable royal assets, and carry whatever the core could not hold. My public class had hidden the prophecy behind the word storage. The king had looked at a tiny bag, seen no attack power, and banished the one person his ritual actually needed. That was why the spy followed me. That was why the crown watched but did not retrieve me immediately. They needed to know whether the old scripture had truly appeared. The demon lord seemed amused. You discarded the hand meant to close your gate. The king's expression did not change. A ruler acts on the information available. No, I said. A ruler asks what an ability does before throwing it outside. His eyes sharpened. This is not a game, boy. That is why your mistakes matter. The arena core pulled harder. Students cried out. Dachi's minotaur lowered him carefully, then placed its body between him and the nearest ritual line. The dragon godwell pressed against my neck and released a soft pulse of sovereign mana that steadied every beast, but it could not replace what the arena was taking from humans. The king gripped the railing. You speak as though the choice is simple. The pact has protected millions for centuries. Every crown before mine paid what was required. A kingdom cannot ask whether each stone wishes to be part of the wall. We are not stones. You are outsiders. The words landed harder than any insult Dachi had used, not because they hurt me, because the king finally said the line his entire system was built around. Outsiders could be used without becoming part of the moral count. You summoned us without consent, I said. Hid the way home, lied about power, filled people with unstable mana, then called the result duty. The king looked toward the stands where his citizens watched. If the pact fails, those citizens disappear beneath demon territory. Would you trade their lives for 40 strangers? The demon lord laughed. The sound shook dust from the arena walls. You still think the bargain belongs to you. The largest crack in the sky widened. For one impossible second, another place appeared through it. A street under gray rain, power lines, a convenience store sign, a bicycle leaning against a railing. Earth, my world. The sight reached somewhere behind every plan I had made. I'd spent 7 days treating home like the third objective on a list, because lists were easier than admitting what the word meant. Familiar air, a language nobody needed translated, a place where monsters did not own the roads and kings did not summon classrooms into rituals. The demon lord turned the opening slightly, and I saw the school gate we had vanished from. The road recognizes you, he said. Your vault has touched both worlds. Step through. Take the creature's name to you. Leave the crown, the betrayer, the tyrant, and every fool who raised a hand against you. Maki looked at the doorway, then at me. The demon lord continued. I require only what was promised. Their excess mana, their flexible souls will survive long enough for the pact to close. Long enough? A student asked. The avatar did not answer. It did not need to. The route home was real. It was open. All I had to do was step aside. Dashi had mocked me in 2 worlds. Maki had treated me like a boyfriend only when kindness cost nothing. Most of the class had laughed in the hall, believed the king over the person who saved them, and attacked me for a better place in line. The king had banished me as broken equipment. I owed none of them forgiveness. Maki crawled 1 step toward me before the red line beneath her pulled her down again. Tommy, her voice shook. We were together. No, I said. You kept me nearby. I made a mistake. You made the same choice every time the room changed. Please. She looked at the open street from Earth. You cannot leave me here. I looked at her. I can protect you without pretending you chose me. That was all she got. Daki lifted his head. The arrogance was gone because exhaustion had removed the energy needed to perform it. Was Beast Tyrant fake? He asked the king. The king said nothing. The demon lord answered. High output, low compatibility, an excellent vessel. Daki looked at the minotaur shielding him. For the first time, he seemed to understand the beast had never been proof he was chosen. It was another number in the king's calculation. The quiet boy from Hearthglen pushed himself upright. You warned us. 2 more students stood with him. Then the girl whose burned hands I had treated. They did not suddenly become brave enough to erase what happened. They simply ran out of comfortable lies. The demon lord extended 1 armored hand toward the earth doorway. Choose, Ark Shepherd. I wanted to go home. That mattered. A choice is not moral because the wrong option has no appeal. The doorway showed everything I had placed at the end of my 7-day map. But the condition was letting someone else decide what my anger made me. The king wanted me to accept that outsiders could be spent. The demon lord wanted me to accept that betrayal made abandonment inevitable. Both offers required me to become a result of what other people had done. I was tired of being defined that way. I planted the world anchor into the central platform. Silver roots of light spread through the arena. The earth doorway stopped flickering. The demon lord's eyes narrowed. I refused the bargain, I said. The king exhaled in relief too early. I refuse yours too. I looked at the students. I am not saving you because you earned it from me. I am saving you because neither of them gets to choose what kind of person I become. The red arena lines surged. The demon lord's avatar stepped farther through the boundary. Black shapes poured from the cracks around him. Armored hounds, winged shadows, and tall constructs built from smoke around bright red cores. The final problem arranged itself. Stop the extraction, keep the portal stable, push the manifestation back, preserve the coordinates home, and do it with a field full of people whose mana had already been taken. I activated Formation Link at full range. The 4 summons appeared across the arena zones. Goblin Scout landed in the broken column section. The skeleton archer took the highest remaining platform. The baby ogre planted beside the world anchor. The stone lizard pressed its body into the central floor and mapped every siphon channel below us. The dragon god whelp climbed from my shoulder to the top of the anchor, spread its tiny wings, and released sovereign calm across every contracted beast. Then I pointed at the students. We used the same formation you should have learned before the crown filled you with potions. Weapon users looked at me. Defend the ritual nodes. Do not chase. Mages raised tired hands. Attack only what the skeleton marks. 1 clean spell is worth 10 unstable ones. Supports gathered around the collapsed students. Stabilize bodies first, mana second. I looked at Maki. Lifesteal only from demon constructs. Every bit goes into the support circle. Keep any for yourself, and I cut the channel. Her face tightened. Then she nodded. I looked at Dashi. His Minotaur stood over him, watching the dragon god. Stop ordering it. What? Ask. Daki stared at me like the word belonged to a language he had not learned. A winged shadow dropped toward 3 exhausted students. The Minotaur moved to intercept on instinct. Daki swallowed whatever answer he wanted to give. Please, he said to the beast, hold the center. The Minotaur turned its head. For 1 breath, nothing happened. Then it lifted Dachi onto one shoulder and stepped beside the baby ogre. Not because Beast Tyrant forced it, because it chose the job. The first wave of demon constructs struck the arena. The stone lizards shifted the floor and broke their line. Weapon users held the gaps instead of running forward. The skeleton marked red cores with pale arrows. Mages fired only at those marks. The goblin scout ran between zones, cutting loose students from ritual bands and marking new cracks before more enemies formed. Maki opened lifesteal on 1 downed construct. Red energy rushed toward her. I watched the root line. She hesitated, then redirected all of it into the support circle. The burned hand girl's breathing steadied. Maki looked almost surprised that giving power away could make people look at her without suspicion. The baby ogre and Daki's Minotaur held the world anchor together. One was small, trained, and perfectly linked. The other was massive, proud, and acting by choice for the first time. The anchor kept the overlapping worlds from collapsing. It also kept the road home visible beyond the demon lord. He looked at the formation and smiled without warmth. Then prove your vault can carry a kingdom's debt. The arena core opened beneath me. It was larger than my stage 3 capacity should have allowed. A sphere of red crystal and black metal, packed with a century of ownership seals. Every line in the arena ran into it. Every stolen thread of mana turned inside it like light trapped in deep water. The public system called it the 100-year Covenant Core. My bag called it something else. Realm-linked object detected. Maximum stable form available. Current storage capacity insufficient. The demon lord raised his hand. The avatar's pressure drove every person in the arena lower. Dragon god whelp answered with a cry too small for the authority inside it. Divine mana flowed into the bag. Formation Link fed 4 named bloodlines into the same space. The world anchors stabilized the boundary around us. The storage system expanded. Storage stage 4 unlocked. Realm-linked object capacity available. I opened the bag toward the core. The little leather mouth widened no more than it ever had. The space behind it reached across the whole platform. The 100-year Covenant core vanished. Every ritual line went dark. For half a second, the arena was free. Then a timer appeared. Maximum upgrade initiated. 100-year Covenant core processing. Estimated completion, 8 minutes. The demon lord looked at the empty platform. The king looked as though I had removed the floor beneath his throne. 8 minutes. That was all we had to hold 2 worlds apart while my tiny bag decided what a century of sacrifice should have been. The first minute disappeared under pressure. Without the Covenant core, the arena stopped feeding the demon lord. It also stopped obeying the kingdom. Every sealed crack opened wider. Demon constructs dropped through in groups, each one built around a red mana point the skeleton archer could see and almost nobody else could. Target marks spread through Formation Link. The skeleton fired. 1 pale arrow struck a core above the forest zone. 3 mages followed the mark with 1 combined spell instead of 3 separate guesses. Wind narrowed the fire. Ice contained the edges. The construct broke apart before it landed. Perfect Harvest recognized the fragments. 100-fold drop bloom activated. Red shards multiplied across the ground, but they were not monsters, and the blade did not create more enemies. It multiplied what could be used from the defeated manifestation. Demon Mana Fragment X1 became Refined Mana Fragment X100. Loot Great Ascension applied. I swept the aura blade through the pile. The fragments became clear purple crystals. "Supports!" I called. The goblin scout loaded them into a stolen helmet and ran the crystals across the field. The support students cracked them inside their circles. Mana spread through the exhausted group in controlled waves. The blade that had turned cleanup into treasure now turned an invasion into supplies. That was the advantage of an economy skill in a battle. Everything the enemy lost became something our side could spend. 7 minutes remained. The Demon Lord's avatar lowered one hand. Gravity changed in the water zone. Students fell forward as if the floor had tilted toward the skycrack. The stone lizard dug in and spread terrain grip through the platform. Low ridges rose around ankles and boots, giving people something to brace against. The baby ogre held the world anchor with both hands. Daki's minotaur planted behind it and wrapped one arm around the silver stake. The avatar pushed harder. The ogre's feet slid. The minotaur bent at the knees. Dachi clung to one horn. "Hold," he yelled. The minotaur glanced at him. Dachi caught himself. "Please hold." The beast faced forward again. Its aura stabilized for the first time all week. Not because Dachi dominated it, because command had finally become cooperation. A crack opened behind them. The goblin's danger ping reached me before the creature crossed. I used clearing step through 2 lesser hounds the weapon line had already downed. Burst step. Weak line cut through 1 red core. Second step. The chain carried me behind the ogre. A winged construct reached for the anchor. I cut the mana joint connecting its arm to the body. The skeleton's arrow struck the core a heartbeat later. The remains became another 100 refined fragments. 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Formation link widened with every zone. The scout gave me routes. The archer gave me weak points. The ogre gave me impact timing. The lizard gave me the shape of the floor. The dragon god gave every beast one shared calm beneath it all. Information should have torn my focus apart. Instead, the whelp's presence organized it by instinct. Beasts did not think in explanations. Threat, pack, path, protect. The link became simpler as the battle became larger. The king recovered enough to issue an order. "Royal Guard, reclaim the anchor. Restore the covenant pattern." Nobody moved. The guards had watched the students collapse. They had heard the word offering. The king raised his voice. "If the pact fails, the city falls." One guard looked at the Demon Lord's avatar, then at me. "The boy is the one keeping the gate from closing on us. That boy is an unregistered anomaly." The guard lowered his spear. "So is the thing you invited." The crowd heard that too. Authority did not vanish all at once. It leaked through moments when an order arrived and people asked who would pay for obeying it. 5 minutes remained. The Demon Lord sensed something larger. A horned knight formed inside the central crack, carrying a blade made from compressed night. Its first swing broke the forest platform in half. Animals. Weapon users were thrown backward. One support barrier vanished on contact. The public panel could not read its level. My bag identified the part that mattered. Avatar Guard. Core hidden behind layered authority. External armor regenerates while connected to demon territory. We could not win by striking harder. We had to interrupt the connection. The skeleton archer could see mana nodes, but the guard carried dozens of false ones across its armor. The goblin scout circled it and marked movement. Stone lizard tracked where each step increased pressure beneath the floor. The real connection was not on the body, it was in the shadow. Every time the guard moved, one dark line remained attached to the rift behind it. Lizard pinned the shadow. Terrain grip spread. The floor rose beneath the dark line and caught it between 2 slabs of white stone. The guard turned. The baby ogre charged, not to overpower it, but to make it lift its blade. The minotaur joined from the other side. Large and small hit together. The guard stopped both with one hand. That was enough to expose the shadow line. The skeleton fired through it. The arrows slowed inside the darkness. Maki opened lifesteal on the connection. Red-black power surged toward her. Too much. Her eyes widened. The old version of her would have kept pulling until it made her the strongest person nearby. "Transfer," I said. She looked at the support circle, then at me. For 1 second, I could see the calculation. Keep it and become powerful enough to run. Give it away and trust people who no longer trusted her. She redirected the channel. The support students received the mana and reinforced the ogre, the minotaur, and the skeleton's arrow at once. The arrow broke through the shadow line. The avatar guard lost its connection. Its armor stopped regenerating. Target marks became real. Mages struck the left shoulder. Weapon users broke the knee. The goblin climbed the back and drove a stolen capture band around the horned helmet. The baby ogre pulled the band. The guard's head tilted. Weak line cut showed one white seam beneath the chest armor. I crossed the field on 3 clearing steps and put the aura blade into the seam. The construct broke into dark pieces. 100-fold drop bloom filled the central platform with resources. Gruss. Refined boundary metal, sovereign mana shards, 1 realm pressure stone. Bag timer accelerated, external compatible resources absorbed, upgrade time reduced, 3 minutes, 41 seconds. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed. You turn every loss into inventory. That is what storage is for. His avatar stepped fully onto the arena floor. The pressure alone extinguished half the remaining spells. The dragon god whelp spread its little wings and stood on the world anchor. The avatar looked down at it. An infant wearing an ancestor's name. The whelp chirped. Every beast in the arena raised its head. The avatar released a wave of bloodline fear. Royal wolves whimpered. Flying beasts lost height. The minotaur's knees bent. The whelp answered with sovereign calm. The wave broke around it. Level 1, tiny body, absolute authority. The minotaur stood again. The stone lizard pushed forward. The baby ogre roared. For the first time, the demon lord's expression changed from amusement to interest. He struck toward the whelp. Dachi moved before I did. He slid from the minotaur's shoulder and threw the broken royal harness chain into the path of the attack. The chain meant nothing against the avatar's force. The minotaur understood the intent. It caught Dachi with one hand and placed its own body between the strike and the anchor. Dark force hit its shoulder. The beast dropped to one knee but did not release the stake. Dachi pressed both hands against its arm. "I am sorry," he said. Not to me, to the creature he had spent 7 days treating like proof of his own greatness. The minotaur looked at him, then tightened its grip on the anchor. One useful choice did not erase Dachi. It made the next version of him possible. That was all redemption ever really was at the beginning. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. The demon lord attacked the formation instead of the anchor. He understood the link. A sweep of dark mana crossed the arena, creating false threats in every direction. Formation link flooded with danger marks. Too many. The goblin saw 6 openings. The skeleton saw 12 cores. The lizard felt every floor line move. The ogre felt impact coming from everywhere. My vision doubled, then split again. I dropped to one knee. Sensory overload. The skill's limitation had finally found a battlefield large enough to matter. The whelp jumped from the anchor to my head. Tiny claws gripped my hair. Sovereign pulse moved through the link. False fear vanished. Not false images, false importance. The whelp could not tell me what was real, but it could tell every bonded creature which threat belonged to the pack. 4 marks remained. Scout found the Riftcaster. Archer marked the core. Lizard locked the terrain. Ogre guarded the lane. I stood. Maki tried to move closer to the support circle and almost collapsed. Lifesteal had drained her own channels when the demon connection broke. A girl she had taken mana from earlier caught her arm. Maki looked at her in surprise. The girl did not smile. "Do not make me regret that." Maki nodded. Consequences did not always look like punishment. Sometimes they looked like being helped by someone who remembered exactly what you had done. 2 minutes. The bag timer pulsed against my hip. World bridge conversion, 74%. The demon lord extended both arms. Every remaining crack widened. The earth doorway appeared again behind him. This time, it was close enough that I could hear traffic. "Your bridge can still be yours alone," he said. "Release the core. Walk away. The rest have already spent what the pact requires." Several students looked toward Earth. I did too. The offer was still real. That made refusing it again more important, not less. No. The avatar's hands closed. The overlapping territory began collapsing inward. The world anchors screamed through the stone. Cracks spread along its silver surface. The baby ogre wrapped both arms around it. The minotaur locked its hands over the ogres. Dachi joined them. Ball sector and balls is braced around the base. Supports poured every recovered fragment into the stabilizing field. Maki opened lifesteal across the lesser demon hounds and transferred everything out as fast as she took it. The red glow around her never grew. For once, the proof of her usefulness was that she did not keep the power. 1 minute, 20 seconds. The avatar crossed the field toward me. There were no lesser creatures left close enough to feed clearing step. He knew the skill's limit. So did I. The aura blade was still a harvesting weapon. It became absurd after a weakness existed. I needed the formation to create one against something far beyond our level. The goblin scout ran straight at the avatar, a tiny legendary seed creature against the demon lord's projection. The avatar almost ignored it. That was the goblin's advantage. It threw every stolen capture band it had collected into the air. The skeleton archer fired through the rings. Each arrow carried 1 band onto a different joint of the avatar's armor. The bands could not bind him. They gave the stone lizard handles. Terrain grip caught the metal and pulled the avatar's stance half an inch out of alignment. The baby ogre left the anchor for 1 second, charged, and struck the back of the avatar's knee. The minotaur covered the anchor alone. The avatar did not fall. His weight shifted. The dragon god whelp released one sovereign cry. The bloodline pressure around the armor paused. Weak line cut showed one seam, not in the avatar. In the authority connecting the avatar to the pact the crown had signed. I could not cut the demon lord. I could cut the permission allowing him to stand here. 38 seconds. I ran. No clearing step. No easy chain. Just level 18 legs reinforced by the safe mana foundation the crown said did not exist. The avatar swung. The skeleton marked the path. The goblin warned left. The lizard raised one stone beneath my foot. The ogre caught the wind pressure with its body. I used all of them as one step. The aura blade reached the white seam. Weak line cut. The authority line opened. The avatar's armor cracked across the chest. He looked down at me. Clever. Back of his hand struck me across the arena. Impacted diffusion plates inside my coat shattered one after another. I hit the stone, lost air, and rolled before the next strike reached the same place. Full pain arrived. No graphic injury. Just the clear information that my body had reached its limit. 20 seconds. The avatar's open seam began closing. The skeleton fired every remaining arrow into it. Mages followed. Dachi's Minotaur picked up the black weapon it had dropped earlier and threw it, not at me, but into the same gap. The baby ogre added its whole weight to the throw from below. The seam stayed open. 10 seconds. The baglight changed from red to white. Maximum upgrade complete. 100-year Covenant core became World Bridge core. Functions unlocked. Balanced mana transfer. 2 world coordinate recording. Forced ownership rejection. Stable 2-way root framework. The tiny bag opened. A spear of white-blue crystal rose from it, no larger than my head. The original core had been the size of a carriage. Maximum form was not always bigger. It was what remained after every useless part was removed. The World Bridge core hovered above the central platform. The arena lines reversed. Mana stopped flowing away from the students. Then it came back, not all at once, balanced, measured, enough to stand, enough to breathe, enough for each person's own channels to recognize their power again without breaking. The royal seals on the floor shattered. The demon territory seals shattered with them. No crown ownership, no pact ownership. The core belonged to the route itself. The king reached toward the throne control. Nothing answered him. The demon lord pulled on the avatar connection. The world bridge rejected the claim. The authority seam I had opened widened through his entire projection. The dragon god whelp spread its wings. The 4 summons locked into formation link. Every student followed the marked weak points. Weapon users held the avatar in place. Mages struck the open lines. Supports fed stable mana into the world bridge. Now, Maki pulled energy from the last demon constructs and returned it to the circle. Daki stood beside his Minotaur instead of in front of it. I raised the mythical aura blade. The whole formation created one weakness. I harvested it. Perfect harvest activated. The avatar broke into sovereign fragments. 100-fold drop balloon converted the usable energy into a storm of clear mana shards. Luke Great Ascension refined them before they touched the ground. The world bridge core absorbed the shards. The earth doorway brightened. The demon lord's projection was forced backward through the sky crack. He did not scream. He laughed once, low and distant. The path knows you now, shepherd. The cracks closed around him. The crown is not the only hand guarding the second key. Then demon territory vanished. Blue sky returned above the arena. The earth doorway remained for 3 seconds longer. Long enough for the world bridge core to record coordinates. Long enough for me to see rain hitting the school gate. Long enough to know home had not been a lie. Then the doorway narrowed to a line and disappeared. Route coordinates recorded. Passage incomplete. Missing requirement. Second world key. Minimum energy threshold not met. Objective 3 did not end with an open door. It ended with a map. That was enough for 7 days. The World Bridge core revealed one more thing before the arena returned to normal. Forced ownership rejection did not only strip the current seals, it opened the records hidden inside them. White pages of light spread across the sky where demon territory had been. Cycle 100 years prior, summoned vessels 41, mana received. Return calibration completed. Return passage withheld. Cycle 200 years prior, summoned vessels 38, mana received. Return calibration completed. Return passage withheld. The records continued. Names replaced numbers as the world bridge translated deeper layers. Students from worlds like mine. Teachers, siblings, people to kingdom songs called heroes because songs could not answer questions. Each cycle ended with the same 2 lines. Pact renewed. Surviving vessels retained under crown authority. The crowd read them. Royal guards read them. The students read them while their own returned mana moved through their bodies. An old man in the stands began crying before anyone understood why. He pointed at one name from a cycle decades before his birth. The name matched a statue outside the palace. A foreign hero the kingdom claimed had chosen to remain and guard them forever. The record said something else. Return requested. Request denied. The king shouted for the projection to be closed. The world bridge did not recognize his authority. A final record appeared. Second world key separated from covenant system after cycle 3. Custodial transfer restricted. The destination had been removed from the crown's copy, leaving only a black seal shaped like an eye inside a broken circle. The demon lord's warning made sense. The kingdom had hidden the road. Somebody else held the part that opened it. This was larger than one king and one ritual, but for the first time, it was a problem with a shape, a symbol, a missing object, a trail. The world bridge stored the record beside the Earth coordinates. Then the pages of light folded inward and vanished. The king could no longer call the ritual an emergency invention or my accusation a bitter fantasy. A century of receipts had been read aloud over his own capital. The arena returned to itself. Students lay across broken stone and shallow water, exhausted but alive. The crowd stayed silent because cheering would have required deciding which part they had just witnessed was acceptable. The dragon god whelp landed on my shoulder and curled its tail around my neck. Every beast in the arena remained facing it with instinctive respect. The 4 summons gathered around me. The goblin scout wore a royal medal. It definitely had not been awarded. The skeleton archer had no arrows left and still stood at attention. The baby ogre leaned against the minotaur's leg. The stone lizard settled over a broken ritual line like it intended to keep it from ever lighting again. A royal examiner approached with no idea what title to use. The scanner still floated beside him. Storage carrier. The words looked embarrassed now. "What are you?" he asked. I looked at the tiny leather bag. "The one item your kingdom failed to appraise." The answer moved through the stands. The king tried to recover the room. Guards seized the core and detained the anomaly. No guard moved. The captain of the royal line removed his helmet. On what charge? Interference with a sovereign pact. The pact used summoned children as fuel. It protected this city. So did he. That was the moment the king lost control. Not when the ritual failed. When his order arrived and the people whose obedience made him king asked whether it deserved to exist, royal officials began speaking over one another. Some demanded the king step down from ritual authority. Some wanted the students moved to neutral guild protection. Some wanted the World Bridge core locked in the deepest treasury before anybody understood it. I stored the core before they finished the sentence. Stage 4 accepted it easily. The bag returned to looking like it could barely carry lunch. A minister approached me with 3 scribes and the careful smile of someone trying to place new ownership over a situation that had just rejected the old kind. The crown recognizes the extraordinary nature of your class. We can grant rank, title, residence, and protected research status. No. He blinked. You have not heard the terms. I heard the word protected. Protection from the crown sounded too much like storage where the object did not choose the container. I gave him my terms instead. Legal independence for me and every creature bonded through my bag. No seizure claim. The scribes wrote, compensation and permanent dragon root protection for Hearthglen and the border villages used as training grounds. More writing. Release every summoned student from forced royal service. They can stay, join a guild, or help investigate the route home. Their choice. The minister looked toward the king. The royal guards did not. And full access to the summoning archives, ritual records, and every document mentioning a return route or second world key. That information is restricted. I touched the bag. So was the ritual. He looked at the arena, the students, the crowd, and the throne nobody was listening to. Provisional agreement, he said, publicly. The scribes read the terms aloud. The crowd heard. That made them harder to erase later. Daki found me after the supports restored enough strength for him to walk. His minotaur followed without a harness. He stopped several steps away. There was no crowd close enough for him to perform at. Why did you save me? He asked. I was saving everyone. That is not an answer. It is the only one you get. He looked at the minotaur. The beast looked back. Dachi lowered his voice. I thought power meant it had to listen. You thought everything near you was proof of something about you. He did not argue. That was new. We were not friends. One useful choice in the arena did not erase years in the classroom or 7 days here, but the Minotaur walked beside him rather than behind him when he left. That was enough consequence for the moment. Maki waited near the gate. Of course, she chose a place I had to pass. Her lifesteal aura was gone. Without it, she looked like the same girl who used to hold my sleeve after school and tell me she had not meant to laugh. I did help at the end, she said. You did. I gave the power back. You did. She waited for the sentence that restored everything. It did not come. Can we start over? No. Her eyes filled. Though I could not tell how much was grief and how much was the shock of a door not opening when she finally chose it. I said I was sorry. Sorry matters. It does not reverse time. You saved me. Saving you was my choice. Dating you again would also be my choice. She looked down. For once, she had no stronger shoulder to move toward. The king's authority had cracked. Daki was rebuilding a relationship with his own beast. The royal knight she had watched during training was helping carry injured students. Maki would have to discover who she was when positioning stopped working. That was not my job. News reached the border villages before sunset. The banished storage porter had returned. The king's evaluation had been a ritual. The summoned students were free. Hearthglen's dragon route would receive royal repair funds and an independent guild watch. The first innkeeper sent a message through the guild network. It contained 6 words: "Keep the room, it is yours." The room was damp, small, and probably still smelled like wet wood. It was the first place in this world where somebody had listened before deciding what I was worth. I kept it. 7-day plan progress. Bankroll secured. EXP engine secured. Route home confirmed. Status: door located. Passage incomplete. Next objective: find the second world key and enough power to hold the route open. I walked out of the arena with the same tiny bag hanging from my shoulder. Inside, it rested the world bridge coordinates, upgraded tools, a mythical blade, and enough stable space for an army that had only started growing. The goblin scout walked along the wall beside me until it saw a guard watching, then pretended it had not stolen the man's keyring. The skeleton archer carried a new bundle of practice arrows. Baby Ogre and Dachi's Minotaur exchanged one serious nod across the courtyard. The stone lizard followed the warm side of the road. The primordial dragon god whelp sat on my head because apparently divine authority did not include balance. People stopped as we passed. 7 days earlier, they had seen a boy with no combat skill and a bag too small to hold 2 coins. Now, the bag looked exactly the same. That was still my favorite part. They gave everyone else a combat skill and called my bag useless. 7 days later, that bag held the only army they could not command and the only road that could take us home. The pact broke in front of 1,000 people, and for 3 seconds, the arena was quiet enough to hear a king stop being one. My 40 classmates were alive. The evaluation had been a lie, and my pouch's world bridge had just shown the whole capital where a century of stolen students had gone. I should have been done. I brought out the world bridge core instead. 4 requirements glowed green and 1 blinked red. Route home confirmed. Door located. Second world key unlocated. I had Earth's coordinates and nothing strong enough to hold the road open for 41 people. Neutral guild guards moved my classmates toward the archive passage while healers counted the injured. Nobody was watching the quiet official in the gray coat beside that passage. I had cataloged him 10 seconds earlier and dismissed him. Then he stopped moving with everyone else, and his eyes went black. He turned toward my classmates, and I stepped into the space between them. The key I needed tried to stab me through an unfinished doorway to Earth. I caught the attacker's wrist before the dark point reached my neck. Behind him, the maximum world bridge from my pouch projected a doorway no wider than a shield. The impact drove us across the cracked arena floor and into a fallen railing. Gray rain fell through it into an underground parking structure. People screamed beyond overturned vehicles, and something with too many legs moved under red emergency lights. The doorway was only a destination preview. It could not carry a person yet. The physical key had entered the world bridge's range and made home visible, but the thing holding it still owned the route. The attacker had been a plain observer 10 seconds earlier, one more crown official standing quietly while the world bridge exposed a century of stolen students. Now his eyes were black, lines moved beneath his skin, and his free hand closed around my arm with enough force to bend the metal plate inside my sleeve. The physical key was a narrow spindle no longer than my palm. A black seal wrapped its center. The seal looked like an eye trapped inside a broken circle. The world bridge recognized both at once. The spindle was the second world key. The mark around it was a cuss, Toady unclaim. I had found the door home. The thing holding it tried to stab me again. I turned the observer's wrist and let the point scrape past my shoulder. The goblin scout cut the cord at his sleeve. The skeleton archer took the wall. The baby ogre shielded the students while the stone lizard buckled the floor. The observer turned the key. Its black mark opened like an eyelid, and the stone forgot it was solid long enough for him to step through the ridge. "That is new," I said. The observer's mouth tightened. His black eyes did not blink. "Return the bridge," he said. The voice came from too deep in his chest. "Return the bloodlines. Submit the destination-born anchor for collection." The dragon god whelp rose on my shoulder and gave a warning chirp. Bree, sovereign calm moved through my summons, but the observer did not react. He was human. Whatever wore him was not a living beast. The whelp could not command either part. Around us, neutral guild guards moved my 40 classmates out of the ruined arena. Independent healers guided them toward the archive passage while the capital argued over a king whose ritual authority had just collapsed. The observer had positioned himself beside that passage before his eyes changed. He had not been watching the ritual. He had been waiting for it to fail. I pushed mana through formation link. The baby ogre hit his side. The stone lizard hardened the ground under his back foot. The skeleton archer fired at the black seal, not the man's body. The observer turned the key. Space folded around the arrow and sent it into the floor behind him. Then his own voice leaked through. "Don't kill me," he whispered. His face did not change. "Real!" His next words came in the deeper voice. The living shell contests custody. Collection will correct the defect." That whisper settled the rule. Killing the body killed the hostage inside it. I brought out the World Bridge core. Forced ownership rejection found the cuss. Todian claim, then stopped where a non-living seal entered living flesh. The pouch could improve tools. It could not rewrite a person into somebody easier to save. The key was different. Both the spindle and its black custody shell were non-living. I opened the pouch toward it. Storage accepted the metal but stopped at the observer's fingers. Taking the disputed item whole would mutilate the hand holding it, so Stage 4 refused. I closed the pouch. "You built your lock around a hostage," I said. "Custody is efficient," the executor answered. The observer bit his lip until one eye cleared at the edge. "Make it let go," he said. Blackness covered him again. The key turned toward his throat instead of mine. The executor would destroy its shell before losing the spindle. The scout caught his sleeve, the ogre caught his forearm, and I stopped the point one finger from skin. It drove the observer's heel into the floor. The broken circle opened beneath every classmate around me at once. Black marks appeared on wrists, throats, shoulders, and faces. Some were thin as ink. Others sank beneath skin like hooks. The quiet boy dropped beside the archive door. The girl whose burned hands I had treated grabbed him before his head struck stone. "Ma!" Key screamed when a dark line tightened around her lifesteal channels. The World Bridge warned me that an upstream collection order had begun. 40 compatible outsider signatures had been found. 40 anchors were being claimed. "Move!" I shouted. The archive passage collapsed before the neutral guards reached it. The far half turned black and deep, extending into a chamber that did not belong beneath the Capitol. Stone platforms unfolded in rows beyond the opening. Each row carried a seal shaped to hold a human body. The students began sliding toward it. The baby ogre caught 3 at the front. The stone lizard raised a wall behind the rest, but the black marks pulled through the terrain. The skeleton archer pinned 2 tether lines to the arch. They tore free and grew back. Healing spells passed through the marks and opened matching wounds in the floor. One guard grabbed a student and was dragged with him until he shed his armor. Every handhold became more weight for the order to pull. Formation Link gave me falling routes, tightening tethers, stable floor, and the strain on the ogre's arms. 40 separate marks were already learning to pull as one machine. Dachi's Minotaur struck both hands into the collapsing doorway. The beast held one side. Dachi took the other. "Keep it open," Dachi told it. The Minotaur looked down at him. Dachi changed the order before the old anger reached his face. "Please," he said, "help me keep them here." The Minotaur lowered its horns and braced. The doorway stopped shrinking. Dachi looked at the students behind him, then at me. He could have run toward the World Bridge. He stayed with the people being dragged into the dark. "Get the route open," he said. "We will hold this side." That did not make him my friend. I made him useful when leaving would have been easier. The executor drove the key at the World Bridge core. I recalled the core half a second before the point touched it. The key was meant to complete the route, but the cuss, Todian seal around it, was built to turn completion into ownership. If it entered the core like that, home would belong to the thing collecting us. The observer's trapped voice forced out 2 words. "The sheath." Then the executor locked his jaw. I saw it. The black seal was not carved into the key. It was a custody sheath fitted so closely around the spindle that every appraisal treated them as one object. The goblin scout marked the observer's next step. I moved before he did. The stone lizard lifted his heel 1 inch. The baby ogre struck his elbow from below. The skeleton archer pinned the black eye open with one pale arrow. For one breath, the custody sheath lost contact with the observer, the executor, and the key at the same time. Weak line cut showed a white seam. I drew the mythical aura blade across it. The World Bridge rejected the forced claim. Black sheath split and fell away as ash. The spindle stayed in the observer's hand, real and unchanged. I had not made another key. I had freed the one that had been hidden inside the cuss. Un's ownership. The executor reacted by breaking the observer's own wrist. His fingers opened. I caught the key. The moment it touched my skin, Earth coordinates burned white inside the World Bridge. The route framework aligned. The city, the school, and the world I had come from became a direction instead of a memory. There was nowhere near enough energy for 41 people. There was enough for 1. The World Bridge offered no better version of that fact. A wider route would collapse between worlds. Sending the key alone would leave nobody on Earth compatible enough to anchor the destination. Sending another student would leave the core here with me and the custodian. I was the destination-born anchor, the carrier of the route, and the person who could refine Gate Aura into the energy we lacked. I planted the cracked world anchor between the worlds and opened an emergency route anyway. A narrow doorway appeared beside me, full of rain, concrete, electric light, and an active gate's contaminated mana. It was not a safe road, it was a hole with one stable destination and seconds left to exist. Tommy, the burned hand girl called. Go! I hated the answer because it was correct. If I stayed, the collection order took the key, the world bridge, and every chance of returning. If I crossed, I could charge the route from the other side and come back for them. I sent the 4 older summons and the whelp into the pouch. Then I grabbed the world anchor and stepped toward Earth. Maki reached for the black tether around her chest. Lifesteal opened. She did not pull from a monster or a classmate. She caught the Executor's collection line and dragged its power sideways, away from the students nearest her. Red-black energy filled her arms. The line should have passed through her. The residue of the old Century Pact recognized her skill instead. It treated Maki as part of the failing route. I didn't choose that, she said. Neither did I. The emergency doorway caught both of us. The Executor seized the far edge. Dachi and the Minotaur held the archive path. The quiet boy and burned hand girl pulled classmates away from the first anchor row. For 1 second, I saw all 39 remaining students fighting the marks. Then, the Todian chamber closed around them. Rows became one circle. The 39 marks connected. One harvest formation locked into place. The root tore before I could reach back. Maki and I fell through cold air and struck concrete hard enough to crack it. The doorway vanished above us. Red emergency lights flashed along a low ceiling. Water rushed through a broken pipe. Somewhere beyond a line of parked vehicles, people screamed and something with too many legs answered. I had reached Earth inside an active dungeon. Concrete support broke above a trapped woman before I finished standing. I released the baby ogre into the falling dust. It caught the beam across both arms, dropped to one knee, and held. The woman stared at it. The ogre stared back, equally surprised by the fluorescent vest wrapped around her shoulders. Move, I told her. That translated better than the monster. She crawled from beneath a crushed car. 2 people in gray response armor pulled her clear. One raised a black rifle toward the ogre. Don't, I said. The responder fired anyway. The stone lizard came out of the pouch and lifted a slab of concrete between them. The shot struck it, burst into blue light, and left a smoking circle no deeper than a coin. The lizard lowered the slab. The baby ogre kept holding the beam. The responder looked at the 2 summons, then at the tiny dragon on my shoulder. Friendly, I said. Those are dungeon creatures, he answered. Mine are friendly. A scream echoed down the parking level. Metal legs scraped across concrete after it. Decide while moving. I sent the goblin scout ahead and the skeleton archer to the nearest intact stair rail. Maki rolled onto her hands, coughed gate dust, and looked around at a world she recognized 3 years less than I did. The place had once been an underground parking structure. White arrows remained painted on the floor. Electric signs hung from the ceiling. Half the vehicles had been crushed by roots made from dark glass. The other half were webbed together in silver strands. Red emergency lamps turned every surface the color of an open wound. People were trapped behind an overturned response van near the next ramp. 3 civilians, 4 responders. One of them had a silver leg wrapped around his chest. Aki saw him and moved first. The strand tightened when she touched it. Red light opened around her fingers. Lifesteal pulled energy from the thing and into her body. Her shoulders straightened. Color returned to her face. She looked at me. Send it out, I said. For 1 second, the old calculation appeared. Power inside her could help her survive. Power moved outward became somebody else's advantage. Then she placed her free hand against the injured responder's armor. The stolen energy left her in a rough pulse. It did not heal him cleanly, but it stopped the shaking in his arms and let him breathe without choking. I can transfer it, Maki said. Then keep doing that. I cut the silver strand with the aura blade. Perfect Harvest pulled a clear bead of contaminated mana from it instead of multiplying the web. My private appraisal followed the bead back through the floor. The entire dungeon was threaded with gate contamination. Beneath that sat something older, thinner, and familiar. The scar from our summoning had reached Earth before I did. One responder pointed a wrist scanner at me while another freed the civilians. Blue light passed over my body, paused at the pouch, and produced a flat voice. Awakened combat level unreadable. Storage item, low grade, function class, miscellaneous carrying support. The responder stared at my bag. That thing? It has been appraised worse. The world bridge gave me a different result. The gate was an active infection around a fragment of the old summoning scar. Its aura could be refined into root energy. We had landed inside the first thing I needed. A responder with a white stripe on her helmet grabbed the wounded man's shoulder. Exit is up the west ramp. Move. It isn't, another responder said. We came through it. We came through it 4 times. The helmeted woman dragged the injured man up the ramp anyway. I watched them cross the yellow height bar at the top. They disappeared. Their boots struck concrete behind us. The woman and the injured man stumbled out of the east ramp on the level below. The silver strand around his ribs had grown another loop. That was the gate's rule and its consequence. Forward movement repeated the room. Every failed exit fed the web. The helmeted responder went still. We have been evacuating people into it. How many? 26 from the street entrance. We found 11 again. 15 people had been carried deeper by rescue attempts. The Goblin Scout's view reached me through Formation Link. It had crossed one ramp, returned from another, and marked both with stolen red road flares. The marks moved when I looked away, not the flares, the concrete around them. I knew what every object around me was supposed to be. That made the wrongness worse. The white arrows belonged on a fixed floor. The elevator numbers were supposed to count upward. A car alarm should not have sounded from a wall above my head. After 7 days of stone roads and mana lamps, the smell of gasoline should have meant home. Inside the gate, it meant Earth had learned how to become a dungeon without me. One of the rescued civilians held up a phone. Its screen showed a map that kept turning with the structure. The emergency call says we are under Westbrook Center, he said. We entered from street level. The responder beside him looked at the black routes. Street level is 6 floors above us. The map placed us 2 floors below that. The gate placed us wherever its web needed weight. The dungeon was rotating its passages after every living crossing. The skeleton archer saw something the scout did not. Mana lines stretched from each ramp toward 4 glass routes at the corners of the structure. All 4 lines tightened before the room folded. I sent one silent command to the summons. The scout took the north route. The archer climbed toward the east. The stone lizard planted itself at the south. The baby ogre lowered the beam gently, waited until the trapped woman cleared it, and ran to the west. 4 corners. 4 separate jobs. The next fold started. Terrain grip spread from the lizard into the foundation. The ogre caught a glass root and held it away from the wall. The skeleton pinned 1 mana line to a support column. The scout cut a web knot and marked the opening beneath it. The parking level tried to rotate. 3 corners moved. The 4th stayed. Concrete screamed. Every exit sign turned 90 degrees and stopped. For the first time, the ramp ahead remained where it had been. Follow the green creature's marks, I told the responders. The helmeted woman looked at the Goblin Scout. It had added an entire stolen first aid patch to its chest and stood beside the safe ramp, pointing like an angry traffic officer. That green creature? She asked. There isn't another one. She gave the evacuation order. The first group crossed while my formation held the corner routes apart. It did not loop back. The Goblin Scout marked the next stable landing. Responders brought civilians through one at a time. Nobody ran. Weight changed the gate faster than speed did, so the baby ogre carried the injured while the stone lizard raised small steps across broken ground. We found 6 missing people webbed inside a payment booth. 4 more were sealed between folded stairwells. The skeleton archer shot the locks from angles no responder could reach. Maki drained the silver strands and transferred each pull into whoever needed enough strength to walk. She kept none of it that I could see. The last responder in the stairwell had a crushed brace around one leg. He told the others to leave him until the gate was stable. The Goblin Scout ignored him, stole the release tool from his own vest, and dropped it in front of me. It does that, I said. Steals rescue equipment, finds useful things before people finish arguing. The baby ogre lifted the folded landing. I cut the brace free. The stone lizard made a smooth ramp where the stairs had split. 2 responders carried their teammate out without crossing a single unstable threshold twice. That was how the formation handled the dungeon. Not one large solution. 4 reliable jobs repeated only where they fit. The scout found the route. The archer stopped the moving part. The ogre carried the weight. The lizard made the path stay real. Every person we removed made the web weaker, but every passage we forced made the creature at the center turn faster. The deeper we went, the less the structure looked like Earth. Concrete became black glass. Parked cars hung sideways along walls that believed they were floors. Silver webbing covered every painted arrow. The last 5 civilians were inside the center. A circular ramp opened around a nest made from crushed vehicles. The creature above it had the body of a spider and the long, plated legs of a construction crane. Its abdomen was a turning compass made from black glass. Every time the compass moved, the ramps moved with it. The Earth scanner called it an unknown upper-grade gate beast. My pouch called the useful part a fold widow with 4 spatial anchor glands. The responders raised their rifles. Wait, I said. The first shot would make the compass turn. 1 responder fired before the helmeted woman repeated me. The bolt struck a front leg. The fold widow rotated its abdomen. The floor beneath the trapped civilians tipped toward an open shaft. 3 lesser spiders dropped from the ceiling at the same time. They were small enough to ignore and fast enough to punish that choice. One wrapped a responder's rifle arm. Another ran along the tilted vehicle toward the civilians. The third reached for the silver web holding the entire nest together. Ma Cole caught the first with lifesteal. The responder tore free as the creature weakened. The skeleton archer put 1 arrow through the second without looking away from the compass. I cut the third before it touched the web and used the contribution to start clearing step. The baby ogre left its corner. The gate began folding again. It caught the tilted vehicle carrying the civilians. Its boots tore through glass. The stone lizard extended a ridge beneath its heels before it fell. Formation had lost 1 anchor. We had seconds before every cleared passage closed. I gave the Goblin Scout a route through the creature's legs. It placed 3 marks without touching the web. The skeleton archer waited until the compass crossed the same point twice. Its arrow pinned 1 spatial gland to the abdomen for a single heartbeat. The widow stopped halfway through a turn. I used clearing step through two small web creatures the responders had already dropped. First step to the outer rail, second to the scout's nearest mark. The dragon god whelp held my shoulder, sovereign calm keeping my summons steady while the whole room tried to disagree about direction. The widow stabbed down. The scout marked left. I moved right. Its leg struck the mark I had just left. Weak line cut showed a bright seam behind the joint. I cut one anchor gland. The widow screamed. Every ramp shook. The skeleton archer pinned the second gland. The stone lizard locked the third through the floor. The baby ogre held the civilians with one arm and caught the fourth leg with the other. The fold widow tore the skeleton archer's arrow free. The compass started moving again. Maki released the energy she had taken from the lesser spider. She could not send it through formation link, so she drove it into the metal rail beneath the archer's feet. The skeleton's mana sight followed the pulse through the structure. Its next shot struck the same gland from below, using the building itself as the angle. The compass stopped one mark before the trapped vehicle fell. The formation did not overpower the boss. It made four separate weaknesses arrive together. I crossed beneath the compass and drove the aura blade through the line connecting them. The widow collapsed around me. Its legs struck concrete in four different directions. The compass abdomen split, and every folded ramp returned to its real position at once. Sunlight appeared 3 levels above. Experience moved through the blade and into our bonds. The first earth clear raised me from level 18 to level 19. The 4 older summons each grew. The whelp reached level 2 and immediately went to sleep inside my hood. The clear was only half the receipt. Gate aura poured from the dead compass into the structure. I drew the aura blade through it. Perfect harvest separated monster residue from the contaminated spatial energy. Loot grade ascension refined what remained until one clean band of silver blue light circled the blade. I brought out the world bridge core. The refined aura entered it. The core recorded the first of 5 distinct Earthgate resonances required for a stable mass route. 4 remained. Then a second signal moved through the bridge. The clear had broadcast my position. Far beyond the gate, a black eye opened around a broken circle. The executor's distant claim absorbed the backlash the Fold Widow had lost. One dark ring formed around its signal, and the pressure behind it became stronger. We had charged the rescue route. We had charged the thing coming after it. The dungeon walls began dissolving before I found a version of that trait I liked. Earth responders led the rescued civilians up the real ramp. Maki walked behind them, pale from giving away everything she had taken. I recalled the 4 older summons, lifted the sleeping whelp from my hood, and followed. The black glass became concrete. The red dungeon lamps became white emergency lights. The last gate membrane opened beneath a gray afternoon sky. Westbrook waited outside. So did a line of cameras pointed straight at me. One man pushed through the camera line before the gate bureau could close it. He wore a dark coat over a wrinkled shirt, and the identification clicked to his belt belonged to the Westbrook Police. He looked past the whelp, the pouch, the blood on my sleeve, and every responder trying to stop him, his eyes fixed on my face. "Tommy," he said. Nobody on Earth had said my name like they already knew it. The officer nearest him caught his arm. "Detective Hall, this is an active gate perimeter." "He is an active missing person case," Hall answered. He pulled a folded page from inside his coat. Rain had softened the edges. My school photograph stared out from the upper corner beside 40 other faces. 41 people missing from Westbrook. The date beneath them was wrong. It was 3 years too old. Hall compared the photograph to me without asking me to smile or turn my head. Same school jacket, same uneven fringe, same small scar near my left eyebrow. Everyone around him had aged 3 years. I had crossed 7 days. "You were standing nearest the west camera when the image failed," he said. "Your bag hit the ground after you vanished, then it vanished too." I touched the pouch. It didn't stay there. "No," Hall said. "Nothing did. He had spent 3 years memorizing a few seconds of empty pavement. That was why recognition reached him before disbelief." "How long?" I asked. Hall heard the real question. 3 years, he said. "You and 40 classmates vanished outside Westbrook Secondary 3 years ago." Behind him, temporary walls covered the avenue. Armed responders watched a black gate scar hanging above the parking entrance. News vans filled both sides of the street. People wore colored crystals on wrist mounts that had not existed when I left. How long have those been here? "Public gates appeared 3 weeks ago," Hall said. "First one opened under the river, then 12 more across the country. This one opened yesterday." The summoning scar had incubated for 3 Earth years. The gates had broken the surface only 3 weeks before I returned. The world bridge had not caused that buildup. It had not existed until 7 days ago on the other world. The Gate Bureau tried to take control of the answer before more cameras heard it. A field director in a white armored coat stepped between Hall and me. "Both returnees are under emergency contamination quarantine. Summoned entities and carried artifacts must be surrendered for isolation." "They are bonded," I said. "Then release the bond." "No." His eyes moved to the pouch. "Place the storage item, weapon, crystal core, and black spindle in separate containment trays." Also, no. 6 responders shifted around us. The whelp woke on my shoulder. The goblin scout looked out of the pouch, saw 6 unattended belt clasps, and had to be pushed back inside. Hall stepped sideways so every camera could see the field director's trays. For the record, he said, the Bureau is attempting to seize property from 2 recovered victims before either has received counsel, medical care, or formal identification. For public safety, the director said, then keep the public record running. Every camera light stayed on. Hall did not have the power to stop the Gate Bureau alone. Clear did. Responders were still bringing 26 civilians out behind us. Their body cameras showed my summons carrying people, Maki transferring energy to the injured, and the Bureau's first appraisal calling my pouch miscellaneous support while it held the formation together. The field director signaled for immediate blackout. A Bureau technician reached the nearest transmission van. 3 reporters turned their cameras toward him. Civilians who had just left the dungeon lifted their phones. One stream became 10 before he touched the first cable. Hall held up his case badge beside the camera line. Preserve every recording as evidence in the Westbrook 41 investigation, he said. Deleting one now would be destruction of an open case record. The technician stepped away from the cable. One responder removed her helmet. She was the woman who had led the evacuation. He cleared the fold, she told the director. We made it worse before he arrived. That statement reached the microphones. Maki saw where the room had moved. For once, she did not use it to make herself look innocent. She turned toward the cameras. Dust covered her school clothes. The black collection mark remained visible above her collar. My name is Maki, she said. I was one of the 41 people taken from Westbrook. The director told her to wait for a controlled interview. Maki kept speaking. Tommy saved Hearth Glen when the Crown put our class in a dragon path. He exposed the ritual that was going to drain us. He kept the entire class alive after we attacked him. When a route home opened for him alone, he refused it. He stayed and broke the pact instead. She looked at me once, then back at the cameras. He did not abandon us. The custodian took the other 39 because Tommy was trying to bring everyone home. There was no apology hidden inside the testimony, no request that I restore anything between us. It was useful because it was specific and because the body camera footage from the gate had already made lying harder. Questions came from every side. Where are the others? What is a cuss? Tody un, did the gates take you? Maki answered only what she knew. She described the black eye seal, the harvest marks, and the route tearing. When someone asked whether my skill created Earth's gates, she said no. The scar was here for 3 years, Maki said. Tommy's World Bridge was made 7 days ago where we were. The public gate started 3 weeks ago here. Those dates do not fit. That answer mattered. Fear wanted one object and one person to blame. The timeline refused. The field director lowered his voice. You do not understand what uncontrolled awakened artifacts can do on Earth. You do not understand what mine does anywhere, I said. His scanner had proved that. The public report from the gate exit listed me at level 19. It listed my awakened skill as common storage and the pouch as a low-grade miscellaneous item. Earth had confirmed only 4 people in the world with legendary skills. Every one of them had become a government asset, a military deterrent, or both. A level 19 boy with a low-grade bag was not supposed to command 5 summons, cut a folded dungeon open, or refine a gate after killing its boss. The contradiction protected me better than a correct label would have. The Bureau did not know which authority form to use. Hall did. He opened the old case file on the hood of a response vehicle and matched my face, prints, school record, and the healed break in one finger from a classroom accident. He had kept the evidence ready for a return nobody else still expected. The missing person investigation stays open until all 41 are accounted for, Hall told the field director. Tommy and Maki are witnesses and recovered victims. You can establish a safety perimeter. You cannot make the other 39 disappear behind artifact custody. That was not a speech. It was a line in a case file placed where the cameras and the law made it difficult to erase. Hall gave me a phone while Bureau medics checked the collection mark on Maki. Your old numbers are in the case record, he said. None are current. We kept sending notices. No family contact answered after the first year. I looked at the blank call screen. Nobody is waiting? Hall did not soften the answer into something false. Nobody we could reach. The sentence hurt in a quiet place the gate had not reached. 3 years had passed without me. Whatever home I had been aiming for was not standing still at the end of the route. Hall closed the file and gave me room to absorb that. He did not offer to replace anyone. A detective had kept a case alive. That was enough human kindness without turning it into something else. He handed me a sealed evidence sleeve. My old transit card sat inside with 9 coins and a torn homework sheet the wind had pushed beneath the fence after the disappearance. The police had cataloged them because 41 people had left almost nothing behind. Those are yours when evidence release clears, Hall said. Keep them in the file. Why? Because the case still has 39 people in it. Hall nodded once and put the sleeve away. The pouch pulsed against my side. I brought out the World Bridge core and fitted the physical key into the opening at its center. The spindle was no longer wrapped in the black custody sheath. It entered cleanly. White light rose above the response vehicle. 39 small signatures appeared inside one dark circle. Everyone carried a heartbeat. Everyone was attached to the same harvest formation. 6 Earth days remained before the formation completed. The signatures did not hold still. Some pressed against the circle in groups. One large beast mark stood beside Dachi's heartbeat at the weakest edge. Two smaller human lights moved between the others, keeping the formation from settling evenly. The class was not waiting inside it. They were resisting with whatever the cuss Todiun had failed to take. The first gate clear had supplied one distinct resonance. The bridge needed 4 more, not 4 arbitrary piles of mana, 4 earth gates carrying different contamination patterns from the original summoning scar. With 5 total, the route could open wide enough and remain stable long enough for all 39. The world bridge showed the cost beside the answer. Every clear would announce my position through the scar. Every collapse would throw backlash into the executor wearing the observer. The thing hunting the key would become stronger while I built the road. Waiting was worse. The harvest clock did not need me to act before it killed them. The field director watched the 39 lights. His seizure order changed shape. The Gate Bureau can place you in a secured research command, he said. Your clearances, movements, and artifact use will be managed under national authority. No. 4 legendary awakeners worldwide are under state coordination. Then coordinate with them. You cannot operate alone. I just did. I stored the world bridge and key. The 39 lights vanished, but the 6-day clock remained in my head. Give me the public gate map, I said. Keep civilians out of my way. I will clear the 4 resonances. Under whose authority? Mine. The cameras carried the answer across Westbrook before the Bureau could contain it. I had reached home. Now I had 6 days to bring the rest of it back. Detective Hall got me the public gate map before the Gate Bureau finished deciding whether I was allowed to see it. He spread it across the hood of an unmarked car. Red circles covered Westbrook and the surrounding counties. Most were old clears or sealed pockets. 4 active sites pulsed with contamination patterns the world bridge had not yet recorded. The Bureau map lists threat rank, casualties, and assigned teams, Hall said. It does not list why every gate sits along one of these. He placed a second sheet over it. The sheet came from the 41-person cold case. For 3 years, Hall had recorded dead street cameras, warped compass readings, missing utility signals, and small patches where every clock lost the same fraction of a second. The marks made one long scar, centered on the place our class had vanished. Every public gate touched it. They called these equipment errors, Hall said. They were incubation leaks. The original summoning had wounded both worlds. Earth had taken 3 years to grow gates around the wound. Now those gates were the fuel I needed to reach the people taken by it. A crushed survey drone sat in the Gate Bureau salvage crate beside the car. It had 4 broken rotors, a split lens, and enough dried gate slime inside it to make the nearest technician avoid touching it. Does that belong to anyone? I asked. Hall looked at the disposal mark. It belongs to a landfill. I put it in the pouch. Storage Stage 4 accepted the wreck as one object. Maximum conversion took 11 minutes because the drone had already been built for the right general job. When I removed it, the cracked plastic was gone. A narrow silver frame unfolded around one clear lens and hovered above my palm. The Worldline Surveyor had only 3 functions. It could map the summoning scar, read contamination around active gates, and measure a world bridge route. It could not search normal buildings, identify strangers, spy through walls, or replace a public gate map. Maximum did not mean every purpose. It meant one purpose with the waste removed. The surveyor crossed Hall's 2 maps. 4 lines brightened. The nearest ended at a flooded transit tunnel beneath the West River. It also showed one thing the public map missed. The contamination at each site had a different shape. Flood pressure wound around the transit gate. A biological pulse moved through a hospital district farther east. 2 more patterns waited beyond Westbrook. Clearing the nearest copy 5 times would not work. The world bridge needed distinct pieces of the scar, each one carrying a different way the original wound had adapted to Earth. The Gate Bureau had already blocked it. By the time we reached the station, families of trapped commuters filled the street behind steel barriers. Water poured down the entrance steps and vanished into a blue gate membrane halfway below. A train carrying 63 people had entered the tunnel when the gate opened. Rescue teams had heard survivors through the radio for 9 hours. The Bureau field director met me at the barrier. This site is assigned, he said. To whom? Golden light answered from the station. A man walked up the flooded steps while a wall of water stood behind him. He was tall, broad through the shoulders, and wore dark field armor with no helmet. 6 transparent golden planes turned around him. Each one caught enough pressure to crush a vehicle and held it like glass held sunlight. Aaron Pike, Earth's local champion and one of the 4 confirmed legendary awakeners. His skill was Legendary Bastion. The crowd started cheering before he reached the street. Aaron raised one hand, and the golden planes locked across the station entrance. The water stopped climbing. That was real power. He had entered a flooded gate alone, walked through pressure that bent reinforced steel, and carried the entire surge out behind him. His name had been on every public gate broadcast Hall showed me during the drive. Legendary Bastion had protected a bridge evacuation, enclosed a burning gate boss, and held an apartment tower upright while civilians escaped. Earth called Aaron its shield because simple names moved faster through frightened crowds. He looked at my pouch and made the same mistake every appraisal had made. Your support equipment can wait outside, he said. This tunnel needs a front line. My front line is in the support equipment. Then a scream came through the train radio. The carriage inside the tunnel had started collapsing. Aaron turned. The golden wall remained perfect. The Worldline surveyor showed pressure, leaving it anyway. The gate contamination ran around every sealed plane and entered the smallest occupied air pocket it could find. The train was the only sealed space left. Drop the wall, I said. Aaron looked at me for the first time. The river comes through if I do. It is coming through now. The gate is putting it inside the train. The field director stepped between us. Pike has held 3 gate breaches. Then let him hold this one correctly. Another metallic crack came through the radio. The people behind the barriers heard it. So did the cameras already pointed at us. Hall gave one reporter a copy of the cold case overlay. The reporter held it beside the public map. Questions moved down the line. Why had the Bureau sealed a gate on the same 3-year scar? Why was the only person who had cleared one being kept outside while 63 commuters remained trapped? Public pressure did what my argument could not. The field director opened the barrier. Pike commands, he said. The gate does not care, I answered. Aaron let me pass anyway. We entered through knee-deep water. The surveyor floated beside my shoulder. Maki followed with 2 bureau medics. My 4 older summons spread through the station. The whelp stayed in the pouch. A living dragon near a flood full of electricity was not a useful risk. Aaron released the full wall in sections. Water struck us. He formed 3 smaller bastion planes over the stairs, breaking the surge into channels instead of sealing it. The stone lizard raised ridges beneath each channel. Water turned away from the evacuation lane and poured into empty maintenance shafts. Aaron glanced at the lizard. Support summons? Formation. We found the first commuters inside a ticket hall folded beneath the river tunnel. The Goblin Scout marked a dry route along sign brackets and broken kiosks. The skeleton archer pinned loose power cables before they touched the water. The baby ogre carried 3 people at a time through the current. The stone lizard kept the floor from rolling under them. Aaron held the ceiling. 1 golden plane spread overhead wider than the station. Concrete, water, rail equipment, and half a collapsed platform landed on it. His arms shook once. The plane did not. Nobody watching could call his skill weak. It still could not tell him where to put the strength. The bureau medics tried floating 6 injured commuters through 1 golden corridor. As soon as Aaron sealed the sides, the water beneath their rescue rafts sank. The missing pressure struck the train farther down the tunnel. Its windows bowed inward. Open the left side, I said. Aaron opened it without arguing. The stone lizard raised a low ridge there, giving the displaced water a path into an empty service trench. The raft stopped dropping. Maki fed stolen gate energy into 1 medic's failing light while the Goblin Scout marked each bend. That became the rescue rule. Aaron created 1 protected surface at a time. My summons controlled everything his barrier displaced. Strength and formation stopped fighting each other. The surveyor traced 3 contamination knots around the stranded train. Every knot redirected pressure toward the carriage when blocked. The last knot sat inside a creature coiled around the lead car. It looked like an armored eel built from rail segments. Water entered through vents along its sides and left as cutting jets. Each breath tightened the gate around the passengers. The Earth appraisal called it a catastrophic flood beast. My skill called it a sluice serpent with 3 pressure hearts. Break the head? Aaron asked. The hearts discharge into the train if they stop separately, then all 3 together. That was the first instruction he accepted without making authority part of it. The Goblin Scout entered a maintenance duct and marked the rear heart through the wall. The skeleton archer climbed the signal frame above the center. The stone lizard sank beneath the water until only its ridged back showed. The baby ogre braced the crushed lead car so its windows would not collapse when the pressure changed. Make touched the serpent's nearest vent. Lifesteal pulled a stream of gate energy from it. The water around her turned red with light, not blood. She sent the power into the medic's damaged pumps. Clean air began moving through the carriage again. I can keep this vent weak, Maki said. Do that, nothing else. She nodded. Aaron formed 3 bastion planes. 1 surrounded each marked heart without closing. He left a hand-width gap along the same side of all 3. I understood what he had done. He was not building walls. He was making the pressure choose 1 exit. The serpent attacked before we finished. Its tail crossed the tunnel. Aaron's outer plane caught it. The impact broke tile for 20 feet behind him. The Goblin Scout kept its mark. The skeleton archer held its shot. The stone lizard shifted the rail bed beneath the creature and rolled the center heart into line. A cutting jet opened in the serpent's side and crossed the carriage roof. Aaron moved 1 bastion plane from the heart to catch it. The rear heart slipped out of alignment. The Goblin Scout changed marks instead of chasing the old plan. The skeleton archer pinned the jet vent. The stone lizard rolled the serpent farther. Aaron returned the plane before the trapped pressure found the passengers. The whole correction took 1 silent pulse. The baby ogre roared from inside the crushed carriage. It had the passengers behind it and 10 tons of bending metal in front. It held both. All 3 weak lines aligned. Now, I said. The skeleton fired through the middle heart. The scout cut the rear. The lizard drove a stone ridge through the lower. Aaron closed all 3 bastion planes in the same heartbeat. The discharge escaped through the gaps he had left. One concentrated line of gate pressure crossed the tunnel. I stepped into it. Weak line cut showed the seam holding water, monster, and spatial rule together. The aura blade reached it before the pressure threw me back. One cut opened all 3 hearts. The sluice serpent stopped breathing. Water fell like normal water. Aaron's golden planes caught the ceiling while my formation opened the train. Mom. Responders followed the goblin scout's marks instead of charging the nearest door. The baby ogre lifted the bent frame. The stone lizard built a dry ridge to the platform. The skeleton archer cut every jammed latch in order. 63 commuters came out. The final woman was holding a child's yellow backpack. When she crossed the gate membrane, the families behind the barrier broke the bureau line before anyone tried to stop them. Experience arrived after the rescue, not before it. The serpent's death raised me to level 20 and strengthened every linked summon. Their movements became quicker and heavier in the bond. The whelp reached level 3 while sleeping through most of it. I harvested the collapsed gate. The aura blade separated flood mana from the scar contamination and refined the second distinct resonance. The world bridge accepted it beside the first. 2 of 5. The receipt reached the other side too. The black eye signal appeared over the core. A second authority ring formed around it. The executor's presence grew dense enough to distort the surveyor from across worlds. Then 4 black points arranged themselves around the signal. They copied the positions of my formation. A dark line passed between them and cut the shared pulse for half a second. Formation link returned immediately, but the warning remained. The executor had learned one counter. It knew where to strike when my summons depended on silent timing. Aaron saw the black pattern reflected in the world bridge. That got stronger because we cleared the gate, he said. So did the route. And you need 3 more. Yes. He looked toward the 63 people leaving the station. Then the next one needs a different plan. The world line surveyor turned east before I answered. A biological gate pulse spread across the hospital district. The Gate Bureau radio reported black growth inside Westbrook Memorial's power system and 17 patients trapped above the quarantine line. Aaron dismissed his bastion planes. That sounds different, he said. The next gate opened through a hospital's power system. By the time we reached Westbrook Memorial, black veins covered 6 floors of the East Tower. Every light behind them pulsed like a heartbeat. Patients remained trapped in the isolation ward above the gate line. Most could not walk. 7 could not breathe without machines. The World Line surveyor mapped a biological contamination pattern wrapped around the electrical grid. The Gate Bureau mapped a quarantine zone and stopped there. Sealed medical transport arrives in 90 minutes, the field director said. Nobody crosses the inner line until it does. A hospital engineer held up a tablet. Backup power in the ward has 17 minutes. Then preserve the batteries. The gate is eating them. The director looked toward the black veins. If contamination leaves that tower, 17 patients become a city. It was a real risk. That made the choice harder than ignoring a bad order. Aaron studied the tower through one golden bastion plane. He had changed armor after the floodgate, but he still looked like somebody Earth expected to stand in front. My barriers can isolate the whole floor, he said. Your bag can supply the rescue team. You still think it is support equipment. I watched you build a solution around every stronger tool in that tunnel. That is what support is supposed to mean. Aaron almost smiled. Then support us. The engineer's tablet dropped to 16 minutes. I crossed the inner line. The field director ordered me back. Aaron crossed beside me. 2 medical responders followed him. Then the helmeted woman from the first gate stepped through with an evacuation sled. The director's radio carried an order from somewhere above him. Hold all field movement for executive review. The helmeted responder turned her radio down. Whose evacuation order are we following? She asked. Mine, I said. No one connects a live cable across the gate line. No sealed wall without an open drain. Nobody moves a patient until the scout marks a full route. The responders repeated those orders down the line. Political delay lost to a plan people could use. Inside, the hospital sounded alive in the wrong way. Elevator cables moved without cars. Heart monitors displayed pulses from empty rooms. Black growth covered the walls in branching lines that brightened whenever one of us breathed near them. The Goblin Scout found the first rule by almost becoming part of it. It touched a powered door panel. A black tendril crossed the wire, entered its dagger, and climbed toward its hand. The scout dropped the weapon. The tendril consumed the metal and grew another foot. Energy was not feeding the gate from a distance. Energy was giving it a route. Aaron raised a bastion plane across the corridor. The black veins stopped at the gold surface, followed its edge, and began growing toward the medical responders behind him. Open the top, I said. He left a narrow gap. The veins turned toward it. The skeleton archer pinned the first 3 with arrows made from unpowered ceramic shafts. The stone lizard raised a channel of clean floor beneath the gap. The black growth followed the offered path into an empty stairwell instead of the rescue line. Your barrier is stronger, I told Aaron. The gate just knows where strength ends. We reached the hospital battery room with 14 minutes left. Half the backup rack had fused into black glass. The other half still held enough charge to keep the isolation ward alive for 4 hours if the gate stopped draining it. The engineer wanted to disconnect the rack and save it. The surveyor showed what that would do. The moment the current stopped, 7 ventilators failed. The black veins would follow the interruption upward and reach every patient at once. I opened the pouch. If I convert that rack, it does not come back as hospital equipment, I said. What does it become? The engineer asked. The most complete version of the job it can still do. We need that reserve after the evacuation. You need living patients before you need a reserve. I stored the entire rack. The ward lights died. Maki opened lifesteal on the black growth. She pulled contaminated power into herself, turned pale from the strain, and pushed it into the ventilator line with both hands. I cannot hold 7, she said. You need to hold them for 40 seconds. The pouch completed its conversion in 36. I removed a white cylinder no larger than my forearm. The continuity heart carried no spare output. It created the exact current required by every device connected to it, isolated each circuit, and consumed itself while doing so. Maximum power without waste. Maximum life of 24 minutes. Then it would become inert crystal. I connected it to the ward line. 7 separate currents stabilized. The black veins reached for them and found no shared path. Maki released lifesteal. Her knees struck the floor. I helped, she said through one breath. The patients are still upstairs. She looked toward the stairwell and stood again. The answer she wanted was not part of the work. We had 24 minutes to move 17 people through a living gate infection. The Goblin Scout marked a route using unpowered adhesive tabs. The Skeleton Archer pinned every vein that crossed it. The Stone Lizard raised a smooth track beneath the evacuation sleds. The Baby Ogre carried the isolation pods one at a time, matching the angle of every tube so nothing pulled loose. Aaron created a moving corridor around them. He did not seal it. He placed 1 bastion plane beneath, 1 above, and 2 behind. The front stayed open toward the clean route. Every threat had somewhere harmless to go. The first 5 patients reached the inner line. The field director ordered the responders to stop there until the sealed convoy arrived. The helmeted woman looked at the continuity heart's shrinking light. Keep moving, she ordered. Field teams followed her. The 6th sled crossed. Then the 7th. By the 10th, the black vein stopped chasing our power and began pulling away from the walls. Something inside the tower had noticed we were removing its food. It came down the elevator shaft on 4 legs. Exogracia had translucent skin stretched over cable-thick muscle. Hospital wires ran through its ribs. Its head carried a ring of sensory pits instead of eyes. Every monitor in the tower matched its pulse. The surveyor identified 1 living gate beast at the center of the contamination. The gate had grown around it, but the beast was not the gate. Killing one could collapse the other only after the patients were clear. Aaron formed a bastion cage. The creature hit 1 plane and transferred the impact through the powered monitors. 3 evacuation sleds jumped against their restraints. No cage, I said. Aaron dropped 2 sides before the second impact. The beast ran through the opening toward the continuity heart. The baby ogre still carried the 11th patient. The stone lizard protected the route. The goblin scout marked veins ahead. The skeleton archer held 6 contamination lines pinned. Every summon already had a job. I did not pull them away to make the fight look easier. I stepped between the beast and the heart. Weak line cut found no stable seam. Its muscles changed around every strike. I cut 1 shoulder, and the wound filled with black current before the blade left it. Aaron caught the next charge on 1 angled plane. He did not stop the beast. He turned it 3 degrees. That was enough to miss me. Maki caught a wire trailing from its ribs and used lifesteal. Energy poured into her faster than she could send it away. She redirected the stream into the continuity heart. Its remaining life climbed by 1 minute, then stopped. The conversion was exact. Extra power could not change the limit. It will not keep more, Mati said. Then neither do you. She released the wire before the skill swallowed her choice. The 12th patient crossed. 5 remained. The gate beast opened the sensory ring around its head. Every black vein in the tower lifted from the wall. Dragon God Whelp climbed out of my pouch. It had stayed passive through the first 2 Earth gates. Sovereign Calm steadied compatible beasts without forcing them. This was different. The thing in front of us was living, hostile, compatible, and within sight. The whelp spread its wings and used active authority. The beast stopped for 1 breath. Its front claws froze above the floor. It stopped for a 2nd breath. Black veins hung in the air. It stopped for a 3rd breath. The skeleton archer's last pinned line snapped. Then the authority ended. The gate did not obey. The constructs in the walls did not obey. Aaron did not feel it. Maki did not feel it. Only the living beast had been held. Exactly long enough. The whelp collapsed against my shoulder. Its wings trembled. It could not lift its head. I used the 3 breaths. The goblin scout finished the evacuation route. The baby ogre placed the last isolation pod across the line. The stone lizard closed a ridge behind it. The skeleton archer fired through the sensory ring as the beast began moving again. Mananode's sight fixed 1 changing point for 1 moment. Aaron placed 4 bastion planes around the room, each angled toward that point. The beast's own returning force reflected inward instead of toward the patient's. Weak line cut finally appeared. I crossed the room and cut it. The aura blade separated living tissue, stolen current, and gate contamination in 1 clean pass. The beast fell. Every black vein in the tower went dark. The continuity heart became inert crystal with all 17 patients outside. That choice could not be reversed. The hospital lost its reserve rack. The people it had powered kept breathing. Experience from the clear passed through all 6 of us. I reached level 21. The 4 older summons moved closer to level 20. Even the exhausted whelp reached level 4 while sleeping in both my hands. I refined the biological gate aura. The World Bridge accepted the 3rd distinct resonance. 3 of 5. The public response changed before the light faded. Bureau teams used my route to clear the tower. Medical crews followed my contamination marks. The field director stopped asking whose authority they represented and started asking where the next gate was. Aaron stood beside the 17 occupied beds. I could have held that creature, he said. Yes, I could not have held the patients, the current, the quarantine, and the root at the same time. That is why a formation has more than one job. He looked at the pouch, and one person controlled all of them. The Worldline surveyor sounded a warning. The 3rd clear had broadcast my position and thrown another surge of backlash into the executor. The black eye signal grew a 3rd authority ring. The harvest clock around the 39 signatures lost 11 hours. Then the signal crossed the boundary. A gate bureau camera feed appeared inside the surveyor's lens. It showed the cleared parking structure where I had first landed. A black circle opened on the wet concrete. The unnamed observer stepped out of it with the Second World Key's old seal burned across his chest. His eyes were still black. This time, both feet reached earth. The stone lizard shoved me sideways before the wall opened. 1 second, the gate bureau recovery floor was solid concrete. The next, a black circle spread across it and climbed the wall without bending. A man stepped through the center as if the building were only a reflection on water. I knew the gray coat. I knew the plain face. I had last seen both beneath a royal archive while black eyes watched through them. The last civilian from the medical gate had barely crossed the safe line. Medics were still lifting stretchers into the elevators. Aaron Pike stood between them and the decontamination corridor with one hand raised, holding the last edge of legendary bastion over the wounded. The man looked at me. The broken circle seal turned inside each black eye. Down, I said. Aaron moved before anyone else. A gold wall dropped across the corridor from floor to ceiling. The executor did not strike it. It touched one finger to the air, and a dark ring appeared behind Aaron's barrier. The same authority pattern had controlled the medical gate's sealed passages. The ring declared the protected side contaminated. Legendary bastion folded inward. Aaron twisted his wrist before his own skill crushed the medics behind him. Gold walls broke into slanted plates and drove into the ceiling instead. The impact shook dust across the recovery floor. It copied the gate rule, Aaron said. It copied the result, I said. The gate taught it what your wall protects. The executor took another step. My 4 summons spread without waiting for a spoken order. Goblin Scout went high along a cable tray. Skeleton Archer moved behind a support column. Baby Ogre planted in the center lane. Stone Lizard flattened itself against the floor and read the concrete through its claws. Formation Link brought me 4 clean signals. Route, target, hold, ground. The executor raised its hand. 4 black marks appeared exactly where those signals belonged. The ceiling above the goblin became a dead end. The column around the skeleton turned opaque to mana. Weight doubled over the ogre's lane. A cracked strip opened beneath the lizard before it shaped the floor. It had not guessed our positions. It had learned our jobs. Break formation, I said. The order arrived too late. The goblin marked an escape route. The black ceiling moved with the mark and sealed it. The skeleton fired at the executor's shoulder. Its arrow crossed half the room, then bent toward the support column as the copied authority decided ranged attacks belonged behind cover. The baby ogre charged out of its weighted lane. The weight followed and drove it to one knee. Stone Lizard lifted a ridge beneath all 3. The executor closed its fist. The ridge reversed. Concrete snapped upward beneath the lizard and threw it across the floor. Its armored body struck a steel cabinet hard enough to fold both doors around it. The sound that came through our bond was not a roar. It was one short burst of pain, followed by nothing from its back legs. I reached it before the cabinet finished falling. The lizard tried to rise. Its front claws scraped forward, its rear body dragged behind it, and a pale fracture pulsed beneath the plates around its core. End-S. Baby Ogre saw it and forgot the weight crushing its lane. It stood. The ogre caught the next slab of reversed concrete with both hands, its knees bent. The floor broke around its feet, but the slab stopped above me and the lizard. Hold, I said. The ogre bared its teeth and held. Maki ran in from the decontamination room. Red light had already gathered around her hands. Don't touch the man, I said. I can take the thing controlling him, Maki said. You can't tell where it ends. She stopped 2 steps from the executor. That hesitation saved the observer. The executor turned its palm toward her. A black tether shot from its wrist and entered the red lifesteal field. The skill caught what it always caught first, available power. Maki gasped. Warm color left the observer's face. For half a second, the black in one eye thinned. A human pupil looked through it. Class, the observer forced out. The executor's mouth pulled sideways. The observer bit his own tongue hard enough to interrupt the voice using it. He drew one rough breath. Arranging them, he said. 39 anchors, one field. Then the broken circle turned and covered him again. Maki cut lifesteal so fast the recoil threw her backward. She hit the floor on one hand. That was him, she said. Part of it was, I said. The executor moved toward the world bridge case at my side. The pouch could reject forced ownership from non-living things. It could strip a crown seal from a core or refuse a hand trying to claim my stored tools. The observer was alive. I could not put a person into the bag and ask maximum conversion to decide which part of him deserved to come back out. The aura blade showed me an easier answer anyway. One weak line ran through the observer's throat. The body was the shell. Cut it, and the executor lost its way to stand on Earth. The observer also died. I lowered the blade. 41 adaptable lives were transported, the executor said through the man's mouth. You broke collection. Correction requires a living instrument. He isn't your instrument, I said. Then destroy him. No. The executor crossed the room faster than its borrowed body should have moved. Aaron put legendary bastion between us. This time, he made 6 separate plates instead of one wall. The executor's copied rule caught the first plate and turned it. Aaron released that plate before the inversion reached the other 5. He was learning too. I can hold the shell for 3 seconds, Aaron said. Maybe 4. Hold the room instead. Aaron looked at me once, then understood. Gold spread around the medics, the elevators, detective hall, and the injured stone lizard. He stopped trying to contain the attacker and protected everything the attacker could use against me. Brr. The executor paused. That was the first useful gap it gave me. Detective Hall slapped the emergency switch beside the elevators. Steel fire doors dropped across the side halls. Recovery floor is clear, Hall said. Nobody left but us. Keep it that way, I said. I recalled Skeleton Archer and Goblin Scout into the stable. The black marks assigned to range and path collapsed with no target. I left Baby Ogre outside because the slab over us still needed hands. Then I shut Formation Link down. The sudden silence hurt. It also removed the map the executor had learned. I ran straight at it alone. The observer's arm changed shape on the way. Black gate material plated the skin from wrist to shoulder. A copied quarantine ring opened around the fist, ready to label anything it struck as foreign and force it out of local space. I did not meet the fist. I threw the Worldline Surveyor past his head. The narrow drone carried my summoning scar signature, World Bridge residue, and contamination traces. To the executor's stolen authority, it looked more like my route than my body did. The quarantine ring turned toward it. I stepped inside the observer's reach. Weak line cut showed 3 choices: throat, heart, black plate. I cut the plate. The aura blade did not touch skin. It passed through the copied gate material and harvested the residue holding it together. Rainbow light burst along the observer's arm. The black armor became a handful of clear aura fragments before they reached the floor. The man screamed with his own voice. The executor answered through the same mouth. Each wound you close opens in me. The broken circle seal spread from his eyes across his temples. Each gate rejects foreign authority. Each rejection travels upstream. Your blade refines the gate. The discarded backlash enters this shell. It drove its bare hand into my chest. 2 impact diffusion plates broke beneath my coat. The third held long enough for me to stay upright. The explanation had come through consequence. Every Earth clear charged my route, raised our levels, and made this body harder to separate from the thing inside it. Waiting still killed the class. Clearing gates made the executor stronger. The correct choice had not appeared. I only had the choice with a chance attached. Maki reopened lifesteal behind the executor. Maki, no, I said. Not him, she said. Her red channel caught the refined aura fragments hovering around the cut plate. She pulled the non-living gate energy away from the observer and threw it toward the Worldline Surveyor. The drone flared like a second route. The executor turned. I brought Skeleton Archer out on the opposite side with no formation link and pointed at the drone. The skeleton understood the old-fashioned way. Its arrow struck the surveyor's emergency return line. The drone snapped back toward my hand. The executor followed the false route one step, and that step carried the observer into the last standing piece of Aaron's barrier. Aaron closed his fist. The gold plate wrapped around the man's waist and arms. It did not attack him. It held him outside the black ring he had opened. For one breath, the observer surfaced again. Don't let it finish the mark, he said. Black light split across his face. The executor broke Aaron's plate. It did not stay to finish us. It reached across the room and touched one finger to the white blue projection above my open pouch. The world bridge rejected ownership. The touch still left a mark. A black thread appeared beside the recorded Earth coordinates. It did not enter the core. It ran along the outside of the route, following it toward the 39 signatures on the other world. I cut at the thread. The executor stepped backward into the wall before the blade reached it. Concrete turned black around the borrowed body. 2 more resonances, it said. 2 more corrections. Bring me the completed road. The man's human eye broke through one final time. Hurry, the observer whispered. Then the wall became solid. The recovery floor went quiet except for the hiss of broken pipes and the baby ogre's breathing. I restored formation link. Stone Lizard's pain reached me first. It was conscious. Its front legs worked. The fracture around its core had stopped spreading, but its rear legs still did not answer. It pushed its head into my palm as if it were apologizing for being hurt. You did your job, I said. Now let us do ours. Aaron knelt on the other side of it. Gold light gathered around his fingers, then stopped before touching the damaged plates. My bastion can brace the fracture, Aaron said. It can't heal a bonded core. Brace it. He built the smallest legendary bastion I had seen, a thin gold frame shaped around the lizard's back and hips. The frame took the weight without sealing the creature inside it. Stone Lizard tested one front claw, felt the support move with it, and settled. Aaron looked from the lizard to the solid wall. You had the man's throat, he said. I saw it. I thought you missed. I didn't. He was quiet for a second. Killing that host might have stopped this version, Aaron said. Or it might have given the custodian a corpse with no one left inside to fight it. Detective Hall lowered the camera. The observer warned you twice, Hall said. That goes into the record. So does your refusal to take the easy shot. A gate bureau supervisor appeared at the far fire door with an armed team behind her. She looked at the torn floor, the black stain around the wall, and the open pouch in my hand. Lock this level, the supervisor said. No footage leaves. Hall lifted the camera again. The attacker crossed every lock you had, Hall said. Secrecy didn't slow it down. This is now a containment site. It was a rescue floor 5 minutes ago, Hall said. The public already knows who came out of that gate. If you hide the attack, all you contain is the evidence that explains the next one. The supervisor looked toward Aaron for support. Aaron kept one hand on the gold brace around Stone Lizard. Release the footage after the medics clear identities, he said. People need to know the gates are connected. That was the first time Earth's assumed champion had taken my evidence over the Gate Bureau's comfort. The World Bridge opened its route count. 3 distinct Earth resonances held steady. 2 spaces remained dark. Beside them, the class clock changed. The executor's mark pulled the numbers down in chunks instead of seconds. 4 days of resistance became less than 2 before the black thread finally stopped moving. Detective Hall recorded the new time with a camera held in both hands. Aaron stared at the place where the executor had escaped. Maki looked at the blood on her palm and did not try to explain what she had meant to do. I lifted Stone Lizard into the stable myself. We needed 2 more clears. The thing waiting at the end now knew the road. The Gate Bureau wanted every entrance closed. That sounded reasonable until the northern reservoir gate widened and pushed a wall of black water against the dam. The class clock had fallen below 2 days. The World Bridge still held 3 charges. Stone Lizard lay inside the stable with Aaron's gold brace around its damaged core, and the executor had just explained that every clear made its borrowed body stronger. The bureau supervisor put all of that on one side of a conference table. We stopped feeding it, she said. Detective Hall placed a reservoir map on the other side. If that gate breaches the spillway, Westbrook loses 6 downstream districts, Hall said. We evacuate and contain. Contain with what? Aaron asked. It turned my bastion inside out after seeing the rule once. The supervisor looked at me. You understand the trade now, she said. Every dungeon you clear arms the attacker. Waiting arms the harvest formation, I said. You don't know that. I opened the World Bridge projection over her table. 39 lights pulsed inside one black ring. The clock beside them lost another minute while we watched. I know enough, I said. The reservoir gave us the 4th resonance. Refusing it meant protecting Earth from a stronger executor for a day and handing my class to the thing building it. I picked up the map. Aaron keeps the downstream evacuation behind Bastion, I said. The Gate Bureau keeps every road clear. Maki stays with the pump team until I call for her. I enter with my summons. Your lizard can't walk, the supervisor said. A scrape came from my open pouch. Stone Lizard pulled itself halfway out of the stable. The gold brace supported its hips. Its front claws found the tabletop, and the World Bridge map shook as it dragged itself toward the reservoir mark. Pain came through formation link. So did the lizard's answer. Ground. It had one job, and it knew the next gate was built from that job. No direct impacts, I told it. You map, you shape, you leave the front line to the ogre. Stone Lizard pressed one claw onto the reservoir mark. Agreement. The gate had swallowed the center of the dam by the time we arrived. Black water stood above the reservoir surface like a second lake turned on its side. Fish-shaped shadows moved inside it. The spillway gates opened and closed without power, slamming hard enough to shake the service road. The Worldline surveyor flew 1 circle and returned 3 warnings. Foreign pressure, living gate fauna, reversed flow, then the black water pulled us in. I landed on the ceiling of a maintenance tunnel. The normal reservoir pressed beneath us through concrete. The gate reservoir hung overhead, except overhead had become down. Water ran upward through the walls in thick ropes. Every emergency light pointed in a different direction because the gate had changed gravity without changing the building. Maki caught a ladder before she fell into the black surface above us. You said I stayed with the pumps, she said. The gate disagreed. She climbed onto the ceiling beside me. Baby Ogre caught Detective Hall's equipment case before it disappeared into the water. Hall had not entered with us. The case had. Inside were paper dam plans, a hand radio, flare sticks, and the manual keys for every spillway gate. Detective had turned evidence into tools again. Goblin Scout moved first. It marked 3 bolts along the ceiling as a route. The gate copied the marks. 6 false bolts lit farther down the tunnel, each leading toward a pocket of water hiding long silver mouths. The executor's lesson had reached the dungeon. "Don't mark where we should go," I told the goblin. "Mark what the gate didn't make." The scout stopped. It touched the first real bolt. Rust came away on its finger. The copied bolt had shape and color but no age. The goblin grinned. It ran along stains, old paint, tool scratches, and the little human damage no gate would bother copying. The false root fell behind us. 3 glass-backed river beasts came through the wall. Skeleton Archer fired at the first heart it saw. The arrow struck. The beast burst. All the water stored inside it dropped at once. Baby Ogre caught the wave with its shoulder. The ceiling cracked beneath its feet, and real reservoir water began leaking upward around us. "No more kills in the tunnel," I said. That changed the problem. The beasts were pressure vessels. Everyone we defeated released enough weight to damage the dam. We had to move them into open spill chambers before finishing them. Goblin Scout found the route. Skeleton Archer pinned fins to corners without touching hearts. Baby Ogre took each charge and turned it sideways. Stone Lizard followed in its gold brace, raising shallow channels that guided released water away from damaged concrete. Maki used lifesteal only when one beast struck. She took the force from its muscles, then pushed that energy into the dead emergency radio. The radio sparked. "That isn't a body," she said. "Energy doesn't care which shape receives it," I said. She looked at the red channel around her wrist as if her skill had just admitted a secret. The first spill chamber gave us room. We moved 4 beasts inside, sealed the inner door, and opened the outer sluice with Hall's manual key. The skeleton struck 4 hearts in sequence. Released water drove through the proper channel instead of the dam. Experience crossed the formation. Goblin Scout froze halfway up a pipe. Its outline lengthened. The scrap armor drew tight into dark layered hide. Its little dagger became a hooked path blade, and old route marks lit beneath its feet in a color the gate could not copy. Goblin Scout evolved into Pathfinder Stalker. The new role did not merely find a safe path, it separated traveled ground from invented ground. The stalker touched one claw to the wall. A route appeared through a maintenance shaft that had existed before the gate. We followed. The central valve hall was full of river beasts. They circled a larger creature wrapped around the main turbine. It looked like an eel built from clear muscle and iron-colored fins. Every turn of its body forced pressure backward through the dam. Killing it immediately would drop the entire gate reservoir into the turbine hall. The manual spill controls waited on the far side. Pathfinder Stalker found the real catwalk. The gate erased it behind us as we crossed. Skeleton Archer pinned the erasure to one support beam. Its bow cracked. The gate pressure had outgrown the weapon. A second fracture ran through the skeleton's arm. It pulled the broken bowstring free, wrapped it around its own wrist, and drew without a bow. Pale bone light curved between its hands. The next shot was not an arrow. It was a cast line that fixed the disappearing catwalk to every support it had touched. Skeleton Archer evolved into Bonecaster. The cast bridge held. We reached the controls. I used Hal's second key. Nothing moved. The executor's black mark covered the manual mechanism. Weak line cut showed the mark connected to the same turbine the large beast guarded. Cutting it at the control panel would tear the spill doors loose. We needed pressure against the doors before we removed the claim. Baby Ogre stepped into the turbine lane. A large river beast uncoiled. It struck with the weight of the gate reservoir behind its head. The ogre caught it. Both feet sank through the catwalk. The gold brace around Stone Lizard flared as the lizard raised to support beneath them. The ogre still slid. 1 step, 2, 3. Then every impact it had survived since the first quarry seemed to settle into its stance. Its body grew around the job. Shoulders widened, arms thickened. A broad plate of brown mana formed from wrist to shoulder, not as armor for itself, but as a wall connected to everyone standing behind it. Go. Baby Ogre evolved into Bulwark Ogre. The next pulse struck. The bulwark spread the force through the whole catwalk and into Stone Lizard's channels. The lizard guided it down the oldest load-bearing lines of the dam. For the first time, the large beast moved backward. "Now," I said. Bonecaster fixed its tail to the turbine housing. Pathfinder Stalker crossed the beast's back and cut the black mark around the main valve. I put the aura blade through the exposed ownership line. The spill doors opened. The gate reservoir began draining through the proper side of the dam. The large beast thrashed. One iron fin broke free of Bonecaster's line and came towards Stone Lizard. I ordered it back. Stone Lizard stayed. Its rear legs could not move fast enough. Its front claws dug into Aaron's gold brace. Instead of dodging, it pushed its own mana into the brace and the concrete beneath it. Gold and stone joined without either claiming the other. Ward marks spread along the dam's real stress lines. They reinforced weak concrete, rejected false pressure, and gave the incoming fin somewhere safe to spend its force. The fin struck. The ward carried the impact around the lizard and into the empty spill channel. Stone Lizard evolved into Ward Stone Sori Eon. Its body lengthened. Gray-blue plates closed over the damaged core, leaving one bright gold seam where the injury remained. Its rear legs moved, stiff and unsteady, beneath the brace. Evolution had not erased the damage, it had turned surviving it into a role. The gate reservoir emptied below the danger line. Bulwark Ogre released the larger beast. Bonecaster marked its exposed heart. Pathfinder Stalker marked my route. Wardstone Sor-E-Un held the real dam around us. I crossed the turbine hall and cut once. The beast fell into the drain channel. Perfect Harvest pulled the gate heart free before its body struck the floor. The aura blade separated clean reservoir aura from the black backlash wound through it. Experience entered all 4 bonds. Each evolved summon crossed level 20. The gain reached me last. 2 levels settled into an already stronger body and carried me to level 23, widening formation link and sharpening the point where 4 different jobs became one decision. Shared experience raised the whelp to level 5. The refined aura entered the world bridge. The 4th resonance lit. At the same moment, the discarded black current raced along the executor's mark. The world bridge showed me the observer's face for 1 second. A 4th authority ring formed around the broken circle in his eyes. The shell straightened somewhere dark. Every clear fed it. Then the view turned past the executor and opened onto my class. 39 students stood inside a formation drawn through a chamber floor. Black lines ran from their ankles toward one central anchor. Dachi's Minotaur held 2 lines apart with both hands. The quiet boy pulled one unconscious classmate through the gap. The burned hand girl pressed both scarred palms against a failing ward. Dachi reached for the Minotaur's shoulder. He did not give an order. "Can you hold it a little longer?" Dachi asked. The Minotaur looked at him, then drove one horn beneath the black line and lifted. The gap widened. Another figure appeared beyond them. The king stood at a crown control circle, staring at black roots that continued past his ritual seals and deep into the world beneath them. "The pact was meant to take excess power," the king said. "It was never meant to keep the vessels." The quiet boy looked at him. "You knew it took from us," he said. The king did not answer fast enough. That was an answer. I pushed my voice through the world bridge. "Break every crown control you still own," I said. The king looked toward my image. "That will end my line's authority over the ritual." Good. The view closed before he chose. 4 charges burned inside the world bridge. 1 remained. The class clock fell under 30 hours. Outside the gate, Aaron's bastion still held the downstream districts dry. Gate Bureau teams opened the evacuation road when they saw my evolved formation walk out. The reservoir had survived. The executor had grown. Now the last resonance was the only route left. 3 contracts reached me before the reservoir water stopped falling from my coat. The Gate Bureau called the first one emergency registration. A National Response Council called the second one protected custody. The third came from a group of governments that had apparently agreed on only one thing. Nobody wanted another country controlling my route first. The representatives filled the reservoir command room. Each contract used different paper. Everyone asked for the same things. Exclusive gate access. Custody of the second world key. Testing rights over my pouch and summons. Authority to approve every world bridge opening. One representative tapped the clause that placed me inside a secured residence. "This is not detention," she said. "It is continuity protection." "Can I leave?" I asked. "With authorization." "Then it is detention with better furniture." The Gate Bureau supervisor pushed her own folder toward me. "Solo action is no longer defensible," she said. "The reservoir affected millions of people. I cleared it. You also strengthened an entity capable of entering a bureau facility. Your locks didn't stop it, which is why the world bridge cannot remain in private hands." I rested one hand on the small pouch at my side. "It rejects forced ownership," I said. "You can write around that sentence all day. The answer stays no." The room had enough armed officers to make the refusal look temporary. Then Detective Hall opened the door. The detective carried no weapon. Hall carried the cold case box, a tablet, and 3 years of proof people had once treated as a sad file that would never change. "Before anyone tries to improve the boy's answer," Hall said, "you should see what is already public." The tablet showed the reservoir road. Evacuated families had recorded Aaron's bastion holding back the flood. Dam workers had recorded my summons entering the gate. Gate Bureau medics had released the executor attack after Hall removed patient details. Maki's earlier testimony had already tied my name to the 41 missing students. The footage did not show a mysterious asset. It showed the missing Westbrook boy who had come back, entered 3 disasters, and kept pulling people out while officials argued about who could claim his equipment. Outside the reservoir fence, people had filled both sides of the road. They were not chanting my name. They were holding phones, missing person flyers, and signs demanding the remaining 39 be brought home. Detaining me in secret was no longer possible. Detaining me in public would require Aaron Pike to help. The Gate Bureau supervisor looked at him. Aaron folded the contract they had prepared for him. "Legendary Bastion protects people," Aaron said. "It doesn't make a cage because the paperwork calls one necessary." That removed the practical option. Hall removed the legal one next. The detective had connected my old missing person case to the original school scar, Maki's recorded testimony, the observer attack, and every chain of custody record the Bureau had tried to separate into different incidents. This is one active abduction case with 39 victims still missing, Hall said. Tommy is a victim, a witness, and the only compatible destination-born anchor you have. His property remains his without a court deciding otherwise. The key is an unknown gate object, one representative said. The key is evidence recovered during the escape, Hall said. Try to seize it without a warrant, and that hearing happens in public before the class clock runs out. The folders stopped moving. Hall had not praised me. Praise would have lasted one news cycle. The detective had turned proof into access. One of the government representatives still tried a different kind of pressure. No public authority can guarantee access to critical sites for an unregistered solo operator, he said. The reservoir operations chief entered behind Hall in a wet orange jacket. He has access to my dam, the chief said. The representative turned. That is not your decision. It became my decision when your containment order left my spill crews outside and his creatures opened the manual channels from inside. The chief placed a temporary infrastructure badge on the table in front of me. Every reservoir worker signed the incident statement, she said. Tommy followed the dam plan. Gate Bureau Command did not have one. Another notification appeared on Hall's tablet. The Transit Authority granted emergency platform access. Then the City Fire Service did the same for contaminated structures. Hospital responders added a joint statement that my evacuation order during the medical gate had reached them before the political quarantine did. Public support was not a cheering crowd. It was workers refusing to pretend the person who solved their problem had been a piece of government equipment. The Bureau could still arrest me. It could not do it quietly, call it safety, and expect the people operating the gates to cooperate. I gave the room my terms. I stay independent, I said. The Gate Bureau provides maps, evacuations, medics, and local access. Aaron chooses his own actions. Nobody commands my summons. Nobody touches the pouch, the key, or the world bridge. And if you fail, the supervisor asked, then your contract would not have made me stronger? She looked at the clock above the 39 signatures. One operation, she said. Temporary field independence. Publicly. Detective Hall turned the tablet camera toward her. The supervisor repeated it for the record. That bought enough time to use the Worldline surveyor properly. We returned to the closed Westbrook secondary grounds before sunset. The main building had been closed since the disappearance. Rain had faded the memorial ribbons along the fence. Fresh Gate Bureau barriers stood around the place where 41 students had vanished 3 years earlier. The surveyor rose from my hand. It could not map every kind of magic. Its maximum form had narrowed it to the things that mattered, summoning scars, world bridge routes, and gate contamination. That limitation made the answer clean. The original scar did not look like a door, it looked like a seed. Dark roots spread beneath the school, then outward under Westbrook. The oldest layer sat exactly where our class had vanished. New layers had grown around it season after season, slow enough that no public detector had noticed. The surveyor dated the first contamination to 3 Earth years earlier. The city gates had appeared only 3 weeks earlier, when those roots finally reached enough pressure to break the surface. Then the drone mapped the world bridge. Its white-blue route touched Earth recently and ran straight toward the recorded second world coordinates. No growth rings, no 3-year roots. No connection to the first incubation. Detective Hall watched both patterns rotate over the Westbrook secondary field. The world bridge didn't cause our gates, Hall said. It couldn't have, I said. The scar had been growing since the summoning. The bridge didn't exist in this form until I converted the Covenant core. The Gate Bureau had spent days treating me like the source of Earth's gate crisis. The surveyor put 3 years between cause and accusation. Maki stood outside the projection until the red lines around her hands began responding to it. Lifesteal pulled toward her by instinct. The world bridge moved in both directions. She watched the two patterns overlap. My skill always closes the channel around me, Maki said. Even when I send energy to someone else, it comes through me first. I keep the largest part unless I force it away. That is why you can redirect power, I said. It is also why the executor used your skill to reach the observer. She flinched but did not argue. The mass gate needs energy from the anchor side to move outward, Maki said. 39 people can't pass through a channel that keeps folding back into one person. She placed one hand beneath the world bridge projection. Red light moved toward her palm. Before it closed, she turned her wrist and followed the bridge's balanced path away from herself. The light reached a dead field lamp. The lamp flickered on. Maki stared at it. She tried again with a weak residue crystal from the reservoir. The old lifesteal path filled her arms first. Color returned to her face. Only a thin thread reached the lamp. That is what it always does, Maki said, even when I tell myself I'm giving it away. On the third attempt, she opened the outward path before taking the energy. The lamp shone bright enough to throw our shadows across the school wall. Maki dropped to one knee. Almost none of the power had stayed in her body. She looked weaker. The circuit looked stronger. That difference was the principle. The world bridge revealed the cost beside her hand. Reversal channel was possible. The inward retention path had to become permanently smaller than the outward route. Once chosen, lifesteal would let her keep only a small fraction of what she took. She read the condition twice. Permanent, Maki said. Yes, if I do this, I can't build myself back the old way. No. She looked at me as if waiting for reassurance. I gave her information instead. You don't have to choose now, I said. If you choose at the gate, do it because 39 people need the channel. Don't do it to make me owe you something. Her mouth tightened. I know you don't owe me, she said. That was not an apology. It was the beginning of understanding the correct shape of one. The surveyor finished tracing Westbrook. 4 bright resonance sites matched the world bridge charges we had collected. The 5th sat beneath the Westbrook secondary athletic field, still compressed inside the summoning route. A deeper branch continued from the school beneath the transit line and ended under Westbrook Municipal Stadium. The surveyor treated both sites as one scar complex. The school held the route where our class had vanished. The stadium offered the largest weak surface above it. That was the final Earth resonance. Beyond Westbrook, the map kept opening. Dark points appeared beneath cities across the world. Dozens, then hundreds. Most were dormant. A few carried the same pressure that Westbrook's scar had carried months before the first public gate opened. The original summoning had not planted one wound. It had connected Earth to a network waiting for enough energy to mature. The surveyor could not tell us who had placed every distant node. It could tell us they shared the black-eye geometry hidden beneath Westbrook's scar. Gate Bureau supervisor counted the points until she stopped trying. Are those all future gates? She asked. They are routes with no open surface yet, I said. If the same 3-year incubation applies, some may be close and some may have years. Can the World Bridge seal them? Not while it is carrying 4 rescue charges and a mark from the executor. The answer created a global problem without changing the next move. Spending our route energy on anything else, abandon the 39 to solve a map? The 39 remained the immediate objective. The map made the next one impossible to ignore. Aaron stepped into the projection. The Bureau will expect me to lead any coalition at the last gate, he said. Can Legendary Bastion hold a route you don't control? I asked. It can hold whatever line I understand. Then I call the lines. You keep people alive behind them. Aaron looked at the evolved summons, the last resonance, and the dormant city nodes. Your plan, he said. My bastion. It was not submission. It was the moment he stopped treating support as a lower position than command. Every screen around the Westbrook secondary field turned black. The surveyor dropped one body length before I caught its control. The broken circle seal appeared across the city map. The executor spoke through the public emergency speakers, every gate bureau radio, and the field lamp Maki had just powered. 4 wounds closed, it said. 4 corrections received. The dark points around the world pulsed once. Open the last wound. Destination anchor. I will meet you at the final clear. The speakers cut out. An alarm rose from the city center. Then every gate sensor beneath Westbrook Municipal Stadium called my name. The stadium alarm did not say evacuate. It said Tommy. The word rolled through every speaker in the transit station beneath Westbrook Municipal Stadium. It appeared on platform signs, ticket screens, and the long display above the field. 20,000 people were already moving toward the exits when the floor opened under the first train. Aaron reached the station before I did. Legendary Bastion caught 6 rail cars in a gold cradle while the track dropped into black water. The barrier curved around the cars, the platform, and the people trapped between them. Then, the copied reservoir rule recognized protection. Pressure gathered over everything inside Aaron's bastion. The rail cars groaned. Aaron broke one large cradle into hundreds of small gold plates. Each plate held one wheel, one ceiling beam, one section of platform, or one group of people. He shifted them every second so the gate could not decide which protected area should receive the weight. He held an entire station by refusing to let his own legendary skill become one target. It was the strongest proof I had seen from him. It still did not solve the gate. Black water climbed the station walls and entered the stadium bowl above us. Constructs rose from it carrying copied pieces of my formation. One had hooked path blades and no fakes. One drew black arrows from its own ribs. A third wore the shape of a broad ogre behind a shield. The last crawled over the ceiling beneath plates marked with broken circles. The executor had used the reservoir backlash to build answers to every evolution it had just witnessed. The dragon god whelp climbed onto my shoulder and stared at them. Its active authority could stop a compatible living beast for 3 breaths. Those shapes were gate constructs wearing copied roles. No bloodline answered the whelp. Sovereign Calm had nothing hostile to quiet. It could not command the gate, the black armor, or the spatial roots spreading through the station. The whelp folded its wings and watched. Knowing when the strongest sounding skill did not apply was part of keeping it useful. The Worldline surveyor scanned the opening. The 5th resonance beneath the school remained compressed and dark. This gate carried the same signature as the reservoir. It was not another charge. It was the 4th gate's backlash, wearing a new address. Pathfinder Stalker appeared beside me. The faceless copy turned before my scout moved. Every safe mark the stalker could place already had a black blade waiting at the destination. Bonecaster raised one hand. The ribbed copy fired first and pinned pale bone light to the skeleton's shoulder joints. Bulwark Ogre entered the platform lane. The shield copy opened its stance. Every bit of force the ogre absorbed returned toward the civilians behind it. Wardstone, sorry, pressed its claws to the station floor. The crawling copy sent broken circle wards through the rails and claimed the ground before my lizard could shape it. The gate did not counter 4 creatures. It countered 4 job titles. Recall them, a gate bureau commander shouted through my radio. That is what it expects, I said. The black water formed letters across the platform. Tommy, Art Shepard, Destination Anchor. My name had become another role the gate could target. A construct came through the nearest wall with an aura blade shape grown from its arm. It cut an empty bench. The bench split into 100 black copies. The executor had learned my harvest engine too. I kept my own blade sheathed. Station control, can you move the trains without track power? I asked. A woman's voice answered through the radio. Manual yard engines are on the west service line. Run them. That line enters the contamination zone. Detective Hall came onto the channel. You gave him access 20 minutes ago, Hall said. Give him the machinery that access was for. The station controller drew one breath. West engines moving, she said. 2 diesel yard engines pushed through the black mist. The gate knew mana. It knew formations. It knew the habits of my blade. It had never watched a rail worker move 200 tons with a lever. The operator stayed in the rear engine even when black water covered its windshield. A stadium medic climbed onto the side step and directed the operator by hand signals through the open window. Neither had a combat skill. They still moved the exact piece the formation needed. The first engine struck the faceless path copy and carried it away from Pathfinder Stalker's marked route. Switch roles, I said. The formation hesitated for less than 1 heartbeat. Pathfinder Stalker stopped scouting. It planted itself beside Aaron's nearest barrier plate and became the visible target. Every black blade turned toward the small creature standing still. Bonecaster stopped shooting. It stretched bone light through the station cameras and used their different angles to search for routes the way the stalker usually did. Bulwark Ogre turned its back on the shield copy. It lifted a damaged rail car and carried civilians through the space Aaron opened beneath it. Wardstone Sorry left the floor. It climbed onto the side of the moving yard engine and placed wards along steel that had not been part of the stadium when the gate formed. The copied rolls missed all 4 of them. The gate corrected. Black labels moved from one summon to the next. Scout appeared over Bonecaster. Rescue Wall appeared over Bulwark Ogre. Terrain appeared over Wardstone Sorry. The executor was not reading species. It was assigning functions in real time. It will keep renaming them, Aaron said through clenched teeth. A section of stadium seating collapsed into his upper barriers. Gold plates caught concrete, seats, and people in separate layers. Then we need ground with no names, I said. Wardstone Sorry unheard me through formation link. Its first ward landed on the yard engine. Broken Circle tried to claim it. The ward rejected the claim, not with the World Bridge's maximum authority, but with the lesson the lizard's injured core had learned. A structure could carry force without owning the life inside it. The black label vanished from the engine. The Sorry placed a second ward on the rail. Then a third. Unclaimed lines spread through the station. Aaron saw them. He moved his bastion plates onto the warded rails. The copied reservoir pressure searched for protected targets and found no assigned role. His gold barrier stopped gaining weight. For the first time, Aaron could hold still. That evolution was worth the broken floor, he said. Wardstone Sorry sent one irritated pulse through the link. It disagrees with the phrasing, I said. The first group of trapped passengers reached the service tunnel. People outside had been watching the station cameras on the stadium display. They did not crowd the exit when the tunnel opened. Ushers cleared lanes. Transit workers took stretchers from Bulwark Ogre without waiting for bureau orders. Fans on the concourse opened every emergency gate and held them open for strangers behind them. One usher returned down the tunnel carrying a ring of mechanical keys. Electronic locks went black, she said. These still work. She gave Pathfinder Stalker the ring. The small creature tested one key, found the correct shape, and opened a maintenance door the gate had labeled as a wall. A transit electrician followed with a cable spool. The south cameras lost power, he said. Bonecaster pointed toward the route it could no longer see. The electrician ran the cable across Aaron's lowest bastion plate, connected it to an emergency battery, and brought 12 camera angles back at once. The gate had learned how I used magical rolls. It had not learned how ordinary people kept an old building working when the clever systems failed. Witnesses changed the field. The bureau commander stopped asking me to recall the formation. All station feeds are yours, he said. Tell us where to move. Bonecaster used the camera grid to mark 3 safe tunnels. Pathfinder Stalker abandoned its decoy position and crossed between those marks, leading teams through smoke no human could see through. Bulwark Ogre carried the last rail car clear. That left the copies. The executor combined them. Black path blades locked our exits. Bone pins fixed the air. The shield shape gathered every impact in the station. Broken circle plates joined around all of it and formed one body taller than the platform roof. It wore no face. My name opened across its chest. The world bridge mark at my side pulled tight. 39 heartbeats hit me at once. I dropped to one knee. They were not symbols this time. I felt the quiet boy's fast breath, the burned hand girl's uneven pulse. Dachi's heartbeat beside the slower, heavier rhythm of his Minotaur. 35 more lives strained against the same harvest timing. All 39 were alive. Every beat pulled the black line around them tighter. The executor spoke from the combined construct. Destination anchor confirmed by living set. You used them to find my name, I said. You used each gate to find them. The thing was right about the exchange. That did not make its ownership real. The combined construct attacked. Aaron placed legendary bastion in front of me. The black shield shape caught the impact and sent it around his wall. The gate had adapted to direct defense again. I can keep the roof up, Aaron said. I cannot stop that and protect the exits. Keep the roof. He did not argue. The upper seating ring failed behind him. Aaron turned without releasing the station's ceiling. Legendary bastion divided again. One gold wall became a ramp beneath the falling section, while hundreds of smaller plates carried the impact down through empty service columns. A wall of concrete slid away from the crowd and settled across the field. The move cost him. Gold light flickered around his wrist, and one knee touched the platform. A gate bureau officer reached for him. Don't pull me out, Aaron said. Take the east plate. The officer put both hands against the smallest gold section and fed it an ordinary reinforcement skill. Two stadium workers joined with support braces. Aaron used their help to keep the station and seating ring separate. Legendary Bastion had created the structure. It survived because he let other people hold parts of it. I opened formation link to the public environment. Not mines. Signals, station cameras, sprinkler pressure, platform lights, rail positions, the manual roof controls above the stadium. The gate bureau fed each system into the surveyor. Open the stadium roof, I said. The controller triggered the motors. Cold evening air reached the black water in the bowl. The copied reservoir pressure turned upward toward the largest new opening. Sprinklers. Clear water fell through the station. It outlined every black name line running from the combined construct to my formation. Bonecaster cast those lines onto the real steel columns. Pathfinder Stalker marked a route that crossed no assigned role. Bulwark Ogre struck the platform, not the enemy. The impact traveled through Wardstone Sori Un's unclaimed rails and lifted the construct's footing. The black shield released its stored force in the wrong direction. The whole combined body rose toward the open roof. I followed the stalker's route. The construct turned my name toward me. Black letters left its chest and wrapped around the world bridge projection. Forced ownership rejection shattered the first layer. The second did not try to own the core. It labeled the route as my assigned position and pulled every copied counter toward it. The executor had learned the difference. I stored the projection without storing the living heartbeat lines attached to it. The world bridge remained inside the pouch. Its light continued through me, but the gate lost the visible target it had named. Weak line cut found no heart. It found the copied reservoir signature holding the four false rolls together. I drew the aura blade. One cut separated the copied gate from the station. Perfect harvest tried to bloom. The residue did not become a fifth charge. It had already been harvested once at the dam. There was no new resonance inside it. All the aura blade could do was strip the usable gate matter from the claim. Reused backlash still carried experience. Defeating the combined construct raised me to level 24, lifted the whelp to level 6, and pushed every evolved summon farther past level 20. But it did not provide was a new route resonance. The remaining backlash raced upstream. The combined body broke apart above the stadium field. Clear fragments fell harmlessly into Aaron's upper bastion. Black light vanished into the mark beside the world bridge. The fourth charge remained lit. The fifth remained empty. On the stadium display, the observer's face appeared. 4 authority rings still surrounded the broken circle in his eyes. The reused stadium backlash could not form a new resonance, so it thickened the black plating across one side of his neck instead. The executor had moved close to its final shell. The observer surfaced through one uncovered corner of his mouth. Still here, he whispered. The executor took his voice back. Final clear, it said. Final correction. The display went dark. No official could call what happened an unverified anomaly. Thousands of witnesses had followed the evacuation. Transit workers had opened the routes. Aaron had held the structure under my calls. The Gate Bureau had given my formation every city feed it needed. When we reached the stadium concourse, the Bureau commander placed the sealed school access card in my hand. No more checkpoints, he said. The World Bridge opened 39 heartbeat lines above it. The class clock showed 17 hours. The final resonance beneath the school began to wake. 39 heartbeats pulled the Worldline Surveyor out of my hand. The drone stopped above the Westbrook Secondary Athletic Field and pointed straight down. White-blue light spread through the wet grass. The 4 collected resonances answered from the World Bridge, and the black mark left by the executor answered from somewhere beneath another world. The field disappeared inside the projection. A stone chamber took its place. My class stood in 3 rings of 13. Black lines ran through metal cups around their ankles, crossed beneath each ring, and met at one object in the center. It was a spindle of dark material taller than a person, shaped like a gate hinge driven into the floor. The surveyor named the structure through consequence. When one student weakened, the 2 beside them received more pressure. When anyone tried to leave position, the central spindle pulled the entire ring tighter. 39 separate prisoners had become one living restraint. Each ring also served the different part of the route. Outer 13 fixed destination. The middle 13 supplied living mana. The inner 13 forced the gate to remain open even when the people inside it wanted the opposite. Moving one student did not simply weaken the formation, it reassigned the missing job to the next living body. That was why the class had not escaped by breaking a cuff or opening one gap. The cuss, To Di-un, had turned mutual survival into the lock. Nobody could save themselves without pushing their burden into somebody else. The World Bridge found the name buried beneath the cuss. To Di-un claim, Harvest Gate anchor. The cuss. To Di-un had not placed 39 people beside a gate. It had made them part of the mechanism that would open one. Detective Hall set cameras around the projection and began recording every angle. Can they see us? Hall asked. They can feel the bridge, I said. The quiet boy proved it. He turned toward the side of the chamber where my image hovered. He could not see my face clearly, but he counted the pulse moving through the black lines. 4, he said. He has 4. The burned hand girl stood 2 positions away. Old scars across her palms shone beneath fresh wraps. She pressed both hands over the line between them and forced it against the harvest rhythm. Then he needs time for one more, she said. We have 17 hours, the quiet boy said. We have however long we make. A black line snapped toward her. Dachi's Minotaur caught it around one forearm. The line tightened. Dark light cut across the beast's hide without drawing blood, draining strength instead. The Minotaur pulled anyway and opened a narrow space inside the inner ring. Dachi moved into the gap. He did not point. He did not invoke Beast Tyrant. Can you lift on the next pulse? Dachi asked. The Minotaur looked at the line, then at 3 exhausted students behind it. It nodded. The quiet boy counted. 3, 2, 1. The Minotaur lifted. Dachi shoved one fallen classmate under the line. The burned hand girl redirected the returning pressure through her scarred palms. Other students moved the unconscious boy into the outer ring before the gap closed. They had built resistance inside a formation designed to turn cooperation into shared pain. One useful choice had not made Dachi my friend. It had made him someone the others could use in that moment. The projection widened. The king stood behind a crown control frame on the far side of the chamber. His ritual robes were torn. Half the royal seals around him had gone dark, while black, To Di-un roots continued beyond every crown line and into the Harvest Gate anchor. He looked older than he had when he pronounced my 7-day sentence. The crown circuit is beneath the To Di-un circuit, the king said. I can release a lock. I cannot remove the root from here. Start with what you can release, I said. The king's hand stopped above the first seal. If I open these controls in the wrong order, the formation takes the authority from the living anchors instead. The burned hand girl looked across the chamber at him. You built the order, she said. My ancestors built it. You used it. The king did not look away. Yes, he said. The chamber went quiet enough for the harvest lines to sound like wires in wind. I knew the Century Pact extracted power from summoned students, the king said. I knew the return passage was withheld after the ritual. I knew survivors remained under crown authority because every ruler before me called that the price of keeping the barrier. Detective Hall's cameras caught every word. The king continued. I did not know the custody seal carried the harvest beyond our world. I did not know the To Di-un meant to retain every surviving vessel permanently, use them as a new gate, and seed their destination world with collection nodes. You knew enough to use us, I said. Yes. He did not ask me to separate the smaller guild from the larger plan. Ignorance of the last step doesn't absolve the first ones, I said. No, the king said. It does not. He pressed the first crown seal. One royal line loosened around the outer ring. The black roots immediately shifted toward the gap. The king stopped before they could replace it. The rest must be severed when the 2 chambers overlap, he said. Before that, every missing crown line becomes another To Di-un line. When your route reaches us, I will break the crown circuit from this side. You lose all ritual authority if you do. It should never have been mine. Responsibility did not sound like forgiveness. It sounded like finally naming the cost before choosing to pay it. Ma Ki stood at the edge of the projection with red light trembling around both hands. The heartbeats had made lifesteal hungry. 39 exhausted bodies were the easiest source the skill could see. The old channel leaned toward them before Maki pulled it back. I can send them enough to hold, she said. For a minute, I said. Then your retention loop closes and starts drawing it back. Unless I change which path is permanent. She opened her hand. The world bridge laid the reversal principle across her palm again. One channel turned inward and kept most of what lifesteal took. The other turned outward and lost almost everything into the people, tools, or routes she chose. Both could not remain full. Maki looked through the projection at the class. Some of them had followed her in the arena because she always appeared to know which strong person would win. Some had lost mana to her because she decided supporting Dachi mattered more than asking them. Nobody inside that chamber owed her trust. If I choose the outward channel, how much can I keep? She asked. The world bridge measured the stable limit. 1 part in 10. The rest would always move away from her or be lost. Can the pouch reverse it later? Maki asked. No, I said. It doesn't rewrite living choices and I wouldn't use it on you if it could. She nodded once. Then I choose it. Red light closed around her chest. For 1 second, the old lifesteal field fought to keep its shape, dark roses folded inward. Maki's face brightened as stored power gathered around her, offering the version of strength she already understood. She opened both hands. Out, Maki said. The roses turned. Every petal faced away from her. The stored red power entered the world bridge in one clean stream. Only a thin fraction stayed beneath her skin. Her aura dropped from a wall to an outline, and the strength in her legs went with it. Maki remained standing. Reversal channel settled into her permanently. The energy crossed the projection and reached the 39 anchors. It did not make them stronger than the formation. It gave the quiet boy enough breath to keep counting. It steadied the burned hand girl's palms. It put weight back into the Minotaur's shoulders and woke the classmate Dachi had pulled through the gap. Maki watched them receive what she could no longer keep. Nobody thanked her. She did not ask them to. The black mark beside the world bridge reacted. Authority rings closed around the outgoing channel and tried to follow it back into Maki. The world bridge rejected the claim, but the mark remained attached to the observer's living shell. His face appeared over the Harvest Gate anchor. Black plating covered half his head now. 4 rings turned around the broken circle pattern behind his eyes. His jaw moved once without sound. Then one human eye opened. Separate the circuit, the observer said. The executor forced his mouth closed. I pushed the surveyor closer to his image. White lines found a living heartbeat beneath the black shell. Dark lines ran from the plates around his body into the Harvest Gate anchor. The observer bit through the control again. Claim isn't me, he said. Non-living. Strip it while I'm outside. Outside what? I asked. Authority circuit. One black ring tightened around his throat. Hold my living body beyond every cuss. Toe-D unline, the observer said. Then reject the claim. If one line still touches me, it takes me back. The executor regained his face. The human eye vanished. The instrument requests damage to the collection system, the executor said. The request is denied. He gave me the rule, I said. You cannot hold the shell and the gate. The image disappeared. The surveyor kept the geometry. The observer could be saved. We had to pull a living man outside the executor's authority circuit, then use the world bridge's forced ownership projection on the non-living claim around him. Not store him, not upgrade him, separate him. The surveyor returned to the central spindle. My pouch recognized the Harvest Gate anchor as a realm-linked non-living object. Stage 4 could hold it once the gate made the chamber physically reachable. Maximum conversion showed one stable route. Harvest Gate anchor to World Seal core. The conversion would take 6 uninterrupted minutes after storage began. During those 6 minutes, the 39 living anchors had to survive, the observer had to remain separable, and the overlap between worlds had to stay open. The Aura Blade and World Bridge were already maximum stable tools. Neither could skip that timer with another ordinary upgrade. The plan became exact. Clear the final Earth Gate, refine its distinct aura into the 5th World Bridge charge. Use the physical second world key and my destination-born signature to open the mass route. Reach the Harvest Gate anchor. Hold the overlap for 6 minutes while the pouch converted the object that trapped my class into the core that could seal the route against Cuss. Toe-D ownership. Every requirement had a cost. None could be replaced with a speech. The Westbrook secondary field moved beneath us. Detective Hall pulled the nearest camera stand clear. Aaron opened Legendary Bastion around the school buildings and the streets beyond them. Gate Bureau teams backed away from the surveyor's marked boundary. Instead of trying to move me, the track split along the original summoning scar. Black roots rose through the wet ground. They did not open there. The roots turned beneath the surveyor and raced west along the deeper branch of the scar complex. Street sensors lit one after another between Westbrook Secondary and Westbrook Municipal Stadium. The route had kept its origin at the place where 41 students vanished. It chose the stadium as its surface. The Gate Bureau had already cleared that road after the copied backlash attack. Hall sent the school evidence feed ahead while response vehicles moved us through empty intersections. Aaron kept a narrow bastion over the convoy, not because the streets were falling, but because the executor had learned to attack the route around me. The stadium came into view under white emergency lights. A coalition built around Earth's other known legendary awakeners was gathering behind the outer line. Some members had crossed oceans after the stadium footage proved the final event would not remain Westbrook's private disaster. Gate Bureau rescue teams filled the lower concourse. Transit workers who had survived the copied gate stood beside the manual controls they now understood better than anyone. Nobody asked to place me in custody. The field opened before our vehicle stopped. Black roots tore through the temporary repairs from the earlier attack. White gate light rose between them and spread above the stadium bowl. Wind came out carrying reservoir water, hospital dust, dungeon ash, and the accumulated pressure of every earth gate we had cleared. The world bridge counted 4 valid resonances. The 5th space remained dark. Beyond the opening, something enormous moved around a heart of copied backlash. The true final gate had opened above Westbrook Municipal Stadium. It still had to be cleared. By 4:12 in the afternoon, the 5th gate had swallowed Westbrook Municipal Stadium. The white light rising from the field did not become a normal doorway. It folded the sky downward until the grass, the seats, and 30,000 empty chairs sat beneath a black glass ceiling. Then a red line traced a circle around the entire block. The Gate Bureau evacuated the neighborhood before the circle closed. That was the first useful thing authority had done without asking me to hand over my bag afterward. The second useful thing waited beside the player's entrance. Aaron Pike stood behind a wall of golden force that covered the street from one building to the next. Two other people waited inside it. One wore a gray travel coat over light armor. The other had brought no visible weapon, but storm clouds followed each breath he took. 3 legendary awakeners. Earth had confirmed 4 in the 3 weeks since Gates appeared. The fourth was holding a breach shut in another country and had sent a message that contained one sentence. Do not let that boy die before I meet him. Aaron had not found the message funny. The Bureau wants all 3 of us inside, he told me. The Bureau wants a camera angle, I said. Detective Hall covered a smile with one hand. The woman in the travel coat stepped forward. A silver thread appeared between her boots and the stadium roof. Her panel called the skill Legendary Threadwalker. She could cross any straight path she had personally seen, taking up to 8 people with her. It was the kind of ability that could empty a collapsing building before the first stone hit the ground. The Stormcaller had legendary Storm Heart. He could store natural charge in his body, compress it, and release it without burning his own channels. Aaron's legendary Bastion could turn incoming force into larger barriers. None of those skills were weak. That mattered because I did not need weak people standing around to make me look strong. I needed people who could do things I could not, while accepting that the final decision still belonged to me. The Worldline Surveyor floated above my shoulder. Its black glass wings opened toward the stadium and painted 5 layers of contamination across my vision. 4 were familiar. Movement routes copied from the Pathfinder Stalker. False cores arranged to mislead the Bonecaster. Pressure plates shaped to break the Wardstone Sori Un's terrain control. Impact wells deep enough to trap the Bulwark Ogre. The 5th layer had no match because it had been built for me. Every path inside the gate curved away from its core. The Executor had watched how I solved 4 gates. It had spent every reward I gave it. The world bridge pulsed inside my bag. 4 resonances stable. 5th resonance required. 39 living anchors remaining. Harvest convergence in 3 hours, 11 minutes. The last number had lost nearly a day since the Executor entered Earth. Waiting no longer reduced danger. It only gave the enemy time to finish first. Aaron studied my face. You already decided. I decided when it marked 39 people. Clearing this completes the thing chasing you. Not clearing it completes the harvest. The Stormcaller looked between us. Those are terrible options. Those are usually the real ones. I opened the bag. The Pathfinder Stalker appeared first, leaner and taller than the goblin who had entered Earth's first gate. Dark route marks moved beneath its skin whenever it noticed an opening. The Bonecaster landed on the stadium wall with pale fire already gathering between its fingers. The Bulwark Ogre struck both fists together and lowered its center of weight. The Wardstone Sori Un stepped out carefully. New mineral plates covered the place where the Executor had torn through its side. The injury had not vanished when it evolved. The new body had grown around it, turning a weakness into a line we still had to protect. The Dragon God Whelp climbed onto my shoulder and yawned at the 3 strongest awakeners Earth could gather. The Stormcaller stared at it. That is the dragon? The whelp sneezed one blue spark into his hair. He stopped asking. Maki waited beside Detective Hall. Red light moved beneath her wrists, then flowed away before it could gather. Reversal Channel had changed the shape of lifesteal. She could still pull hostile mana. She could keep almost none of it. That was not a temporary penalty. The World Bridge had shown her the cost before it unlocked the route, and she accepted it without asking whether the choice would make me forgive her. That was the first reason I trusted the skill. Not her. The skill. Trust in the person would require more than one clean decision. You stay outside until I find the harvest line, I told her. Maki nodded. Then you call me. If I call, her mouth tightened, but she nodded again. Aaron lowered the golden wall enough for us to enter the stadium. Gate closed behind us. The grass had become black stone. Thousands of red figures filled the seats, each one shaped like a person with no face. They turned their heads together as we crossed the sideline. The Threadwalker raised one hand. Silver paths flashed between every exit. They are not alive, she said. They are witnesses, I told her. The Stormcaller frowned. To what? The scoreboard answered him. One image appeared across the screen. 39 students hung inside a red formation in another world. Dachi stood on the only piece of floor that had not become a ritual line. His Minotaur braced behind him while the quiet boy and the burned hand girl pulled 2 unconscious classmates away from the nearest channel. The false crowd began clapping. The Executor's voice came from every empty face. Final accumulation authorized. Arch-Shepherd compliance probability negligible. Corrective body completed upon node closure. Aaron looked at me. It wants you to finish. It also thinks that makes the choice belong to it. I drew the aura blade. The black stone field opened. Something climbed out on 4 arms. Its body was made from the remains of every gate we had cleared. Subway iron covered one shoulder. White hospital tile formed a second layer beneath it. Reservoir stone wrapped its legs. Glass from the transit gate turned inside its chest around a red core that moved whenever the Bonecaster looked at it. The Earth panel called it a backlash colossus. Its level changed each time the scanner tried to settle. 28. 31. Unknown. The number did not matter until we learned what it could do. The colossus struck the field. 4 impact wells opened beneath my summons. It had copied the Executor's counters exactly. The Pathfinder moved first and found every route bending back toward the same trap. The Bonecaster marked 12 false cores. The Wardstone pressed 1 foot down and felt pressure plates waiting for its terrain. The Bulwark Ogre stepped between us and the first blow. The impact well caught its weight and dragged it waist-deep into black stone. The 3 legendary Awakeners attacked. Aaron turned the Colossus's strike into a golden wall that split the field. The Stormcaller drove white lightning through the creature's left arms. The Threadwalker crossed her silver line, appeared above its shoulders, and cut 3 glass plates before gravity remembered her. The Colossus recovered before any of them landed. Subway iron flowed over the lightning burns. Hospital tile regrew across the cut plates. Reservoir stone closed around the Bulwark Ogre's arms. Every piece retained the rule from the gate where it was born. The Executor had not copied our strength. It had stored our previous solutions. That gave me something it did not understand. We were not required to use them in the same order. Aaron, stop blocking it. He looked at the arm descending toward us. That is a strange request. Feed it. His eyes narrowed. Then he dropped the barrier. The Colossus's fist struck the golden force as it collapsed. Legendary Bastion absorbed only the edge of the blow. The stored impact had nowhere to become a wall. Aaron compressed it into a sphere around his forearm. I pointed at the wardstone. The Sori Un did not raise the floor. It lowered 1 plate. The pressure wells beneath the Colossus lost support on one side. Its stance shifted toward the damaged leg. The Pathfinder ignored every curved route and ran directly under the falling fist. Danger ping crossed formation link. Not a safe path. A timed one. Aaron released the captured impact into the same knee the wardstone had tilted. The leg broke inward. The Colossus dropped. Threadwalker, move the ogre. She led to the black stone holding it. I need a straight path. The Bonecaster fired 1 pale bolt through the field. It did not aim at a core. It burned a white line from the ogre to the Colossus's chest. The Threadwalker smiled. Silver-covered white. She touched the Bulwark Ogre's shoulder and crossed. Both of them appeared against the creature's chest. The ogre struck from inside the arm's turning radius. Glass plates shattered. The moving red core fled toward the hospital tile. The Bonecaster did not chase it. It marked the empty space the core had abandoned. The Stormcaller understood before I spoke. Lightning filled the hollow chamber and turned every replacement path into a conductor. The real core stopped moving. Weak line cut showed 1 bright seam. I used clearing step through a broken red witness near the sideline. The second step carried me across a fallen arm. The third ended above the stopped core. I put the aura blade through the seam. The Colossus came apart beneath me. Perfect Harvest caught the remains before the old gate rules could rebuild them. Stone, iron, tile, and glass became clear boundary fragments. 100-fold drop bloom multiplied the usable aura instead of the dead body. The stadium filled with blue-white light. Experience moved through my formation. The Earth system raised me from level 24 to level 26. The Pathfinder's route sense widened beyond the stadium. The Bonecaster gained a second mark it could hold without firing. The Bulwark Ogre tore itself free from the last impact well and laughed like getting trapped had been a personal insult. The Wardstone's damaged sides sealed beneath a new layer of living mineral. Not erased, reinforced. Shared experience carried the whelp to level 7. It opened one eye, saw the ruined field, and went back to conserving its strength. The 3 legendary Awakeners received their own levels. Aaron stared at the broken field. He had entered believing legendary meant the highest kind of power. Now he had proof that a rare skill and a complete system were not the same thing. He did not bow. He did something more useful. What do you need me to hold next? He asked. The aura blade refined the last boundary fragments. The world bridge accepted them. 5 resonances stable. Mass return framework available. Energy threshold met. The false crowd stopped clapping. Every red witness turned toward the player's entrance. The observer walked onto the field. His plain gray clothes were gone. Black armor covered him from throat to heel, formed from 5 overlapping gate patterns. An eye inside a broken circle opened across his chest. 5 dark rings turned around it. His human face remained visible. 1 tear moved down his cheek while the Executor smiled with his mouth. Corrective body completed, it said. The world bridge core rose from my bag. The second world key turned beside it. Stadium roof vanished. Another world appeared above Westbrook. 39 classmates looked down through the opening. Then every red line holding them tightened. The mass rescue gate had opened. So had the harvest. The first person I saw clearly was Dachi. He hung above the old royal arena with one arm locked around his Minotaur's harness chain. The chain was no longer attached to the beast. He had looped it around a broken pillar and used it to keep 3 unconscious students from sliding into the red center. The Minotaur stood below him with both hands pressed against a ritual wall. It could have escaped alone. It stayed because Dachi had asked. 38 other signatures surrounded them. The quiet boy from Hearthglen held a support circle together with one shaking hand. The girl whose burns I treated pressed cloth around another student's leg. Weapon users had driven blades between ritual plates to slow the turning floor. Majas spent tiny bursts of power breaking one red line at a time. They were not waiting for me. They were surviving long enough for me to arrive. The harvest chamber had been built from the same arena where the crown tried to drain us. Black seal metal now covered the stands, the throne platform, and every route leading outside. The custodian had taken a crime the kingdom already prepared and improved its efficiency. That was how systems like this survived. They rarely invented the first excuse. They found an existing one and removed whatever mercy remained. The king's voice reached us through the overlap. "The chamber is beneath the arena," he said. "It was not present in the royal plans. The overlap has exposed the crown circuit I could only feel before." He stood on the far edge with the captain of the royal guard and 6 exhausted ritual scholars. No crown rested on his head. White restraint lines covered both wrists. The people of his capital had removed his command over the students after the pact records appeared. They had not removed his knowledge of the ritual. I could use one without returning the other. He pointed to 6 white lines braided through the black metal. Each one ran from the old throne platform into a different anchor brace. "I can sever all 6 when your route stabilizes," he said. "Not before. If I cut them while the worlds are out of phase, the custodian takes their weight and tightens the formation." The capital heard the condition with me. No private covenant record could hide what he chose next. The executor lifted the observer's hand. Every red figure in the stadium seats stood. "Local sovereign confession recorded," it said through the human mouth. "Irrelevant to collection." The black eye on its chest opened wider. Gate energy poured through the 5 rings around it. The observer's back arched. For one breath, his own voice escaped. "Left hand," he gasped. "Cut the mark from my left hand." Black armor closed across his jaw. The executor rushed me. Aaron's barrier reached it first. The completed shell drove one hand through legendary bastion without slowing. Golden force shattered across the field. Aaron converted the impact into 3 new walls, each one thicker than the first. The executor crossed them with steps copied from my own clearing step. It had no defeated enemies to use. The 5 gate rings served as substitutes. One ring broke. It appeared beside me. The Pathfinder's warning reached formation link. I turned before the black blade left its arm. The aura blade caught it. The impact pushed me through the player's tunnel wall. My upgraded coat spread the force across plates that had survived the Demon Lord's avatar. Too cracked anyway. The executor had not become stronger than everything I carried. It had become strong enough to make every advantage matter. That was more dangerous. I rolled under its next cut and aimed at the left hand. A small black mark sat beneath the armor around its thumb. Not the eye seal, a number, 41. The observer had belonged to an earlier summoned group. The realization cost me half a second. The executor caught my wrist and drove me to the field. "Arc Shepherd recognition delayed," it said. "Custody correction remains viable." Bag tightened at my side. Forced ownership rejection responded to the non-living armor. The observer's body prevented a full activation. If I ordered the world bridge to reject every foreign claim at once, it might tear the system out through the person trapped inside. That was the easy solution the rule refused to make safe. The bulwark ogre struck the executor from behind. It released me, turned, and caught both of the ogre's fists. The Pathfinder appeared beneath its arm and cut one gate ring. The Bonecaster marked the left hand. The wardstone raised a narrow ridge that forced the shell's next step 2 inches wide. I used those 2 inches to get up. "Perimeter," I called. Aaron heard the order. So did the other legendary awakeners. The Threadwalker laid silver paths from the stadium to every safe street Detective Hall marked. Gate Bureau responders entered along those paths, pulled trapped workers from nearby buildings, and crossed back before the overlap swallowed more ground. The Stormcaller drove lightning into red figures climbing from the seats. Aaron stopped trying to cage the executor and turned legendary bastion outward. A golden dome rose over Westbrook. That was what I needed from Earth's strongest people, not an audience. Time. Maki ran onto the field. Red light covered both arms. "I found the return line," she said. The harvest channel passed through the mass gate, under the executor, and into the 39 students. Maki could reach it. Using reversal channel at that scale would make her part of the circuit. The limitation was already permanent. The World Bridge had warned that every new transfer could lower her retention ceiling even further. She had accepted that cost before the final gate. Now the whole class depended on what she had chosen. "Once you join that line, your limit will drop again," I told her. Maki looked through the sky at our class. One student slipped. Dachi released his pillar chain with one hand, caught the student, and nearly fell with him. The Minotaur pushed harder against the ritual wall. "Maki, stop looking at me." "I know." She placed both hands on the field. Lifesteal opened. Red power rushed toward her from 39 bodies. For one terrible second, it gathered around her like the ability remembered every choice she used to make. Maki clenched her jaw. Then she turned the channel around. The power flowed back, not to one person, to every anchor. The quiet boy straightened. The burned hand girl healed the student beside her. Dachi pulled the hanging classmate onto the pillar. The Minotaur moved the ritual wall one step. Maki cried out. The red glow around her faded until only thin lines remained beneath her skin. Reversal channel at full load, the World Bridge reported. Personal retention ceiling reduced again. The system did not describe sacrifice. It recorded what changed. The executor heard it. All 5 gate rings turned toward Maki. I stepped between them. You wanted me, I said. The Arc Shepherd is a routing function, the executor answered. Individual preference is not recognized. That explains your personality. It struck. I gave ground toward the center of the stadium. The Worldline surveyor flew above us, mapping every signal inside the overlap. One black line ran from the executor's left hand to the center of the harvest chamber. The observer was not only a shell. Cuss. Toe D unmark served as the ownership signature controlling the anchor. The second world key turned faster beside the world bridge core. The gate beneath us became readable. The Earth panel called it an unclassified mass breach. My bag identified the object inside. Harvest gate anchor. Realm-linked non-living structure. Living custody signatures detected. Maximum stable form available after custody separation. I could upgrade the anchor. I could not do it while the executor's claim passed through the observer. The world bridge found one smaller option. I could spend the completed route framework on a narrow opening and pull one classmate through before the claim closed. The quiet boy stood nearest the route. Dachi had enough strength to reach it. Either could survive the transfer. The remaining 38 would not. Every anchor carried part of the same pressure. Removing one early would force that share into the people beside them. The weakest ring would break first, and the cuss Todi Un would use the deaths to finish opening the gate. The offer looked like rescue because it gave me one person to save. It was another version of the Demon Lord's doorway. Choose who mattered. Step through. Let the machine describe everyone left behind as the cost. I closed the partial route. The class would cross together or the gate would not use my power. The solution required 3 jobs. Separate the living host. Reverse the student's mana. Hold the anchor long enough for a real conversion. None of those jobs could happen after the harvest finished. The timer above the class fell below 1 hour. The king stepped onto the central ritual plate in his whirl. One scholar grabbed his arm. Your Majesty, the crown seal is the final local support. If you break it, the throne loses covenant authority. The king looked across the overlap. For the first time, he did not ask what losing power would do to him. He asked what keeping it would do to everyone else. Then it should have been broken a century ago, he said. He removed the signet from his hand and placed it inside the ritual line. The black metal tried to close around it. The captain of the guard brought his spear down. The signet shattered. White royal lines vanished from the chamber. The king's restraint marks disappeared with them. So did every control the throne still possessed over a summoned person. The Kuz Todi Unseal lost 1 layer. 39 students dropped 6 inches as the harvest formation changed shape. Dachi shouted across the chamber, Tommy, whatever you are doing, do it faster. He had mocked my name often enough that hearing it without contempt felt stranger than the open worlds. Build a formation around the center, I told him. With what mana? The same amount I had when you left me outside. He stared through the overlap. Then he laughed once, not because it was funny, because he finally understood the answer. Class, Dachi shouted. Stop pulling away from the lines. Use them. Students turned toward him. Months ago, they might have followed because he sounded certain. This time, Dachi pointed at the Minotaur. It holds the wall. We hold each other. The quiet boy moved first. The burned hand girl joined him. Then the others crawled, pulled, and carried one another toward the central plate. The 39 anchors began forming one circle inside the machine meant to keep them separate. The world bridge translated their movement into one clean receipt. 39 signatures remained separate. None had been absorbed. The custody needed them isolated but linked, so the class turned those same lines into mutual support. Whenever one student stumbled, 2 others took the pressure before the machine could concentrate it. Dachi had not become useful by sounding louder. He had given the group one job they could choose together. The world bridge recognized a receding formation. The Harvest Gate anchor rose beneath the stadium. It looked like a black version of the world bridge core, except it was the size of a building and every surface carried a claim. The bag opened. Stage 4 storage reached across the overlap. The anchor resisted. The observer's left hand burned black. I looked at the bonecaster. One pale mark settled over the small number 41. I looked at the Pathfinder. It drew a route through 5 moving gate rings. The bulwark ogre and wardstone took positions on either side. The whelp stood on my shoulder and watched the living body inside the armor. Maki kept the reverse channel open. Aaron held the city dome. The king stood without covenant authority. Dachi built a formation with the people he once tried to command. Every piece was ready. I reached for the anchor. The executor smiled with the observer's mouth. Maximum conversion estimate, it said. 6 minutes. The black eye opened across the whole stadium. Survival estimate, 0. The Harvest Gate anchor entered my bag. The timer began. The first second removed the stadium floor. Black stone dropped into the storage space around the Harvest Gate anchor, leaving every person above open air. The wardstone Sor Un struck first. Terrain grip caught the falling slabs and locked them into a rough platform beneath us. The threadwalkers spread silver paths between the pieces. Gate Bureau responders crossed those lines, carrying the last civilians beyond Aaron's golden dome. The executor did not attack me, it attacked the detective. Detective Hall had no level worth mentioning, no legendary skill, no armor that belonged near a gate. He had spent 3 years refusing to close a file. That made him the person who could prove who I was before the Gate Bureau decided what it wanted me to be. The executor understood witnesses. It sent one black blade across the field. The Pathfinder's warning hit formation link. I had no defeated body close enough for clearing step. Aaron did. Legendary Bastion caught the blade, bent it, and turned the force into a wall around Detective Hall. The black edge stopped 1 inch from his throat. He did not shout. He lifted his phone and kept recording. You wanted a public record, he told the executor. Keep talking. The observer's face twisted. For one instant, the person inside looked amused. Then the black eye on his armor closed over the expression. 5 minutes, 42 seconds. The bag timer moved too slowly. The bag had converted only 4% of the Harvest Gate anchor. The executor raised both hands. Every red witness in the stadium tore open. Constructs climbed from their bodies carrying copied pieces of my formation. One had the Pathfinder's legs. One carried a bow shaped like the Bonecaster's arm. Two wore stone plates. A larger one had the Bulwark Ogre's shoulders and Aaron's golden barrier across its chest. The executor had learned the appearance of cooperation. It had not learned why it worked. The copies moved at once. They did not protect one another. The false Pathfinder reached me first and left the false Bonecaster without a rout. The real Pathfinder changed its mark halfway through the charge. The Bonecaster fired where the construct had planned to be, not where it stood. Hail fire struck the copied rout joint. The false legs folded. I used the body for clearing step. One step carried me past the copied archer. Weak line cut opened its bow arm. The aura blade harvested the mana string. Hundredfold drop bloom turned one useful strand into a coil of refined boundary thread. The world bridge pulled the thread into the conversion. Compatible material received. Completion estimate reduced by 11 seconds. That was our economy. The executor spent power to stop the timer. Every failed attempt became something the timer could eat. The Stormcaller understood. He stopped throwing lightning at the largest target. He used narrow strikes to separate copied armor, leaving clean pieces for the aura blade. The Threadwalker moved the Bulwark Ogre between straight silver paths, turning its short charge into attacks from impossible angles. Aaron held the perimeter instead of chasing a victory. 3 legendary skills changed jobs because the formation needed different answers. The copies kept repeating the first one they received. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. On the other side, Dachi's circle reached the center of the harvest chamber. The 39 students linked arms, belts, broken weapons, and pieces of ritual chain. Anything that kept one body connected to the next became part of the formation. The class had no shared skill. It had one shared decision. Do not let the machine separate them again. A harvest channels pulled. Maki's reversal channel pushed back. Red light moved through her into the world bridge and across to the students. Every transfer made the glow around her weaker. The old lifesteal would have made her brighter. This one proved its purpose by leaving her with less. Maki's knees touched the platform. The girl whose power she stole during the battle royale saw her through the overlap. You can stop, the girl shouted. Maki shook her head. Not while it still has you. The answer did not repair what happened between them. It gave the girl enough reason to keep holding the line. That was what change looked like before trust returned. The executor heard the channel weakening. It broke one gate ring and appeared behind Maki. The wardstone raised a ridge beneath its wrist. The strike passed over her shoulder. The executor cut through the ridge and kicked the Soryan across the platform. Its reinforced wound struck first. Living mineral cracked. Pain moved through formation link. The Soryan tried to stand. I ordered it to hold, not advance. Hold. The Bulwark Ogre crossed in front of Maki and took the next strike on both arms. Black force drove it backward. The ogre's new body spread the impact through its shoulders and into the platform. Aaron's bastion caught that force from below. A golden wall rose behind the ogre. For 3 seconds, a level 20-something evolved. Summon and one of Earth's rarest legendary awakeners held the same line. Neither made the other smaller. The executor pressed harder. Another gate ring cracked. It appeared above them. I saw the path. Clearing step carried me through a fallen construct. The second step used a copied stone beast the Stormcaller had split. The third brought me level with the executor's left hand. The Bonecaster's pale mark waited over the number 41. I cut. The aura blade passed through black armor. It stopped before flesh. The severed plate fell into my hand with the tiny ownership number still burning across it. The observer screamed. The executor did not. Forced ownership rejection activated through the world bridge core. The black plate twisted. Lines hidden beneath the number opened into words. Summoned Vessel 41, Cycle 3, Return requested. Custodial service imposed in place of disposal. The plain observer had once stood where I stood. He had found the route. The cuss, Todiun, turned him into the hand that kept everybody else from reaching it. His own voice burst through. "Do not pity me yet," he said. "Remove it first." Black armor flowed from the executor's chest toward the open wound on his hand. The claim tried to rewrite itself. The Pathfinder threw a captured gate ring over the wrist. The Bonecaster marked its hinge. The wardstone closed stone around the forearm. The bulwark ogre caught the observer from behind, not his throat, not his spine. Both arms held wide enough that the armor could not hide the left hand. The executor pulled. The ogre's feet slid. Aaron placed a golden wall behind them. The Stormcaller stopped charging and used both hands to ground black current leaving the shell. The Threadwalker drew one straight path from the severed plate to the second world key. Every person did the part their power could actually solve. The silver path carried the last black line off the observer's skin and into the severed plate. The world bridge confirmed that his living body stood beyond every remaining cuss. Toady unline. I opened the world bridge. The core did not target the observer, it targeted the claim passing through the plate. Forced ownership rejected, I said. The cuss Toady Unmark broke. Black armor lifted from the observer's body in one piece. For the first time, the thing inside him had nowhere to pretend the two were the same. It became visible as a figure made from rules. No face, no blood, 5 gate rings turning around an empty center. The observer collapsed into the bulwark ogre's arms. The executor reached for him. Detective Hall crossed the nearest silver path with 2 responders. They pulled the observer behind Aaron's dome. The detective checked his breathing, looked at the 3-century mark on his hand and said, "I suppose my missing person case just became older." The observer coughed. "You have no idea." 3 minutes, 21 seconds. The executor entered the stadium network. Every black line in Westbrook lit at once. The Worldline surveyor spun above the field. Its map expanded from the stadium to the city, then the state, then every contamination signal it could reach. The local executor had lost its host. It tried to make Earth the replacement. Red circles appeared beneath streets, hospitals, shelters, and the old school. Aaron's dome began absorbing impacts from below. The Stormcaller looked at the map. "How many gates?" "Not gates yet," I said. "Routes." The executor's voice came through traffic signals, bureau radios, stadium speakers, and every active appraisal screen. "Host world suitability confirmed. Emergency harvest authorization expanding." The wider invasion announced itself before I was ready. It still had to wait. 39 people came first. The executor gathered its 5 rings around the mass gate and pulled. The harvest chamber descended toward Westbrook. Buildings shook outside Aaron's dome. The king looked up from the other world. "If the chamber crosses fully, the capital comes with it." "Can you move the students?" "Not while the anchor is absent." The anchor was inside my bag becoming something else. 2 minutes. 56 seconds. The conversion had reached 48%. We needed more material. The executor stopped making copies. It opened the space beneath the harvest chamber and released a living thing. A 6-legged beast fell through the overlap. Its head carried no eyes. A crown of scent organs opened around its mouth, tracking summoned blood instead of light. The Earth scanner called it a sovereign hound. The World Bridge called it a bred anchor hunter. It ignored the legendary awakeners. It ignored me. It ran toward Maki because her reversed channel touched all 39 anchors. The Pathfinder struck its front leg. The Bonecaster marked its heart. The beast changed direction before either attack landed. It hunted intent through the bloodline connection. The wardstone raised walls. It climbed them. The bulwark ogre blocked. It twisted around the ogre's weight. The whelp stood on my shoulder. Sovereign calm moved through every bonded beast. The hound slowed, but passive authority did not make a hostile creature obey. Active limit appeared through our link. Compatible living beast. Sightline established. Maximum command. 3 breaths. The whelp had used the power in an earlier gate. The persons. This target carried more pressure than all of them. Tiny claws dug into my coat. I felt the cost before it acted. "Only when it jumps," I told it. The hound reached the final wall. Maki could not move without breaking reversal channel. The beast crouched. It jumped. The whelp opened its wings. 1 blue pulse crossed the stadium. "Down," I said through formation link. First breath. The sovereign hound dropped from the air. Its 6 legs struck the platform. Second breath. It lowered its crowned head. The Bonecaster's mark reached the heart. The Pathfinder cut the 2 legs protecting it. Third breath. The bulwark ogre caught the hound and turned its body away from Maki. The command ended. The beast erupted upward. The ogre held. Aaron reinforced its stance. The Stormcaller drove a narrow bolt through the Bonecaster's mark. The heart stopped. The hound fell. The whelp collapsed against my neck. Its level 7 body shook with every breath. It had not controlled a human. It had not closed a gate. It had spent 3 breaths on 1 compatible living beast, and that was enough because the formation used them. I reached the hound with the aura blade. Perfect harvest separated bloodline pressure, living gate tissue, and clean boundary aura. 100-fold drop bloom multiplied only the usable remains. The world bridge absorbed the refined aura. Conversion jumped from 53% to 71. The executor lost its first direct harvest tool. It changed targets. 1 minute, 48 seconds. Black rings crossed into the other world. They closed around the class formation. Dachi's Minotaur caught the first. Dark pressure forced it to one knee. Dachi pressed both hands against its back. He did not shout an order. Please give me 10 more seconds. The Minotaur looked at him. Then it stood. The quiet boy pushed on its left side. The burned hand girl pushed on the right. 36 other students leaned into the same ring. The class that once broke formation to chase points became one wall. The executor closed a second ring around them. Dachi looked through the overlap at me. We are out of 10 seconds. Then, borrow mine. I planted the second world key into the world bridge core. The two objects locked. Tommy recognized as destination-born anchor. The core reported through sensation rather than a screen. 39 return signatures accepted. Living consent required. I looked at the class. The route is ready. Do you choose Earth? The executor pulled harder. The king stood behind them in the ruined chamber. His world had taken 3 years from us. It had also become the home of people who helped me when the crown did not. The choice could not be assumed. The quiet boy answered first. Yes! The burned hand girl answered next, then the others. Some shouted, some whispered, some cried before the word came out. Dachi rested one hand against the Minotaur. The beast was not from Earth. The mass route recognized named bonds under the Ark Shepherd framework, but the choice still belonged to it. Dachi asked, will you come? The Minotaur looked at the open road, then at the capital where the crown had put a harness around it. It stepped into the class circle. The world bridge accepted the bonded passenger. Dachi said, yes. 39 consents recorded. 1 minute, 6 seconds. The conversion reached 88%. The executor abandoned the class and threw every remaining ring at my back. It understood the timer too late. The Pathfinder marked a route around the first ring. The ward stone tilted the platform beneath the second. Bonecaster fixed 2 pale marks over the third and fourth. The bulwark ogre stood in front of the fifth. I did not need to beat the executor. I needed to keep its hands off one item for 66 seconds. The 3 legendary awakeners joined the line. Aaron placed legendary bastion behind the ogre. The threadwalker moved every wounded responder out. The Stormcaller emptied the charge he had saved through the entire battle into the Bonecaster's 2 marks. Maki pushed the last stolen mana back toward the class. The king and his scholars broke the remaining local ritual plates. Detective Hall kept the camera on the open gate. The observer raised his unmarked left hand. The eye is the claim, he said. The broken circle is the route between claims. Break the eye when the circle opens. The executor's 5 rings aligned. The black eye formed in their center. Weak line cut appeared across it. Not because the aura blade could defeat an entire network, because every earlier choice had reduced this piece of it to one exposed permission. 20 seconds. I crossed the Pathfinder's route. The first ring missed. Wardstone Stone caught the second. Bonecaster Lightning broke the third and fourth. The fifth struck the bulwark ogre. Aaron's wall flared behind it. The ogre stayed upright. 10 seconds. The black eye opened. I stepped through the broken circle. The aura blade entered the white seam. Perfect Harvest activated. The local custody unclaimed separated from the global network. The executor tried to retreat upstream. The observer shouted, now! Forced ownership rejection closed behind it. The black eye shattered. Maximum conversion completed. The bag opened. The Harvest Gate anchor did not return as a larger weapon. A white-blue sphere rose above my hand, wrapped in 1 silver ring. The World Bridge identified its new form as a World Seal core. Its purpose was simple. It allowed passage chosen by living travelers. It denied any route built from ownership. The red harvest lines went white. The rings around the class broke. The black chamber stopped descending. The mass route opened from the old arena to the center of Westbrook Stadium. The 39 students did not arrive as a perfect line of heroes. They fell through carrying one another. The quiet boy landed first and turned to catch the burned hand girl. 2 weapon users carried an unconscious mage between them. Support students crossed with their hands still linked. Dachi came through beside the Minotaur, not on its shoulders. The final student stumbled onto Earth as the old harvest chamber sealed behind her. The world bridge counted every signature. 39 returned. No living anchor remained. The local harvest node closed. The observer looked up at the empty space where the executor had been. It felt that, he said. Around the stadium, every dormant route beneath Westbrook went dark. Beyond the surveyor's range, other lights began turning on. I stored the World Seal core beside the world bridge. Then I looked at the class I had promised to bring home. For the first time in 3 years, every one of us stood under Earth's sky. The stadium stayed quiet for 4 seconds. Then Detective Hall lowered his phone. 41, he said. He counted again because 3 years of police work taught him what hope cost when a number was wrong. Tommy, Ma, Key, 39 students through the mass route, 41 missing people, 41 returned. Detective Hall's shoulders dropped. He did not hug me. He did not tell me I was like family. He sat on one piece of broken stadium wall, covered his face with both hands, and breathed until the case stopped living inside his chest. That was enough. Gate Bureau medical teams entered after the Worldline surveyor confirmed every local route had gone dark. The Threadwalker laid silver paths from the field to 6 triage stations. Support students refused stretchers until the people they had carried received them first. The burned hand girl told one medic that she had crossed 2 worlds and could walk another 20 feet. Her legs folded after 3. The quiet boy caught her before the ground did. Dachi's Minotaur caused the largest delay. 3 bureau officers approached with containment cables. The beast looked at the cables. Dachi looked at the officers. "Do not," he said. It was the old tone, sharp, certain, ready to make the room prove something. Then Dachi stopped. He turned toward the Minotaur. "Do you want them near you?" The Minotaur stepped behind him. Dachi faced the officers again. It said no. Aaron walked over before the Bureau could test how public opinion felt about chaining the creature that helped save 39 students. He placed one fading golden wall between them. "Then no cables," he said. The officers backed away. Dachi watched Aaron leave, then looked at me. "You told him to do that?" No. That answer seemed to affect him more. People had seen enough proof to make useful choices without waiting for me. The old class gathered as the medics worked. Some still wore pieces of royal training armor. Some carried weapons from another world. One had crossed with a broken ritual chain wrapped around his waist because he forgot to let go. They looked at my summons, my bag, and the modern stadium around us. Then the quiet boy spoke. He came back. The words were not aimed at me. They were aimed at every camera beyond Aaron's barrier. "The king gave him a route home alone," the boy continued. "The demon lord offered him one too. Tommy refused both. He saved us in the arena. Then he crossed worlds, became stronger, and came back for everybody." The burned hand girl lifted her wrapped hand. "He saved us before that, at Hearth Glen." Another student said, "I stopped the class from killing one another during the royal evaluation." A fourth admitted, "I warned them about the mana accelerator before they attacked me." The testimony did not turn the class into my friends. It did something more important for Earth. It made the story difficult to rewrite. The public had watched me clear gates. The people I crossed those gates to save explained why. By sunset, every major network called me the returned hero of Westbrook. The Gate Bureau used Ark Shepherd because the World Bridge had displayed the title during the rescue. The appraisal scanner beside the medical line still called my bag low-grade miscellaneous storage. Nobody laughed this time. Aaron read the scan and shook his head. I spent 3 weeks being told Legendary was the highest result Earth had ever seen. "It might be," I said. He glanced at the tiny bag holding 2 realm cores, a world key, a mythical blade, and a formation nobody on Earth knew how to measure. That answer was almost polite. "The day has been strange." His panel still displayed Legendary Bastion. Mine showed that Earth's gate battles had raised me from level 18 to level 26. Every evolved summon had passed level 20. The whelp had reached level 7. It slept inside my coat after spending 3 breaths commanding a creature built to hunt worlds. Levels mattered. Earth's gates had made me stronger. They had made Aaron and the other Awakeners stronger too. But a high level did not replace judgment, preparation, equipment, or people who knew their jobs. That was why I remained ahead. Not because Earth stayed weak, because everything I built before coming home kept growing with me. Maki lay near the 3rd triage station with monitoring lines around both wrists. The red glow of lifesteal had almost disappeared. A medic asked her to draw power from a test crystal. She pulled a thin red thread. Most of it flowed into the empty recovery stone beside her. Only a small amount remained in her body. The medic recorded the result. "Permanent retention loss," he said. Maki looked at me. I waited. "I knew the cost," she said. "You did. I would do it again." "Good." Her eyes stayed on me as if she expected another word. I did not give her the one she wanted. Saving the class mattered. Changing her power mattered. Neither turned our old relationship into a debt I had to repay. Detective Hall approached with an intake form. "The Bureau wants to classify her as a returnee specialist after recovery," he said. Maki read the page. "Under Tommy?" "Under strict independent review," I said. Maki flinched, then looked at the form again. She signed. That was a better future than standing beside me and pretending proximity meant forgiveness. Dachi found me near the player's tunnel. His Minotaur followed at the same distance it shows. "I kept them alive," he said. "You helped. You still do that?" "Do what?" "Make every answer smaller than the one I want. You spent years making yourself larger than the room. It balances out." He almost smiled. Then he looked toward the class. "I thought if I became the strongest, everybody would have to admit I mattered." Did it work? No. The answer came without a performance. That was new. He glanced at the Minotaur. "What happens to it here?" "It chooses. And if it leaves, then you live with the answer." Dachi nodded slowly. We were not friends. He had not earned a clean history, but he had led 39 people inside a machine meant to reduce them to numbers. That choice belonged in the record too. The king contacted the World Seal after dark. Its silver ring opened the narrow window above the stadium without creating a passage. He stood in the ruined arena without a crown signet or covenant authority. Citizens filled the stands behind him. Royal guards faced the throne instead of the students. The capital remains stable, he reported. The old pact does not, I said. No. He looked older without the ritual's power around him. Demon territory will move when it learns the covenant is gone. Then tell your people the truth and let them decide what they defend. His jaw tightened. Orders came naturally to him. Requests did not. Will the Archshepherd return? He asked, when Earth is not being marked for harvest. That was not a promise to restore his throne. It was a promise to the villages, the innkeeper, the guild workers, and every person who lived beneath a pact they did not choose. The world seal closed the window. One problem stayed in the other world. It did not replace the one waking beneath mine. The observer sat alone near the center of the field. Without black armor, he looked ordinary enough to disappear in a crowd. His left hand carried a pale scar where the number 41 had been. Detective Hall handed him water. He stared at the bottle for several seconds before remembering how to open it. How long were you inside that thing? Hall asked. 3 cycles. Hall's face changed. 300 years? Custodial space does not pass time correctly. He drank, coughed, and looked at the Worldline surveyor. The surveyor still held its final map. Westbrook was dark. The rest of Earth was not. Small black points appeared beneath cities, coastlines, mountain ranges, and places with no public gate record. At first, the map showed dozens. Then it widened. Hundreds. The observer stood. Your summoning scar was not one wound, he said. It was the first root. Detective Hall asked, are those all gates? Not yet. I knew that answer. Roots became gates when they gathered enough fear, mana, death, or awakened power. Earth had spent 3 weeks feeding them without knowing what they were. Our 5 distinct resonance clears shut one local route and gave the world seal enough information to see the rest. The observer pointed at 5 nodes brighter than the others. Regional custodians, he said. Your executor reported before you cut it away. They know the Archshepherd has the second world key. Aaron joined us beneath the map. Can they take it? They can try. The observer looked at the class filling the triage field. The local harvest failed, but the network will not abandon a viable world. It will accelerate. The first bright node pulsed beneath another city. A timer appeared beside it. 6 days. Then a second timer appeared. Then a third. I had the result I chose. The class was alive. The mass gate was sealed. Every missing student had reached Earth. The next threat did not erase that victory. It grew from it. I stored the Worldline surveyor and lifted the bag onto my shoulder. Outside the stadium, people were still chanting my name. Inside, 40 classmates were learning what home looked like after 3 years away. I had brought everyone back. Now I had to keep the thing that followed us from turning Earth into another kingdom that survived by feeding people to a door.